It's the Smucker's Uncrustables podcast with your host, Uncrustables. Okay, today's guest is rough around the edges. Please welcome Crust.
Thanks for having me.
Today's topic, he's round with soft, pillowy bread.
Hey.
Filled with delicious PB&J.
Are you talking about yourself?
And you can take him anywhere.
Why'd you invite?
And we are out of time.
Are you really cutting me off?
Uncrustables are the best part of the sandwich. Sorry, Crust.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, outdoor and home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through May 14th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
The new McCrispy Strip is here. Dip approved by ketchup, tangy barbecue, honey mustard, Sprite, McFlurry, Big Mac sauce, double dipped in buffalo and ranch, more ranch, and creamy chili McCrispy Strip Dip. Now at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
A warmer from the low. Welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the Beats Family Podcast. We've got an excellent podcast for you. Frankly, because we only had 3 games on the board for Friday, there's no sense in really doing a recap. Plus, we don't want to take away any time that we've got for taking a look at this big board. We've got north of 150 games on the Saturday college basketball betting board, so this is just a show dedicated to give you guys picks and analysis on every single one of these games as we hit some bank shots. We are going to be doing north of 5 hours because that's how long it's going to take to bust through this entire slate. We're going to be going in Las Vegas rotation order, and hopefully we're going to be able to make you guys some money today. And if you do have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you do have one of 2 ways to fire those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at @GNet_D1. Keep in mind, letters M. Naming does not matter. As per usual, please send these into the timeline. And the other way, that is via an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. And in case you're wondering what rotation order is, that's just the way that you list out games in Las Vegas. Like when you come out to Las Vegas, instead of actually saying, oh, I want to bet on Syracuse or something like that, their rotation number for Saturday, that is 610, you would say that you want to bet like the spread, money line, what have you, for team number 610, which would be Syracuse in this instance. And with regards to the way that is all circulated is the bigger conferences are up top. Those are going to be the games that we're going to be hitting first, and then in the back half after we take a break and everything like that, that is going to be the games that are at the bottom involving smaller conferences. Conferences that are on the Extra Games board, the America East, the Atlantic Sun, the Big South, any independents, that is U Chicago State, the MEAC, the SWAC, the Southland, the Northeast Conference, and the Patriot League. So that is the way that things are structured there. I'm probably going to go a little bit quicker with these breakdowns as well today than I typically do, just because if I counted correctly, we've got 153 games. Might have miscounted, might be more like 155, but we've got north of 150 games, so I do need to cut it a little bit shorter with regards to some of the depth I go into with regards to some of these games. But regardless, the goal here is to be able to give you guys some good information and hopefully pick you guys some winners. I think that we have hit all the basics, so let's dive into it. Picks and analysis on every single game on the board with Bank Shot starts right about now.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board Bank Shots.
Starts with 601, 602 on the card. Rutgers plays host to Wisconsin, and Wisconsin a 3.5 to a 4-point road favorite. Your total is anywhere between 128.5 and 130.5. I did set my total at 135.5. I'm going to be one to go with the over here. I recognize that this Rutgers team has been a very good defense. They're a top 20 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and they do have some pretty demonstrative home and road splits as well. This is a Rutgers team that they give up more than 20 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral environment. But this has been a Wisconsin team that has been one of the most efficient offenses in all of college basketball. They do a pretty solid job of giving themselves second chance opportunities as well. With Tyler Wall being able to help out with Stephen Krull, who've been able to combine for 13 rebounds per game. Krull's still shooting nearly 45+% from three-point range, by the way. He has been on absolute fire all season long. These two guys combined for about 22.5 points per contest and for Crawley. He's able to shoot it at about 48.5% from three, while Max Kleesmet and John Blackwell have combined to shoot about 47.5% from the outside. And one of the big things for Rutgers is being able to generate turnovers. Over the last 2 years, this has been a top 40 team in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. That's just not going to work against this Wisconsin team, a Wisconsin team that, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, is a top 50 team in all of college basketball. Also with Wisconsin, this is a defense that is a little bit leakier. Wisconsin, they're about 143rd in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against the Rutgers team, which it's been rough for them from the outside. This Rutgers team is outside the top 275 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, but the offense overall, it is better at home rather than in a roadside shoot-to-court environment. I'm not saying it's amazing, but you do have Cliff Almarui, who's able to give you 9+ rebounds, 10+ points, so he's been able to do a nice job there. You've been able to get some relatively good contributions out of Andre Hyatt, being able to supply 11.5 points per contest. Muat Mogg has some size. He's able to stroke it from three-point range. Rutgers overall 331st in all of college basketball with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. But despite the fact that Wisconsin plays slowly, this team, they always get to 68+ in pretty much all of their games. And this is a Wisconsin defense that they have now given up 72+ in each of their last 3 games, going up against a Rutgers team that they've been solid with their defense, having given up 61 or fewer in each of their last 3 games. But that said, I do think that we are going to see Wisconsin be able to exploit this Rutgers team and get a game that's going to come down to late game felling. I did set my line at 3.5, so at 4+, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Rutgers, and did make my total 135.5. So also looking over 603, 604 on the betting board. George Washington, our nation's first president, plays us to Loyola Chicago, and Loyola Chicago is a road favorite of 4.5 points. Your total on this game is 148.5. I said George Washington is a 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be looking at our nation's first president outright on the money line. Recognize that George Washington, when I did a write-up pick for them earlier in the week, did not come through, but this is still a George Washington team that has one of the better starting fives that you're going to find at the mid-major level. They do go up against a Loyola Chicago team that, in their own right, they have been very impressive in terms of their defense. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, Loyola Chicago is a top 50 team in all of college basketball, but they really do see a decline when they're away from home. They are giving up 19.6 points more per 100 possessions in a roadside shoot-to-court environment rather than when they are at home. And George Washington has slipped outside the top 100 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're another team that's much better when they are at home, giving up 18.2 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot-to-court environment. And George Washington is the most dominant players on their side. James Bishop is able to supply 17 points, 4.5 assists per contest. You've got a pair of guys in Maximus Edwards, coupled with Garrett Johnson, who have been able to give you about 27 points, 13.5 boards. Between the two of them, they're generating 2 steals, shooting in that neighborhood about 38% from three-point range, and both shoot north of 87% at the free throw line. This is a George Washington team that does turn the ball over 13.5 times per contest, and while Loyola Chicago is a top 60 team in the country with regards to rebound rate, they don't have a single guy in the roster that gives you north of 4.8 rebounds per game, and really none of those come on the defensive side of things. They do a really good job of not letting you get a second shot, but they really don't generate second chance opportunities for themselves. It is a Loyola Chicago team that is shooting about 36% from three-point range. You've had Philip Olsen be able to supply you with about 13 points per contest, but they do go up against a George Washington three-point shooting defense that is also vastly different when they're at home rather than in a roadside shoot-to-court environment. For George Washington, they do allow opponents to shoot north of 35% from three-point range when they're away from home. At home, this declines to sub 31% from three-point range, and they go up against a Loyola Chicago team that they can be had from the outside. This Loyola Chicago team is outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. As a matter of fact, in a roadside shoot-to-court environment, Loyola Chicago allows opponents to shoot north of 40% from three-point range. They're 302nd overall in college basketball. So I do think that this is a good matchup for our good friend George Washington, a top 25 team in all of college basketball with regards to total possessions per game. I do think that they take it to a Loyola Chicago team that has been leakier with their defense when they've been away from home. I do think that the overall three-point shooting of George Washington, coupled with the fact that their block rate at home is in the top 25 in all of college basketball, they do a nice job of protecting the rim, allows them to be able to win this game. Looking at George Washington outright on the money line, and I like this total over as well. 605, 606 on the betting board. UConn, it's a road face-off against Georgetown. Georgetown is a 16 to 16.5 point underdog. Totals between 143 and 145.5. Did set my total at a 144. Personally, seeing that 145.5, I'd be taking a look at that under. You've got a UConn bunch that, while they do give up a little bit from three-point range, UConn in their three-point shooting defense is still about 34.8% in roadside shoot-to-court environment. Overall, they're about 82nd in all of college basketball. This this team is as tough as nails defensively. Now that you've got Donovan Clingan back in the fold and doing a great job being up at the glass, I do think that this UConn bunch is just going to be able to bear down defensively. It is a UConn team that has been giving up about 18.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. But you've got a Georgetown team that, despite the fact that they are well outside the top 200 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, it's a squad that has had their issues on offense as well. Turned the ball over very nearly 13 times per contest. As a relatively mid-tempo team, you got Jaden Epps, who gives you 18 points per contest. He shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, but really, other than Dontrez Styles, you don't have a lot helping him out. Jay Heath, who was very solid for the team last few years, he's only supplying the team with about 9 points per contest, and they go up against a UConn team that has one of the best rebound rates in all of college basketball, and a pair of guards that just completely dominate the game. Cam Spencer, Tristan Newton, combined for 31 points, nearly 11.5 rebounds, 9 assists, 2.7 steals. Spencer shoots 45% from three-point range, and this UConn team is in the top 10 with regards to points scored on a per-possession basis. They're not a very fast team, though. They're well outside the top 225 nationally in terms of total possessions per game, so this is a team that's looking to play a little bit more slowly, a little bit more methodically, so I actually do think that that works in advantage to the under, and you've got Supreme Cook down low for Georgetown, who I'm not saying that he's necessarily living up to the name of being a Supreme Cook, but you know what? He is giving the team right around about 8 rebounds per game. UConn is a control team in which they only turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest, and you just take a look at the performances that UConn is putting up on the defensive side of things. This team has now given up 65 points or fewer in each of their last 6 games, and last time these two teams played, Georgetown only reached 67 points in that spot. It was an 80-67 win over UConn over Georgetown. I do think that for Georgetown, I think that they're going to have even less success in this one, because to get to 67 points, they needed to go 29 of 38 at the free throw line. Don't think the whistle is going to be as prevalent here, so I did set my total more at a 144. I'm going to be looking at the under, and with the spread, I set mine at a 16. I do think that at a 16.5, we've went a little bit too far. Last time these two teams played, it was at UConn, and that was a 13-point game. This Georgetown team, it's rough. I don't think it's quite that rough, so I'm going to be willing to take 16.5 with Georgetown, and I'm going to be diving in on the under. 607, 608 on the betting board. IUPUI, aka old UEPUI, is going to be playing us to Fort Wayne, and Fort Wayne does find themselves as a favorite of 11.5 to 12.5 points. So on this game is between 146 and 147.5. With Fort Wayne, I did set them as a favorite of 12 points. Between 11.5 and 12.5, guess where I'm leaning? Yeah, laying the 11.5 with Fort Wayne. Now, with Fort Wayne, the defense does diminish a little bit when they're in a road/neutral court environment rather than when they are at home. They give up north of 15 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home, and a 3-point shooting percentage defense has 29.4% at home. That does balloon up to about 33.5% in a road/neutral court environment. But what sort of home court advantage does IUPUI have at this point? And it's not even really to be mean, it's to be just asking a frankly honest question. IUPUI is averaging about 4.8 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. But you've got a team that they just can't throw the biscuit in the basket. They are outside the top 330 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, outside the top 275 in terms of points against on a per possession basis. They shoot 24.9% from 3. Other than Jalen Counter, who's been able to give you 35.5% 3-point shooting, 15 points, 4 boards, you really don't have any other player that's averaging north of 1.5 per contest that's shooting above 31% from 3-point range. You've got one guy, that would be Quanzi Samuels, who's able to give you north of 4.3 rebounds per game. This IUPUI team just not getting anything right, and for Fort Wayne, it was a rough January for them, but this is still a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They still do a nice job taking care of the ball. They generate nearly 10 steals per contest. They're a top 50 team in the country with regards to steals forced on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, they don't turn the ball over themselves while shooting 35.5% from 3. Headlined by Jalen Jackson along Quentin Morton Robinson, being able to supply a combined 29 points, both shooting north of 41% from 3-point range. Now, last time these two teams played, it was very interesting. Fort Wayne on their home floor got punked by IUPUI, 85-79 in that one, as IUPUI shot 59% from the floor. I think that lightning is not going to strike twice in this one. In that game, Fort Wayne also only went 7 of 25 from 3-point range against an IUPUI team that overall is 339th in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They allow opponents to shoot 37.2% from distance when they're at home, 37.3% in a road/neutral court environment. So really, there's no difference there. And I do think that this is a circumstance where Fort Wayne is going to be able to get their revenge and show that the first time around it was indeed a fluke. So it's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay the 11.5 with Fort Wayne, and as I'm doing this is coming down to 11.5 across the board. So going to be looking to lay it in. Did set my total at a 152. This Fort Wayne team is a top 40 team in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. Recognize that they are a top 80 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but we have seen this Fort Wayne team give up 75 plus points in pretty much 5 out of their last 8 games, and this is an IUPUI team that they are just bleeding points at this point. They have given up at least 78 points in now each out of their last 7 games, so it is a circumstance where I'm going to be looking at the over and want to lay over Fort Wayne. 609, 610 on the betting board. Syracuse plays host to Clemson. Clemson is a 2.5 to a 3.5 point favorite. Your total is between 151 and 151.5, with Clemson made them a 4.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the 2.5. Syracuse has been having their issues with regards to defense when you're giving up north of 90 points to Louisville. Of course, toasting a DK Noah Gray to pick there. That's not necessarily too tremendous. Now, it is a Syracuse team that prior to that game against Louisville, it was a bunch that was really having a tough time with their offense as well. They had scored 75 points or fewer in essentially 7 out of their last 8 games. They were able to get woken up there, but I do think that for this Clemson team, they're going to be able to rise up in terms of their defense. For this Clemson bunch, they've been able to do a little bit better recently. They've given up 72 points or fewer in now 4 of their last 5 games ever since that harebrained overtime game against Georgia Tech. And you got PJ Hall, who does a tremendous job just being able to stuff the stat sheet. 20 points, 7 boards. Doesn't necessarily shoot it well from 3, but should be able to win the battle down low along with Ethan Shefflin, who's able to give you 9.5 rebounds per game against a Syracuse team that is well outside the top 250 nationally in terms of their rebound rate. Clemson, not necessarily a super dominant rebounding team, but 61st in all of college basketball. Certainly going to play here. And then you've got a 43% three-point shooter in Joe Girard, who should be able to take advantage of a Syracuse bunch that, I mean, they've not been horrible with regards to their three-point shooting defense, but it's been far from amazing in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. You're about 167th in all of college basketball. Clemson, on the other hand, they are a team that they struggle a little bit more on the road with regards to their overall defense. They're about 197th in the country with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but they do go up against the Syracuse team that is well outside the top 200 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage as well. You've got Judah Mintz, J.J. Starlin. These 2 guys have been your main 2 scorers. Both of these guys shooting the low 30s from three-point range, combining for about 31.5 points per contest. It's actually been the 40% three-point shooting for a spell that has given this team an outside presence. He's hanging in there about 11 points per contest, and then you've got Keon Copeland, Malik Brown, give you about 12 rebounds per game, but it's a little bit of top-heavy Syracuse team. Was expecting a little bit more out of Benny Williams as well. For Syracuse, they are a top 50 team in the country with regards to generating turnovers, but Clemson, one of the best teams in all of college basketball in terms of fewest turnovers committed on a per possession basis on offense. I do think that they're going to be able to keep it clean and be able to get the job done in this circumstance, which is why I did make them the favorite of 4.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and with this total, I did set it out at 148.5. I do think that things calm down a little bit here. It is a Clemson team that's outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game. Syracuse is a bit more harebrained. They are a top 75 team in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that we get a little bit of a slower game. So looking under and looking at laying the number with Clemson. 6'11", 6'12 on the betting board. LSU plays us at Alabama. Alabama is a 6 to a 6.5 point favorite. Your total is between 166 and 166.5. I did set my total at 161.5. Looking at the under for Alabama. This team has been either in the top 5 or number 1 in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis for darn near the entirety of the season, but I do think that their defense is going to rise up a little bit more here after last time these 2 teams played a few weeks ago. That was a 109 to 88 game where nobody could miss. These 2 teams won a combined 25 of 62 from 3-point range. I mean, it was very much an up and down game, and this is an LSU team that can be carved up in terms of their defense. They are well outside the top 75 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but this is also not some sort of a world beater LSU offense as well. They've been better ever since Jalen Cook has come into the full 2-time transfer that was barred from playing towards the beginning part of the season, but for LSU, they're only about 123rd in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're generating about 12 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment, but still very much do have my question marks with them going up against an Alabama team that has a lot of versatility and is a top 45 team with regards to rebound rate. This is despite the fact that you don't have anyone on the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game other than the versatile Grant Nelson at 6'11", 12.5 points, 5.8 rebounds per game, and then you've got really good guys that are able to bomb it from 3-point range other other than Aaron Action, Estrada, and Grant Nelson. Among your top 6 scorers, all of them shoot at least 40% from three-point range. Ryan Griffin, along with Latrell Wrightsell, combined for about 19 points, shooting 41% from 3. Mark Sears, he's one of the best scorers in all of college basketball. 4 boards, 4 assists, 1.7 steals, 20.5 points on 44% three-point shooting. At Alabama in a crunch time spot, they shoot as a collective north of 79% of the free throw line. That's a top 25 mark in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, for this LSU team, north of 13 turnovers per game. Not that Alabama is necessarily like some savant in terms of being able to generate turnovers, and you do on this side of LSU have Jordan Wright, who has been Mr. Wright, 15 points, 5 boards, 3 assists, shoots about 35% from 3, but I do think that they're going to be up against it a little bit. I do think that those turnovers could turn into being something that is a little bit unsightly for this LSU team, and as a result, I did set Alabama as a 7.5 point favorite in this spot. I look at the way that Alabama was able to handle the first game. I think that they're going to be able to do it once again, and I do think that with an LSU team that is relatively national average with regards to their rebound rate, they don't have a single guy that gives them north of 6 rebounds per game. They're about 143rd with regards to rebound rate. Alabama wins from within, and they also win from the outside. So I'm going to be willing to lay it with Alabama. I did set them as a favorite of 7.5 points. I do think that the shooting cools down, set by total 161.5. So also looking under 613, 614 on the betting board. Columbia is the road face-off against Brown. What can Brown do for you? Well, need them to win by north of 4 points to be able to make you money. Brown is currently a favorite between 3 and 4.5 points. So on this game between 146 and 146.5. I did set Brown as a 2.5 point favorite. So at 3+, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Columbia. This Columbia team has been actually a very pleasant surprise, and a big reason why they have been is that they have been so good in terms of their 3-point shooting. This is a Columbia team that is still going to turn the ball over a little bit more than what you'd like, despite the fact that they've got a really good point guard that I like in Geronimo Rubio De La Rosa. He's been able to give you 13.5 points, shoots 37% from 3-point range, and I mean, for Columbia, with how up-tempo they do play, the fact that they turn the ball over 12 times per contest, you'd like to see that be a little bit lower, but it's not anything terrible. In terms of points scored on a per possession basis, this Columbia bunch, they're clocking in the neighborhood about 179th in the country, averaging 6 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're in a road/neutral environment rather than when they are at home, and that's not too bad of a drop-off. Meanwhile, the main forte for this Columbia team, as I was alluding to a little bit before, 18th in the country in terms of 3-point shooting percentage, shooting 38% from 3 in a road/neutral environment, with a pair of guys in Blair Thompson along Kenny Nolan, who've been able to both give you about 8.5 to 9.5 points per contest. Thompson is 5.7 rebounds per game, only guy in the roster that gives you north of 4 boards per contest. Columbia has a negative rebound rate, so that's a little bit of an issue, but he's able to shoot 46% from 3-point range. Going against a Brown team of which their main forte should be down low. You've got Nana Owusu-Anane along with Khalil Enya. These two guys, they've been able to combine for about 15.5 rebounds per game. Owusu-Anane is able to give you 15.5 points per game, but I mean, this is a Brown team that last year they were one of the better mid-major defenses in all of college basketball, and it just went straight down the toilet bowl this year. Brown is really allowing teams to be able to stroke it from 3-point range in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Brown is currently 200th in the country, giving up just 2.2 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-neutral corner environment. As a matter of fact, Columbia is giving up fewer points per possession rather than this Brown team. I do think that Brown is going to be able to get back online at some point, and Brown is much better at being able to guard the arc at home rather than on the road. They allow opponents to shoot 30.9% from 3-point range at home, 36.5% away from home. And for this Columbia team, they certainly do give up the arc a little bit more than what you'd like as well. Columbia, they allow opponents to shoot 33.5% from 3 at a roadside neutral court environment. But that said, for Brown, other than Keno Lilly Jr. is able to shoot 34% from 3-point range, supplies the team with 18.5 points per game. Not a lot of outside presence. Nobody else that averages really north of 6 points per contest shoots above 31% from 3-point range. I do think that Columbia is going to be able to hold in there. I do think that they're going to be able to figure out this Brown defense, and it's a Columbia team that they themselves have played better on defense, giving up 70 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games. And credit to Brown, defense has been improving a little bit for this team, but the offense is just still stuck in the mud. 71 points or fewer scored in each of their last 3 games. So in circumstance where I'm going to be taking a look at the points with Columbia, in terms of my total, I did set it at a 142.5 with Brown really slowing down their tempo. So looking under and going to be looking at the points with Columbia. 615, 616 on the betting board. St. Joe's, they hope to not be average Joe's. They play as the St. Louis. St. Louis is an underdog of 10.5 to 11 points. Totals between 157 and 157.5. St. Joe's I did set as a favorite of 12 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay the 10.5 to 11. This St. Joe's team does a lot of things just very well in general. With St. Joe's, they're a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and just take a look at the way that St. Joe's has been able to bear down on defense. This has been one of the most underrated defensive units, in my opinion, in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a core that is clocking in about 115th in all of college basketball, and they do a much better job at home rather than on the road, giving up 16 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. And for St. Louis, well, they are not playing very good defense right now. They are outside the top 300 in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. As a matter of fact, 330th. Now, this is a St. Louis team that has gotten quite a few pieces back to the fold since Here Parker was out of the fold for much of the season. He's back. He's had Gibson Jiverson be the main constant for the team with about 14.5 points per contest, shooting 37% from three-point range. But really, the lifeblood of this St. Louis team is being able to stroke it from three-point range. And this is St. Joe's team that at home, they allow opponents to shoot just 31.3% from three-point range. Meanwhile, this is a St. Louis team that is going to give up the arc. They allow opponents in a road/neutral court environment to shoot 37.9% from distance, and there's just not a lot down low for the St. Louis team. They're well outside the top 200 with regards to the rebound rate. Rasheer Fleming has been able to come on quite strong for the St. Joe's team. He's able to give you about 7 boards per contest, and it's not that St. Joe's is like some sort of a world beater in terms of in the glass, but they're about 108th with regards to the rebound rate. You've got Eric Reynolds, who's been able to give you 17 points, 2.5 assists, shooting 41.5% from three-point range, and then Lynn Greer, Xavier Brown. They combine for about 7 assists, both give you 11.5 to 12 points per contest. Brown is able to shoot 44% from three. It's a little bit of a top-heavy St. Joe's team, but they just completely outclass a St. Louis team that just has not been able to get online all season long. And for St. Louis, what's even more concerning is that they've scored 65 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games while not playing any defense. And I'll say this for St. Joe's, defense has been a little bit leaky recently. 73-plus points surrendered each of their last 5 games, but they've gotten to at least 72 in every one of those games as well. So it's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay it with St. Joe's. I made them a 12-point favorite, and in terms of the total, I did make mine a 154. So a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to back St. Joe's, and at 157, 157.5, I think we've run a little bit too lofty with St. Louis's recent offensive struggles. So looking under and looking to lay it with St. Joe's. 617, 618 on the betting board. Xavier is going to be playing against Creighton. The X-Men find themselves as a pick 'em to a 1.5 point favorite. Your total between 152.5 and 154. I did set Xavier as a 2.0 underdog. I'm going to be willing to back Creighton outright on the money line. Now, with Creighton, it has been a little bit of a disappointing year for this team, and I would really like to see them dive into the bench. You've got guys like Isaac Trout, you've got Fred King. These guys are not seeing a lot of minutes, and I'm not sure why. When they saw minutes out of conference, it felt like they were actually doing a solid job, but you do have a very nice big three. Ryan Kalkbrenner, Baylor Shireman, Trey Alexander. They've been able to combine for, in that neighborhood, about 52 points per contest. All three guys give you at least 6 boards per contest. Shireman and Alexander combined about 8.3 assists, 4.7 turnovers per contest, with Shireman shooting 37% from three. Kalkbrenner being a top 20 shot blocker in all of college basketball, 2.6 blocks per contest. I think the missing ingredient is getting a little bit more out of Steve Ashworth, who's been able to give you 10.5 points per contest, shoots 38% from three, but would like to see him be a little bit more prevalent in the offense, and that's been coming to the forefront for this team. 17-plus points each of the last 3 games. Very encouraging for this bunch. Meanwhile, you do have a Xavier team that is not quite the same offensively as they were a season ago, but in terms of their defense, they have been quite a bit better. As Xavier last year was a team that was well outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're clocking in more on 103rd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis this season, but they do have to get by a Creighton bunch that has actually been able to do quite a solid job in terms of their defense. They're about 83rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, only allowing about 2.4 points more per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment rather than when they are at home. Now, the one thing that this Creighton team is not going to do is generate turnovers. They are one of the worst in all of college basketball with that regard, and this is a Xavier team that sometimes they can get a little bit loose with the ball, despite the fact that Davion McKnight has a lot of versatility. 11.5 points, 5 assists, stealing half per contest, while Quincy Oliveri, along with Desmond Claude, combined for your main 2 scorers, giving you 35 points, 10 boards, about 5.5 assists per contest, with Oliveri shooting 45% from three-point range. But I do think that this is going to be a spot where Creighton is going to be able to bust through, be able to hit some threes against a Xavier defense that can be a little bit susceptible to giving up the wide open look, as Xavier is about 150th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. I do think that for Creighton, it's just a little bit of an all-or-nothing sort of system with them, because they do play so slowly. They are outside the top 225 with regards to total possessions per game. So I do think that we've run a little bit too far with this total. I did set my total at a 150 as a result, so this is a circumstance where I'm going to be one to dive in on the under. But that said, I do think the Creighton, they find a way to be able to get the job done, what I think is going to be a relatively nip-and-tuck game. So it's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to back the money line of Creighton, and I'm going to be taking a look at this total under as well. 619, 620 on the betting board. Sam Hanford, it's a road face-off against VMI. VMI is an 18 to an 18.5 point home underdog, and your total on this game is 169 to 170. I do think that this total should be high. I think we've went a little bit too far, though. I did set my total at a 164.5. I'm looking at the under. Last time these two teams played, if you had set a total of 225, that would have been too low because Samford put up north of 130 points in the game. I do think that we are going to see things get calmed down a little bit as you just have your outliers throughout the college basketball season. That, in my opinion, was an outlier. This despite the fact that, as we know, the Samford team, they do play very up-tempo. They're a top 40 team in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, but you've been noticing the Samford team playing a little bit more defense. 72 points of fear surrendered in 3 of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, you take a look at this VMI team, and it has been relatively rough for them. They have given up 85-plus points in each of their last 4 games, and for VMI, they have surrendered north of 100 points already 4 times in the last 30 days, so that's not great to say the least. But for VMI, I do think that they're going to be able to get a little bit of something down low with the 10.5 rebounds, 9.5 points out of Tashad Jackson for a VMI team that really past him. They're not getting a lot of boards in terms of rebound rate. This is a VMI team that is 291st in all of college basketball, but it's just a real big issue for VMI and why they got completely lambasted the first time around, and I anticipate much more this time around as well. VMI just does not take care of the ball. The reason why VMI gives up so many points is not necessarily because they're playing at warp speed or anything like that. They give the ball away 16 times per contest. They're a bottom 20 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, you've got a Sam Amford team that is generating 11 steals per game in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They rank in the top 20 in all of college basketball. And for Samford, they are shooting 40.7% from three-point range as a collective, with Ryland Jones doing a nice job running the offense very efficiently, north of 4.5 assists, fewer than 2 turnovers per contest, and they get to go up against a VMI team that strangely is giving up a much worse three-point shooting percentage at home rather than away from home. At home, VMI is allowing opponents to shoot 37.5% from 3, 34.5% in a road/shoot court environment. I do think that things are going to be a little bit more tame this time around, frankly, because I don't think that VMI hits quite the same amount of shots as they did the first time around, and I don't think Samford is going to go back to scoring north of 130 points like they did in the first game, which is why I did set my total more around a modest 164.5. Samford has been a little bit better with their defense, so going to be diving in on the under. That said, I do think that this is once again going to be domination by Samford. I did set them as a favorite of 18.5 points, so willing to lay up to 18 with Samford and looking at the under. 621, 622 on the betting board. Toledo, it's a road face-off against Appalachian St. Part of the Sun Belt versus MAC sort of thing that we've got going on. Total is between 149 and 150. And with old Appalachian St, they're a favorite of 6.5 points. And with old Appalachian St, I did set them as a favorite of 7 points. So here at the 6.5, it's a max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay at Appalachian St coming off of a little bit of a rough loss their last time out, but this App State team is a very dominant defense going up against a Toledo team that, as we know, they are all gas, no brakes. Toledo last year was number 1 in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They have fallen down a little bit this season, but still a team that ranks 44th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. But this App State team just does not give you anything easy. With App State, they're a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 91.5 points per 100 possessions at home. They do a nice job slowing things down. Appalachian State, while outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, and they do a good job of just being able to dominate down low. They've got one of the highest block shot rates in all of college basketball. You've got Justin Abson, Trevon Spillers, who have been able to combine for 4.6 blocks per contest. Spillers is your main man in terms of rebounding with about 8.5 rebounds per game as well. And for the Appalachian State team, the question becomes, can they hit enough shots to be able to cover this number? Because they only shoot about 31.5% from three-point range at 65.6% the free throw line. If you've got trepidation with laying this number, that is why. But this is a Toledo team that they've been better with their defense recently. They are a team that's still outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they are now allowing opponents to shoot about 33.3% from three-point range in a road/shoot court environment, though I just don't know if they're going to have enough down low to be able to really compete in this game, as you've been able to get right around about 6.5 rebounds, along with 10 plus points per contest out of Tyler Cochran, but past that, you really don't have any size on the team. You do have a pair of guys that do a solid job in the backcourt, as Raheem Moss is able to give you about 16.5 points, 5.5 boards, as he and Dante Maddox combine for very nearly 3 steals per contest, and Cochran is able to give you 2 steals per contest as well. But for Maddox, he's really the main guy that shoots it from 3, shooting 41.5% from the outside. It's out of your top 5 scores He's the only one that shoots north of 34.7% from three-point range, so it's not even necessarily a team that goes bombs away from three-point range. I do think that for Appalachian State, they're going to be able to do a good job of being able to guard the perimeter in this game as well. And this is an Appalachian State team that they don't turn the ball over a lot. That's really been the way that Toledo has been able to come to the forefront with regards to their defense, with Appalachian State allowing opponents to shoot 27.6% from three-point range at home. I do think that they're going to be able to slow this game down and get this game played at their pace and allow them to control it. So I did set Appalachian State as a favorite of 7 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Like I said, with Toledo, they've been improved with regards to their defense, giving up 73 points or fewer in essentially 6 out of their last 9 games. So I do think that this game gets slowed down, set by total 145. So diving under and looking at App State, 623, 624 on the betting board. Iona hits the road face-off against Canisius. Canisius is a home underdog of 3 to 3.5 points. The last game is anywhere between 147.5 and 148. With Canisius, I did set them as a underdog of 2.5 points. So anything of 3 or greater, I am going to be willing to take those points. It is a Canisius squad that has been very much all over the place in terms of their offense. They have failed to get past the 70-point plateau in 8 out of their last 10 games. That said, this is still a Canisius team that I think is going to be able to do a solid job down low against an Iona team that is outside the top 230 with regards to the rebound rate. Even with the 7-footer and Osborne Shema back in the fold, that's been a little bit rough for them. Meanwhile, you've got Frank Mitchell, who's supplying 11.5 boards, 13.5 points per contest for a Canisius team that they have seen a dip with their three-point shooting percentage. You're down to about 34.9% from the outside, but each of your top 3 scores, they still do shoot at least 35.8% from three-point range, including CM Ijantal, who's been able to give you 13.5 points per contest. It has been a little bit rough for this team at the free throw line as well. 64% is what they're shooting at the charity stripe. That is a bottom 30 mark in all of college basketball, but it's not like this Iona team is going to be able to close out at the line either. They shoot 65% at the free throw line, and for Iona, they do a good job of being able to win the turnover battle. Top 35 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they're getting quite a bit more from the outside. Javon Quigley along Gene Aaron Gruno, these two guys, they've been able to shoot in the neighborhood of about 45% from three-point range between the two of them. A Gruno has been able to give you a little bit of a steal per contest. Quigley chips in their 9.5 points per game, and then Greg Gecko Gordon along with Eden Trout have been able to combine for in that neighborhood about 30 points per contest. Trout has been in and out of the fold, but that's been a case where even without him, Iona has still been able to really maintain in the backcourt without him in the last 4 games. Iona has actually won all of them without Trout, and they've been able to do a solid job on offense, scoring 70-plus points each of their last 5 games. This is a Canisius team I do think is going to be able to get a little bit more online with regards to their offense. Defense has been a little bit lackadaisical, to say the least, but with Canisius, they do a nice job of being able to guard the three-point arc. Opponents from three-point range are shooting just 28% from 3 at home against them. I do think that for Canisius, the turnovers are going to be a little bit of an issue, and for Iona, I do think that they're going to cool down a little bit with regards to their offense. This has been an Iona team that as well has been one of your better mid-major defenses out there in the Metro Atlantic too, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it has traveled quite well for this Iona team. They're currently clocking in about 168th in all of college basketball, giving up only about 0.4 points more per 100 possessions in a roadside-neutral environment rather than at home. And with the way that Canisius has struggled with regards to their offense, but has been relatively solid in terms of their defense and the rebounding, I do think that this is a lower scoring game. So did set my line at a 2.5 at 3+. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Canisius, and looking at the total under semi-total 144.5, 625, 626 on the betting board. It is Vanderbilt, and they hit the road to face off against South Carolina. South Kakalaki is a 12.5 point favorite, and your total on this game, you're getting it between 129 and 130, and I did set my total at 137.5. I am going to be looking at this total over with Vanderbilt. This team has been giving up all sorts of scoring this year, as they just gave up north of 100 against Kentucky. I know that it's against Kentucky, but man, that was rough. In Vanderbilt, 352nd in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Recognize that South Carolina has seen a little bit of drop-off with regards to their three-point shooting percentage, but man, I do think that they are going to be getting all sorts of carved up in the spot, and can only set South Carolina as an 11.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take 12+ here with Vanderbilt. This has been a South Carolina team that has been one of those wholes greater than some of its parts, and just rock solid teams in general. We did see them not cover a little bit earlier on in the week in that game that got very, very harebrained late against Ole Miss, but all in all, this has been a very good South Carolina team, but they don't necessarily have that one feature guy that's going to completely dominate. For South Carolina, BJ Mack is really the only guy in the roster who gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, and it's a South Carolina team that, despite that, they're actually a team that ranks in the top 55 with regards to rebound rate, but I do think that Vanderbilt can hold in there with a very wily point guard in Ezra Magnon, who's been able to give you 15 points, 3.5 assists, a little bit over a steal per contest now for Vanderbilt. Shooting 28.5% from three-point range. That's relatively rough going up against the South Carolina team that's been pretty solid at being able to guard the arc. South Carolina, they allow opponents to shoot 32.4% from three. That actually goes up to more like 32.8% from distance when they are at home. Casos Tomateros, he's going to need to step up a little bit more for this Vanderbilt team as well. For Tomateros, he's shooting about 35.5% from three. He's only been able to log about 5 points per contest, but this team has been dealing with injuries all season long. It does feel like Tyron Lawrence, Van Allen Lubin, guys have missed quite a bit of time this season. They are starting to come into their own just a little bit more. And for Vanderbilt, I know that the defense has been all sorts of a wreck, but them being able to get to 77 points in their last game against Kentucky, I do think is relatively encouraging. They are going up against the South Carolina team that they have been pretty stout with regards to their defense. A bottom 75 team in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, and a bunch that in regulation. So this takes out of the fold the overtime that we saw in Missouri. They have given up 65 points of fear in 6 out of their last 7 games, but I certainly do think that Vanderbilt is going to get cash in this one, but I do think that they have just enough shots and they do just enough down low to be able to hold in this game. Set my line at 11.5, so here at 12 plus taking the points with Vanderbilt, and I'm going to be taking a look at this over. Set my total at 137.5, 627, 628 on the betting board. Northeastern, they play us at Monmouth, and Monmouth is a underdog of 3 points. Your total on this game between 141 and 142.5. For Monmouth, I did set them as a favorite of 2 points. I'm going to be looking at them outright on the money line. For Northeastern, this team has actually done a very good job down low. They are a top 25 team with regards to 2-point shooting percentage. They're a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate, going up against a Monmouth team that is outside the top 200 with regards to their rebound rate. But this is a Monmouth team that bombs from 3-point range, and guess what Northeastern is doing? Yeah, they are giving up the arc. This Northeastern team, in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, that is a unsightly 356th in all of college basketball. And for Monmouth, Xander Rice has been absolutely tremendous. He has come back home to play for his father in King Rice after he began his career with the Bracket Bus and Bucknell Bison, and he's been able to give you 20 plus points per contest. Monmouth, even though they're going to lose battle down low, they do have 2 guys in Jack Collins, along Nikita Konstantowski, who have been able to give you about 19.5 points, 14 boards, so they've been able to do a nice job of being able to just mix and match and help out. Xander Rice has given you 3.5 assists, bombing it at 36.5% from 3-point range, and then you've been able to have some other pieces be able to step up, like a Jared Valencia being able to shoot about 41% from 3. He throws in there about 4.5 boards, 8 points per contest. Abdi Bashar has been able to shoot north of 45% from 3-point range as well. For a Monmouth team that does a relatively solid job of taking care of the ball, 11.3 turnovers per game. All Northeastern, they turn the ball over 13 plus times per contest. Monmouth is a better team at being able to generate turnovers, and it's a Monmouth bunch that they've been able to be pretty consistent with their offense, 80 plus points in 2 of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, this is a Northeastern team that's all over the place with regards to their offense. Last 5 games, they have scored 54, 68, 76, 55, and 86 points. So I do think that Monmouth finds a way to be able to get the job done on the road. I think that they take advantage of a Northeastern team that just can't guard the perimeter. I'm looking at Monmouth on the money line, set them as a 2-point favorite, maybe by total 144, so also looking at the over. 629, 630 on the betting board. UW Green Bay is on the road facing off against Youngstown St. Youngstown St is a 9.5-point favorite. Your total is between 139.5 and 140. For Youngstown St, I did set them as a favorite of 8 points. So here at 9.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points with the UW Green Bay. UW Green Bay has pretty much been covering 2/3 of their games thus far this season, depending upon your closing numbers. And this bunch doesn't necessarily do a lot flashy other than having Noah Reynolds take over the game. Reynolds, 4.5 assists, 20 plus points, shoots 36% from 3. But I mean, this is a very complete team, and everyone around them, like a Foster Wonders, for example, David Douglas, they all just give you like 8-7 points per contest. Both of these guys shoot 40% from 3-point range. It's a UW Green Bay team that's in the top half of college basketball with regards to their overall 3-point shooting percentage. It's a UW Green Bay team that has been very good at being able to cut you off from the arc as well. They are 26th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, while Youngstown State at home, they allow opponents to shoot about 38.5% from distance. Youngstown State should be able to win the battle down low for UW Green Bay. They are a bottom half of all of college basketball team with regards to their rebound rate. Meanwhile, DJ Turn It Up Burns has been able to do a really good job down low for Youngstown St, being able to supply about 10 rebounds per game. And then Ziggy Reed, 14 points, north of 40% from 3 at 6'8". Good versatility. Youngstown St overall about 56th in the country in terms of their rebound rate. UW Green Bay closer to about 130th. But with UW Green Bay, Elijah Jones should be able to do an okay job down low in my opinion. Like I said, loses that battle but doesn't get completely destroyed. And then for this Youngstown St team, they shoot about 33.5% from three. They're solid at taking care of the ball. They only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest. Brett Thompson, Brandon Rush, they're both able to give you about 12 or so points per contest, but this is just not the same Youngstown St offense that we've seen in past years. And for Youngstown St, they do a nice job of taking care of the ball at home. At home, they're a top 20 team in all of college basketball in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. That allows them to score about 8.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot court environment. But with the way that UW Green Bay has been able to do a better job in terms of their offense, they've been able to get to at least 69 very nice points in each of their last 4 games. And in regulation, they've now given up fewer than 70 points each of their last 4 games. I do think that they're going to do a nice job against a Youngstown State team that is beginning to get a little bit more carved up on defense, giving up 75 plus in each of their last 3 games. Circumstance where I'm going to be wanting to take the points with UW Green Bay, and I did set my total at 144. This UW Green Bay team has been playing a little bit more up-tempo. They're hitting more shots, so looking at the over and the points with UW Green Bay. 631, 632 on the betting board. Fairfield is road to face off against St. Peter's. St. Peter's is in a pick'em game. Your total is 134 to 134.5. I set Fairfield as a 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take these tags as the team on this pick'em line. If they become a 1 point favorite, I'd be willing to lay up to 1 there with Fairfield. This team has really done a nice job of transforming themselves. Last year, they were playing at one of the slowest tempos in all of college basketball. Despite the fact that they played faster, they are much more efficient on offense this year, scoring well more than 6 points more per 100 possessions than they did a season ago. And one of the biggest reasons why, they bring in Jasper Floyd, who as a true freshman has been one of the most versatile players in the Metro Atlantic. Doesn't give you a ton of scoring with about 9.7 points per contest, but 2.5 steals, 4.8 assists, 6 boards, shoots about 33% from 3-point range. For a Fairfield team as a whole, they're now shooting about 36% from the outside. They do go up against the St. Peter's team that has been a top 100 team in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. St. Peter's cuts you off from the 3-point arc. They are allowing opponents at home to shoot about 31.2% from 3-point range, but this is also a Fairfield team that they've got their things that really do make them tick as well. And on the road, they allow opponents to shoot 31.3% from 3-point range. That is a top 80 mark in all of college basketball. Now, for St. Peter's, this is not a team that's going to be going bombs away from 3-point range. What has really been the main form of offense for St. Peter's, a team that is outside the top 275 with regards to total possessions per game and does turn the ball over 13 plus times per contest, is the fact that they do get second chances. With regards to percentage of rebounded misses that they're able to haul in there on offense, they're a top 50 team in all of college basketball. They've been dealing with some injuries with Corey Washington, Michael Hoagie being in and out of the fold for Washington. He's probably going to be out once again, but now you've got Hoagie back, who's been really your top rebounder with about 8.5 points, 5.8 rebounds per game, while Latrell Reed is Mr. Versatile. A steal, 4 assists, 4.5 boards, 12 points per contest for a bunch that they're only shooting about 30.5% from 3-point range, but I do think that for Fairfield, they're going to be able to do a solid job holding up in this game. You've got Jalen Leach, who's been able to give you 16 points per game. St. Peter's should be able to win that battle down low because this is a St. Peter's team that, if you look at their overall rebound rate, they're one of the better mid-major teams that you're going to find in all of college basketball. But I don't think that this Fairfield team just gets completely lambasted on the glass. They are 292nd in the country with regards to rebound rate, but they've been a little bit better on the glass recently as they had a lot of pieces out of the fold to begin the season. And Luis Bleachmore being able to give you now 5 boards per contest, that's very beneficial as well. So I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a slog, but I think that this is going to be nip and tuck, and I do think that late game fouling can get you over, especially with the way that Fairfield has been a top 125 team with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. So as a result, I did set my total at a 135.5. I'm looking at the over, and on this pick'em line, I do like Fairfield, made them a 1.5 point favorite. 633, 634 on the betting board. Indiana State is a road face off against Missouri State, and Missouri State is a underdog of 6 to 6.5 points. Totals between 151.5 and 152.5 with Indiana State. I did set them as a favorite of 6.5 points. So the 6 is the max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I am willing to lay the 6 with Indiana State. Indiana State just continues to be a top 20 team in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they just continue to have all sorts of versatility, and guys are able to go bombs away from 3-point range. As for Indiana State, you've got Robbie Avila, who's able to give you 4 plus assists at 6'10". He does a nice job of being able to haul in there, 6 plus rebounds. He's able to give you 15 points per game. This guy checks all of the boxes. They are going up against a Missouri State team that over the last 2 seasons, they've been a very good mid-major defense, and they are a bunch that does a relatively solid job of being able to guard the 3-point arc for Missouri State. They allow opponents at home to shoot just 29.7% from 3-point range. Going up against an Indiana State team that certainly does leave a little bit of something to be desired defensively in a roadside shoot environment. Opponents do shoot 36.5% from three-point range against the Sycamores. That said, we have seen this Missouri State team have a little bit of difficulty with regards to their defense recently. With Missouri State, they are now clocking in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, more around 114th. And since conference play has began, they've been giving up north of 8 points more per 100 possessions rather than when they were in non-conference play. You've got Olsen Mason, who's able to give you 18.5 points, shoots 36.5% from three-point range, and then Donovan Clay. He's got good versatility at right around about 6'11", 6 boards, 2.5 assists, 14 points per contest for a Missouri State team that is one of your better defensive rebound rate teams out there in college basketball. Out of your top 5 scorers, 4 of them do give you at least 5 rebounds per game, but this team does turn the ball over a little bit over 12 times per contest as well. And for Indiana State, they just have so many guys they're able to dole it out. Avila is right now leading the team in terms of assists, but you've also got a pair of guys in Xavier Bledson, Julian Larry, that combine for about 7 assists per game. Jason Kent is able to give you about 8 boards. You've got Isaac Swope, who's been able to supply 17.5 points on volume, shoots 40% from three-point range. And for Indiana State, they really don't take too much of a drop-off in terms of their offense when they do leave home, as they're shooting a little bit over 39% from three-point range overall for the season. That is a top 15 mark in all of college basketball. But you look at this Indiana State team in a roadside shoot corner environment, they actually shoot 40.3% from three-point range. So a good circumstance here, in my opinion, for Indiana State. I know that Missouri State does a good job of being able to guard the arc, but this is a Missouri State team that's very much slipping with regards to their defense, and this Indiana State team just continues to be a complete and utter bulldozer with regards to their offense. For Indiana State, they've been able to score at least 72 points in pretty much every one of their games, I believe. Since the beginning of the month of December, they've gotten to at least 75 points in all but 2 of their games thus far this season. I think that they could just continue to roll it up. I set my total at a 154.5. I'm looking at the over, and with Indiana State, I'm willing to lay up to 6 with them. 635, 636 on the betting board. Miami of Ohio, it's a road face-off against Georgia State. Georgia State is a 5-point favorite. In your total on this game, it is 145.5. And with regards to the Georgia State team, I did make them the favorite of 5.5 points. So 5 is max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. Now, one good thing about Miami of Ohio is that this team has really done a nice job of being able to guard the three-point line. They are a top 35 team with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, Georgia State is 21st in this category, so I do think that we're going to see both of these teams diminish a little bit with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. And when it comes to most complete players out there on the floor, I do think that Tawan Odom is going to be able to check that box. For Georgia State, he's done a nice job being able to give the team right around about 10 to 11 points per contest. He gives you 4+ boards. He gives you 4+ assists per game. He's been able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range, so he's been solid there, but he does a whole heck of a lot more than that. Meanwhile, you take a look on the flip side for this Miami of Ohio team, and you just don't have a ton down low for this bunch. It's not like Georgia State is like some sort of a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate or anything like that, but they do have Jaden Turner on their side, who's able to give you about 9 rebounds per game, while Miami of Ohio, they really have one player that gives you north of 4.7 rebounds per game. That'd be Bryce Boltzmann, who's able to give you about 5.5 boards. It is the Miami of Ohio team that overall, they do shoot about 37% from three-point range, but once again, going up against a team that does a really good job of being able to diminish other three-point shooting, I do think that that is going to be very strong. And this is a Georgia State team that, if you take a look past their three-point shooting defense, they don't necessarily do a ton amazing with regards to their defense. And really, both of these teams are in the same boat. Miami of Ohio, 221st in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up north of 15 points more per 100 possessions when they do leave home. Meanwhile, you've got a bunch on the flip side in Georgia State that they're clocking in outside the top 200 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and they only give up about 3 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot corner environment. And both of these offenses come in a little bit up and down. Miami of Ohio 71 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Georgia State team that they themselves in regulation 71 or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games. So it's a good old situation of something's got to give. I do think that with the three-point arc being cut off a little bit, that does lead to a little bit of a lower scoring game. I did set my total here at a 145.5. Right now, both books I'm seeing that have a number up, they did set this at a 145.5, but a little bit earlier on, we were seeing some more 144, 144.5. So if we can get back there, we'll be taking a look at the over. And Georgia State made them a 5.5 point favorite, so we'll want to lay up to 5 with them. 637, 638 on the betting board. Central Michigan, it's a road face-off against Old Dominion. Old Dominion, a 3 to 4 point favorite with your total 138. With Old Dominion, I did set them as 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Old Dominion has been miserable with their defense. They're outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for Old Dominion, they are well outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. But I do think that their main 2 scorers in Vashon Alouette along with Chauncey Jenkins are going to be able to lead them to victory, combining for about 33.5 points per contest. Alouette is able to shoot about 35% per 3 assists, 1.8 steals per game for a Old Dominion team that has sped up. They're in the top 125 with regards to total possessions per game, turning it over less than 11 times per contest. Meanwhile, for for Central Michigan, each of your top 3 scorers are currently shooting less than 27.5% from 3-point range. Now, Anthony Pritchard might be the most versatile player out there on the floor. 4.5 boards, 4.5 assists, 14 points per contest for a Central Michigan team that they just don't have a lot outside that. They shoot about 68% of the free throw line. They shoot below 31% from 3-point range. So even though Old Dominion is getting torched from 3-point range, that's not going to hurt them too much. And Central Michigan does an okay job of being able to guard the arc. And for Central Michigan, they are about 198th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they do give up about 12.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. And this is an Old Dominion team that, while they've been lacking a lot this year, they have been a bunch that has been able to get it going a little bit more offensively. Now, they actually do score about 4 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside church court environment. But for Old Dominion, they've gotten to at least 70 in 3 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Central Michigan team in which them being able to get to at least 70 points in 2 of their last 3 games is very misleading, because the 2 games that they reached north of 70 points went to double overtime. So the last time Central Michigan got past the 71-point plateau in regulation was about 7 games ago. I do think that Central Michigan going to be relatively held down here. I do think that Old Dominion is able to get the job done against a Central Michigan team that has been very random with the way that they've been playing all season long. But I do think that Central Michigan, because of the way that they have been very harebrained and the way that Old Dominion has been getting torched, Old Dominion has given up north of 75 points now in each out of their last 6 games. I do think that this is going to be a much higher scoring affair, and I do think that you get some late game fouling. I do think that the 138 total is much too low here. I did set my total at 150.5, so I'm going to be taking a look at the over, and with regards to Old Dominion, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4 with them. 639, 640 on the betting board. Southern Miss plays those to Western Michigan, and Western Michigan is an underdog of 7.5 to 8 points. Their total on this game between 141.5 and 142. I set this total at a 139.5. I'm going to be looking at the under with Western Michigan. Towards the month of January, they were actually really getting things going with their offense, but this is still a squad that is well outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game, and it's a Western Michigan team that has seen a pretty dramatic fall off in terms of their offense. 67 points or fewer scored in each of their last 4 games. Javonte Brown, the 7-footer, was a 2-time transfer coming back in the fold, has been able to help out the team, and you've got Seth Hubbard, who's been able to give you 15 points per game, but it is still a Western Michigan team that they shoot 60.7% at the free throw line. That is a bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball, and then a spread that is sort of like this, that could be a big factor. I did set my line at 7.5, so I would need at least 8 to be able to take a shot here on Western Michigan, because with Southern Miss, they're still dealing with the Andre Curbelo injury. That's been something that's been hurting them quite a bit, and with Andre Curbelo, when he was out there in the fold, this team was much better on offense. They were also significantly worse on defense, and Southern Miss has been seeing some nice edges to the under recently without Curbelo out there in the fold. As for Southern Miss, you still do have some guys that are able to put the ball in the basket. Donovan Ivory, Austin Crowley, between the two of them give you about 29.5 points per contest. They both generate about 1.3 steals per game, and this is a Southern Miss team that they do a solid job being able to generate about 7.5 steals per game, going up against a Western Michigan team that is okay at being able to take care of the ball. They're not necessarily great. They're not necessarily terrible. And for Southern Miss, the squad has been well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But it feels like with Andre Curbelo in the fold, that really did get ballooned quite a bit. And without him in the fold, it's been a bit more respectable. Southern Miss, the one way to beat them is via the 3-point line. They're 330th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. While this is a Western Michigan team that they've been a team that has been giving up the 3-point line quite a bit as well, allowing opponents to shoot 35.2% from 3-point range when they're away from home. And for Southern Miss, they should be able to win things down low. And Victor Iwakar being able to give you 2 blocks per contest. Victor Hart, when he's been out there, as he's been dealing with a little bit of an injury, he's able to throw in there a block per contest as well. But I do think that for Southern Miss, they're going to be able to do a relatively solid job holding up in terms of their defense, as this squad has been a little bit more respectable with that regard. It's not sounding like a whole heck of a lot, but they've now given up 73 points or fewer in 5 out of their last 7 games. So I do think that Southern Miss does a nice job slowing things down. And at an 8+, I'd be willing to take a shot on Western Michigan. If we can get down to a 7 or less, that'll be my buy point on Southern Miss. Right now, I'm seeing an 8 out there. So at the 8, taking a look at Western Michigan in a lower scoring affair. So my total 139.5. So also looking at the under 641, 642 on the betting board. Florida National plays those to Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee is an underdog of 3 to 4 points. So on this game between 139 and 140. And with Middle Tennessee, I did set them as an underdog of 3.5 points. Between the 3 and the 4, I'd rather lay 3 with Florida National rather than take 4 with Middle Tennessee. And the big reason why is that this Middle Tennessee team, there's no guarantees that they're going to be able to get to 60 points on any given night. As for Middle Tennessee, they are well outside the top 300 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. Elias King has been able to supply the team with 13 points per contest, but other than what you're able to get Jared Coleman-Jones, who's been able to give you about 9.5 points, 7 boards, and does shoot 39% from 3-point range. Really, nobody's clicking on all cylinders for this team in terms of a scoring respect. And this is a Middle Tennessee team that as well, they're going to be dominated with regards to just being able to guard the 3-point line. Now, the one thing I will say about Middle Tennessee is typically they just get lambasted on the glass. Not so much in this game. Florida National outside the top 300 with regards to their rebound rate. Middle Tennessee clocking in more around 231st with this regard. But Middle Tennessee turns the ball over 14.5 times per contest. Florida National is a top 10 team in the country with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, with Ontario Dean. It's 3.7 steals per contest, leading all of college basketball. Dean throws in their 4.5 boards, 4.5 assists, 12.5 points per game for a team that shoots about 34.5% from three. Now, sad that he is the only guy, Dean is, that is on the roster that is currently giving you north of 3.5 rebounds per game that sees significant minutes. So that's a big giant issue that you've got for this team. Jonathan Ibar gives you about 3.5 boards, 7.5 points per game, but you do have Javante Hawkins, who's able to shoot about 41.2% from three-point range. And both of these teams can be susceptible in terms of giving up threes. Florida International, they allow opponents to shoot 40% from three. That is dead last in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, this Middle Tennessee team, they've been quite a bit better with that regard than 362nd, because it's hard to be any worse than that. But that's that for this Middle Tennessee team. They also do allow opponents to shoot from three-point range at a relatively okay mark. They're allowing opponents to shoot about 34% from three, but that balloons to 38% away from home. So I do think that you are going to be seeing this Florida National team being able to do a nice job generating some turnovers, with this total being between 139 and 140. Personally, I would rather have the 139 over rather than the 140 under, because I do think that you could get some late game fouling in Florida National, a top 50 team with regards to total possessions per game, as I did set my total 139.5, and you're at the 3, going to be willing to lay it. With FIU, set them as a 3.5-point favorite. 643, 644 on the betting board. Hampton plays OC UNC Wilmington, and Wilmington is a 12-point favorite. Your total is 146.5 to 147.5. With UNC Wilmington, I did set them as a 13.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. It is a Hampton squad that has been able to get much more out of Jordan Nesbitt recently. Jordan Nesbitt, he was banged up at the beginning part of the season, and his first 5 or 6 games back, he did not look like the Jordan Nesbitt that we all know and love. The top scorer from Hampton last season, he was able to give the team about 15 points per contest. Over the last 8 games, he's now averaging once again closer to about 15 to 16 points per contest. He's been able to give the team north of 4 assists per game. This is a Jordan Nesbitt that we all know and love, but now they have to go up against the UNC Wilmington team as a top 5 team in all of college basketball in terms of fewest turnovers committed on a per possession basis, and it's a Wilmington team that has really been consistent in terms of their offense. They have gotten to now at least 77 points in each of their last 8 games, so this has been incredibly impressive, with Tarzarian White being one of the more underrated players in all of college basketball. 20.7 boards, shoots 36.5% from three-point range for a Wilmington team that they do the little things well. I was mentioning the fact that they don't turn the ball over. They shoot north of 76% at the free throw line. They shoot 35.5% from three-point range. They do leave themselves susceptible from the outside, though. They do allow opponents to shoot about 36% from three-point range. That's about 308th in all of college basketball, but this is also a Hampton team that they allow opponents from three-point range to shoot about 34.8%. That is 255th in the country, and for this Hampton team, it has been a little bit touch and go with them. You've had Curry's Mullen be able to supply the team with about 9 rebounds per game down low, but Hampton, well outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate. Really, both of these teams are with that regard, but you just don't have a lot outside of Nesbitt. They're able to rely upon Tadrick Wilcox has been able to give you about 12 points, shoots 35% from three-point range, but Hampton turns the ball over about 13 times per contest. Those mental mistakes I do think are going to pile up for a Hampton team that has all of a sudden been just lost in the muck with regards to their offense. 63 points or fewer scored in all 3 games in the month of February for them, after they had really been able to get things going with 74 plus points in each of their previous 5 games. So it has been a Hampton team that has been all over the place. They're well outside the top 300 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And I do think that Hampton going to be able to find a little bit more offense here, despite the fact that Wilmington is outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game. I did set my total at a 151.5, so I'm going to be taking a look at the over. And when it comes to Wilmington, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 13 points with them. 645, 646 on the betting board. Robert Morris is going to be playing with UW Milwaukee. Milwaukee is a 1.5-point favorite. Your total is 154.5 with UW Milwaukee. I did make them the favorite of 2 points. 1.5 is the max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I am going to be willing to lay it. See a straight 1 out there as well with UW Milwaukee. They've got the best player out there on the floor, and that would be Mr. BJ Freeman with about 18.5 points, 6 boards. He's able to shoot in the high 30s from three-point range for a UW Milwaukee team that they actually have a positive rebound rate, unlike Robert Morris. Now, with Robert Morris, you do have a pair of guys, it's Stephon Walker, Marquise Hastings, that should be able to hold their own down low. They've been able to supply about 14.5 rebounds per game, but for Robert Morris, the big thing is they've got to cut down on the turnovers. 14 turnovers per contest in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, a bottom 100 team in all of college basketball. You do have Josh Corbin, who's been able to give the team about 14 points, 3 boards, 3 assists, shoots 35% from three-point range, which has been relatively helpful for a Robert Morris team that that now gets a very nice gift. UW-Milwaukee is outside the top 325 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And when it comes to UW-Milwaukee, they're doing a very good job of giving up the arc. They allow opponents to shoot 35.7% from three. It actually lowers to about 34.5% in a roadside shoot court environment, north of 37% at home. So you got your issues there. Meanwhile, this is a Robert Morris team that they're allowing opponents to shoot about 34.2% per three-point range at home. And with guys like a Faison Fields who's able to give you about 5 rebounds per game for UW-Milwaukee, you've been able to get some nice contributions out of guys like Kentrell Pullian, Eric Pratt being able to combine for about 24.5 points per contest. And with UW Green Bay doing a better job of being able to take care of the ball in general, I do think that UW Green Bay goes on the road, gets the job done. It's a UW Green Bay team that has been unsightly in terms of their defense, but the defense has been a little bit better recently. If you look in regulation only, because they played that double overtime game against Oakland, they give up 20 points in overtime to Youngstown St. This team has actually been quite a bit better with regards to their defense recently. This team has now given up 71 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Robert Morris team that they themselves have risen up a little bit with their defense, giving up 70 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 5 games. So it's an interesting circumstance. I did set my total at a 156 just because you do have a pair of teams that they do get relatively gash in. For UW-Milwaukee, this still is a team that's gotten past 85 points in 4 of their last 5 games. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 1.5 with UW-Milwaukee, 647, 648 on the betting board. Duke plays with Boston College. Boston College is a 12 to a 12.5 point underdog. Your total is between 149.5 and 150.5. I did set Duke as a 13-point favorite. So you're at the 12 to 12.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Duke. They've been a top 20 team in terms of offensive efficiency, points scored on a per possession basis in the country. And this is a Boston College team that all of a sudden they've been pretty efficient with their offense. For Boston College, this is a top 30 team in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. And they've got Quentin Post in the post, who's been tremendous. He's a 7-footer. He is supplying the team with 15 plus points, 6.5 plus boards, north of a block and a half per game, while shooting north of 40% from 3-point for a Boston College team that they average 107 points per 100 possessions at home, 107 points per 100 possessions in a roadside shoot court environment. This is a team that went in a roadside shoot court environment. They're a top 55 team in all of college basketball with regards to their overall offensive production, but for Duke, you've got Kyle Filipowski on your side, a 7-footer that's able to give you 8.5 boards, 35% 3-point shooting, 3 assists, a steal, north of 1.5 blocks per contest. And for Duke, they do an even better job of taking care of the ball than Boston College. Only 9.5 turnovers per game for this team, as you've been able to have Jeremy Roach coupled with Jared McCain. And McCain is pretty underrated in my opinion, being able to supply you with nearly 25.5 points per contest, both shooting north of 40% from 3-point range. And they go up against the Boston College defense that has been getting just absolutely wrecked in terms of giving up the 3-point line, and that is their main kryptonite. For Boston College, they allow opponents to shoot north of 35% from 3 overall, 265th in the country. That balloons to 35.8% in a roadside shoot corner environment. And for Duke, not saying that this is the most amazing defense in all of college basketball, they're more around 168th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but this Duke team has been able to do a nice job hitting the glass, being able to hold you to one-and-done opportunities. They're 52nd in all of college basketball with regards to their points allowed on a per-possession basis, going up against a Boston College team that has Devin McLaughlin, who's been able to give you 6+ rebounds per game, but it is a little bit of a defense that is a bit of a work in progress. Jaden Zachary does a good job of being able to dish out the ball, but for Boston College, I do have my trepidations in terms of this defense. Meanwhile, this is a Duke bunch that has been able to do a much better job of guarding recently. For Duke, they have now given up 71 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. The lone exception was that game that they played against North Carolina, so I do think that Duke holds up here and gets the job done. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 12.5 with them, and with this total, I did set my total at a 147. If you've got a pair of teams that are well outside the top 175 in terms of total possessions per game, so diving under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Duke, 649, 650 on the betting board. Richmond plays us to LaSalle. LaSalle is exploring a cover. It's 11.5 to 12.5 point underdogs. Totals between 140.5 and 141, and with LaSalle, I did set them as an underdog of 10.5 points. Here at the 11.5 to 12.5, I'm going to be willing to take those points. Now for LaSalle, this team is getting just pummeled on defense. They are outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They're well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against a Richmond team that prides itself on not beating itself. Top 5 team in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. So I will say, For Richmond, the biggest key is just being able to play relatively even up on the class if they're going to be able to cover this number, because it's a LaSalle bunch that they are very vulnerable down low. This is a LaSalle team that has Sean Shepard, who's able to give you about 6 or so rebounds per game, but you really don't have a ton with regards to low post play. As a result, this is a LaSalle team as well outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate. As a matter of fact, closer to about 315th in the country with regards to rebound rate, but that's the main weakness that you do have with this Richmond team, because they're a top 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're also about 300th with regards to their rebound rate as well. And this is a LaSalle team that is going to give you a lot of open looks from three. But what's interesting about LaSalle, they allow opponents to shoot 39% from three-point range at home, 33.2% from three-point range in a road/shoot court environment. Meanwhile, this is a Richmond team that has been locking down from three-point range all season long, 19th in the country with this regard. And for LaSalle, you've got Jamari Brakis, who's been able to do a solid job being able to supply the team with about 14 to 15 points per game. And I really do like the game of Anwar Gill as well. He gives you more in that neighborhood, about 10 points per contest, but he just impacts the game in so many different ways, as he's able to give you a few boards, he's able to chip in there like 2 to 3 assists, a steal per contest as well, and then Khalil Brantley is your main scorer with about 15 points per contest. Meanwhile, for Richmond, you've got all sorts of versatility with this team. Neil Quinn is a 7-footer that gives you 4 assists, a block and a half. He's able to pop some threes, 12.5 points per game, but the king with regards to scoring, that would be Jordan King, shooting 43% from 3, 36% is what this team is shooting as a collective from three-point range. You've had someone like an Isaac Bigelow be able to do a solid job, being able to haul in there about 7 boards, 11 points per contest. It's a little bit of a top-heavy team. Outside of your main 4 or 5 guys, you're not going to be able to get a lot out of this Richmond team, but because they play so slowly, they don't really wear down there well outside the top 250 with regards to total possessions per game. And when it comes to this Richmond squad, they very much do experience a nice bump with their offense. When they're at home, they're about 145th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but averaging 13 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-shoot court environment. Did semi-total at 140.5. This has been a Richmond team that's really been bearing down with regards to their defense, so I'm going to be taking a look at this 141 under. And with regards to the spread, I did some mine at a 10.5 just because with LaSalle, typically they get dominated on the glass. Not going to happen this time around. So looking at the points and the under, 651, 652 on the betting board. Stony Brook, its road face-off against Campbell. Campbell is a underdog at home of 3.5 points. Your total on this game, it is 137. And with Campbell, I did set them as an underdog of 2.5 points. So at 3+, I'm going to be willing to take these points. Stony Brook has actually been able to cover about 2/3 of their games as far as the season against the spread. They have been a very good money-making team. That said, this squad absolutely gets crushed from three-point range, while Campbell has been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to guard the three-point arc. When it comes to Stony Brook, they are 288th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot north of 38.5% from three-point range in a roadside-shoot court environment. Meanwhile, Campbell, they allow opponents to shoot 31% from three-point range when they are at home. They do have to go up against a Stony Brook team that has quite a bit of versatility. Keenan Fitzmaurice is a true 7-footer that's able to pop some threes. He's been able to give the team about 10 points per contest. Tyler Stevenson Moore has been able to give you more. He's been able to supply the team with about 15 points per contest. And for the Stony Brook bunch, they're not amazing with regards to rebound rate. They're about 215th in all of college basketball, but this is a Campbell team that is relatively top-heavy and just 278th themselves. But you've got a Campbell bunch that has the best player out there on the floor. That'd be Anthony Doloroso. 18 points, 6 boards, steal and a half, shoots about 34.5% from three-point range, but is out getting a little bit more help out of Laurinaitis Visterius, who's been able to shoot about 41.5% from the outside, 3 assists, 4 boards, 10.5 points per contest, and then from there, you're looking to someone like Jason Sini, who's been able to give you about 9 points per contest. It's a Campbell team that they do a relatively okay job of taking care of the ball, 12.5 turnovers per game, a little bit high comparative to how slowly they play, but at the same time, it's been coming around a little bit more for them. They've been able to generate a few turnovers. I do think that with Stony Brook being a team that does a good job of being able to take care of the ball, but does a bad job on defense, that this is going to be a little bit more of a slog of a game. And you have seen this Stony Brook team play much better defensively recently in regulation, because they did play a game that went to overtime very recently. The CMS, I'll give it up 72 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games. And if you look a little bit further, in 7 out of their last 8 games. Meanwhile, this is a Campbell bunch that they've actually been able to reach the 69-point plateau in 4 of their last 5 games. So a very interesting spot here. I do think that things do get slowed down in this game. I did set my total at 134.5, diving in on the under, but I do think that Campbell is going to be able to hold in there against a Stony Brook team that they are a little bit of a different team defensively when they're on the road, and this is a Stony Brook team that can be inconsistent with their scoring. So I'm going to be taking a look at the points with Campbell, set them as a 2.5-point dog, and looking at the under. 653, 654 on the betting board. Duquesne, it's the road to face off against St. Bonaventure, and the Bonnies are a favorite of 5.5 to 7 points. Your total on this game is 137.5 to 139. for Duquesne. I did set them as a underdog of 6.5 points. So you're at 5.5 to 6. I'm going to be willing to lay it with St. Bonaventure. St. Bonaventure is one of the most veteran teams in all of college basketball. In regulation, they've given up 72 points or fewer pretty much all but 5 of their games thus far this season. It has been a little bit more touch and go for the St. Bonaventure team recently in terms of their defense, but they go up against a Duquesne team that I just can't explain what they necessarily do well. They're okay in just about every category, but they don't have necessarily a forte. You've got a St. Bonaventure team that's about 86th in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Duquesne, they're clocking in 81st, but they do experience a drop-off when they do leave home. They're giving up about 10.5 points more per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment. Duquesne is a relatively milquetoast team on the glass. You've got Fusani Drame, who's giving you 5.5 rebounds per game. Nobody else gives you north of 5 boards per contest, and you've got 2 players on the roster that average more than 7.5 points per game. Day-Day Grind, Jimmy Clark III. These two guys are supplying you with a combined about 32.5 points. Between the two of them, just under 6 assists per contest, but it's a squad that they shoot 33% from 3, 69.5% the free throw line. They do leave quite a bit of something to be desired there. Meanwhile, for St. Bonaventure, out of your top 3 scorers that have made at least 1 3 this far this season, they all shoot at least 39% from the outside. And then you've got Chad Venning, who does a solid job down low. He's able to give you about 14 points, 5 rebounds per game. The Bonnies, they've been able to do a relatively solid job with regards to rebound rate. They're hovering right around about 94th in all of college basketball with this regard. Meanwhile, it's a Duquesne team that's more around 200th, and the gentleman formerly known as Jan Farrell has been able to chip in there about a steal per contest with the St. Bonaventure team. They're also very trustworthy late in games. They do the little things. They shoot 77.5% the free throw line, a top 50 team in all of college basketball in that regard. They only turn the ball over in that neighborhood of about 10.5 times per contest as well. This is a Duquesne team that as well could be out a little bit from the outside. They allow opponents to shoot about 33.2% from 3. That's 146th in all of college basketball, though they actually do a better job with their 3-point shooting percentage away from home rather than at home. Duquesne, a relatively mid-tempo team. St. Bonaventure outside the top 250 with regards to total possessions per game. I do think that this turns into a little bit of a slowed down game. I did set my line at a 134.5 with regards to total. Looking under and willing to lay up to 6 with the Bonnies. 655, 656 on the betting board. Michigan State plays us at Illinois. Fighting Illini are a 2.5 point underdog. Your total is around about a 145.5 to a 147.5, and it's a circumstance where I did set Michigan State as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the 2.5, but really not much more here. When these two teams looked up the first time around in Illinois, that was more of a 4 to 5 point spread with Illinois laying it. I did feel like that got a little bit overinflated, and that was a 1 to 2 possession game throughout. So I do think that you're going to see something very similar here with, in my opinion, Michigan State being able to pull it out, because Michigan State has done a good job of making things yucky, gross, and slow. This Michigan State team is well outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game. One place where Illinois is going to have the advantage is down low. Their top 7 scores, 6 of them do give you at least 4 rebounds per game, so that's going to be a little bit tough for Michigan State to match up with. You've been able to have Mehdi Sissoko give you about 6 rebounds per game, but it's not a guy that I am necessarily too in on. He has been very shaky with regards to his low post play throughout the season, so I do think that that's going to be a little bit of a tough battle for him, especially against an Illinois team that is currently number 6 in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. Quincy Guerrier being able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game has been solid, and it is an Illinois team that now has Marcus Domas chipping in a whole lot more. When TJ Shannon was out of the fold, he was able to take hold, and he has still been able to keep his production up. 16 plus points in each of the team's last 4 games, 2 turnovers or fewer in each of the last 4 as well while doing so. Meanwhile, Shannon, he's your top scorer, 2.5 assists, 20 points, shoots 35% from 3, but I do think that Michigan State is going to be able to do a nice job of guarding the 3-point arc, and for Michigan State, they give up more than 18 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment and at home. Michigan State is allowing opponents to shoot 29.2% from 3-point range. That's a top 75 mark in all of college basketball. Illinois, meanwhile, they just aren't the same team when they're away from home. They're overall allowing opponents to shoot 32.3% from 3, but that balloons at 37.5% from distance in a road/neutral court environment. Meanwhile, at home, that is less than 30% from 3, having to match up with Ty Walker, who's able to give you 20 points. He's able to shoot in the high 30s/low 40s from 3-point range. That's going to be an issue, and just like Michigan State has home and road splits with their defense, Illinois giving up 20 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. I do think that Michigan State can get a little bit more of their style. I do think that this is going to be close enough for late game felling, but even though Illinois is going to take it a little bit on the glass, where you've got Coleman Hawkins, who for Illinois has been very solid. He's able to give you about 38.5% 3-point shooting, 2 steals, 6.5 boards, 12 points per contest. I do think that Michigan State makes up for it in the backcourt, especially with AJ Hoggard, give you 5 assists per contest, and Michigan State in general taking care of the ball. So I did set Michigan State as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I made my total 143, so also looking under 657, 658 on the betting board. North Dakota plays us to UMKC. UMKC is an underdog of 5 points. Your total is between 144 and 144.5. I did set North Dakota as a favorite of 6.5 points. So here at the 5, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. For North Dakota, this team has actually went on a really nice run in Summit League play. I believe that they have now won 6 out of their last 7 games, and as a matter of fact, they are riding a 7-game win streak, so they have actually won 7 straight games. And for North Dakota, the defense has been a little bit up and down. They have given up at least 78 points in 3 out of their last 5 games, but this offense is all of a sudden clicking on all cylinders. A big reason why Tyree Iheanacho was out of the fold for the first 11 games of the season as a 2-time transfer. He has come in and he's made an impact in all facets of the game for the team. 5.5 boards, 3.5 assists, 2.5, 15 points per contest, shooting about 34.5% from the outside for a North Dakota team that's only turned the ball over about 10 times per contest, and they go up against a UMKC team that does have some more demonstrative home and road splits that you're going to find in all of college basketball in terms of their defense. For UMKC, it's not like this team is amazing with regards to their defense to start out with, as in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're 263rd, but they are giving up right in the neighborhood about 17.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home, and now they have to go up against BJ Omot, who's able to give you 17.5 points. It's not a North Dakota team that necessarily does a great job on the glass, but Kansas City is well outside the top 225 with regards to their points allowed on a per possession basis. UMKC has actually been a relatively good rebound rate team. They're in the top 75 with that regard, but they are still dealing with that injury to Anderson Kopp, who was really their do-it-all scorer towards the beginning part of the season. So now it's been entrusted in Jamar Brown, who's been able to give you 14.5 points, 6 boards, shoots about 34% from 3-point range. And for some reason, Allen David and Becca Jr., who is really good for the team in the post last season, he's only seeing about 14.5 minutes per game. It doesn't make any sense. Christian Coruscant, though, he's come in, he's been able to give the team so nice facilitation, 4 assists, 9.5 points per contest. Team as a whole, they shoot about 34% from 3-point range, but it's just a very inconsistent UMKC team in general. For UMKC, this squad in regulation, they have been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to rack up some points recently. They scored 80 plus against South Dakota and Denver, but they do seem to be an all over the place sort of mess. They've given up north of 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games, despite being a lower tempo team, and I do think that North Dakota is going to be able to cover this team up. North Dakota probably going to lose that battle down low a little bit more, but this team is much better from the perimeter, as this is a Kansas City team that in a roadside shoot corner environment allows opponents to shoot 36% from 3-point range, and with North Dakota just being a much more at-home team when they are at home, I do think that they are going to be able to find a way to be able to get the job done and continue this win streak. I did set my line at a 6.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the 5, and did set my total at 142.5. UMKC has been all over the place with regards to their offense. Really, both of these teams are, but I do think that with North Dakota, they're going to do a nice job protecting the ball, really slowing it down. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with North Dakota. 659, 660 on the betting board. Butler plays us to Providence. Providence is a 4.5 point underdog. Seeing it's raised 3.5 out there as well. 144.5 is your total. And with Providence, I did set them as an underdog of 4 points. Between a 3.5 and a 4.5, I'd rather take the 4.5. It is a Providence team that I recognize that they're without Bryce Hopkins right now, but this team still has been able to do a relatively solid job of maintaining on defense. This is still a top 25 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this is a Butler squad that they still do have their warts down low. Jalen Thomas has done a nice job supplying the team with about 6.5 rebounds per game. Andre 3000 screen, he does a relatively solid job there as well, but I do think the Providence is going to be able to do a solid job on the boards with Devin Carter being Mr. Versatile for this team. 19 points, 8 boards, 3.5 assists, leads the team in pretty much every major category. Providence is about 118th in the country with regards to rebound rate, but he's been able to get some really nice contributions recently out of someone like a Josh Oduro, who's able to give you 16 points, block and a half, doesn't necessarily bomb it well from 3-point range, and for Providence, the 12.5 turnovers per game, that is a little bit unsightly. Going up against a Butler team that they're okay at generating turnovers, they're not great, they're not terrible. What has really been the forte of this Butler team recently has been generating some good, clean offense, as they've been able to get to at least 71 points in 6 out of their last 7 games. Defense has been a little bit lackadaisical for them, though. They are well outside the top 75 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Butler, it's been all about the 3-point shot for them. DJ Davis along with Jalen Telford, these two guys, they've been able to both give you about 14.5 points per contest. Telford shoots about 35.5% from distance. Davis shoots 96% at the free throw line, by the way, and 37.5% from 3. And for Butler, if there is one good redeeming quality for this team, their top 4 scorers, 3 of them do shoot at least 77.9% at the free throw line. Top scorer, Pierre Brooks, shoots more around 70.5% at the charity stripe, but 42% from 3, 16 points per contest. But with the way that Providence has done a really nice job of being able to shut things down from three-point range. They're allowing opponents to shoot about 32.5% from three-point range. That actually drops to about 30.8% from three-point range when they are in a road/shoot-record environment. I do think that they're going to be able to do a solid job holding up in this game. I do think that they're going to get a little bit more of their slower, yuckier style, which is why I did set my total at 140. I'm going to be looking at the under. I do think that correlates well with Providence holding in this game. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Providence, set them as a 4-point dog, and make my total 140. So also looking under 661, 662 on the betting board. Nebraska Omaha. It's a road face-off against North Dakota State. The Bison are a 3-point favorite, and your total on this game, it is 143. And with Nebraska Omaha, I did set them as an underdog in this ordeal of 4.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Nebraska Omaha. This squad has been very much slowing things down. They are now well outside the top 275 with regards to total possessions per game, but they still have a kryptonite of giving up a lot of wide open threes. 263rd in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Now, I will say this about Nebraska Omaha. They allow opponents to shoot from three-point range well over 36.5% from three-point range at home, more like 33.6% in a road/shoot-record environment. So they've actually been much better when they've been away from home rather than when they have been at home, which I find to be a little bit ironic. Meanwhile, you've got a North Dakota State team that has been getting completely dashed with regards to their defense. 344th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis for North Dakota State. They are 335th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but it's not like this Omaha team does an amazing job of being able to just bomb it from three-point range. Markel Sutton is relatively solid with about 12.6 boards of being able to give you a few boards, and then you've got J.J. White, who's been able to give you a few assists, but he's not been the same facilitator this year that he has been in past years, as it's been really up to Frankie Fiddler to do a little bit of everything for Omaha. Someone that's able to contribute 19 points, 2.5 assists, 5.5 boards, shoots 37.5% from three-point range. She's been incredibly impressive and has just 5 turnovers in the last 4 games for the squad. But North Dakota State has really been able to do a nice job of hyping up their offense. Alex Morgan, you'd like to see him at 6'10", give you a little bit more than 4.7 rebounds per game, but he's able to supply the team with about 12.5 points per game. Bowden Skunberg, really nice name, by the way, giving you 15 points, shooting 35% from 3, and all in all, this is a Bison team that they're shooting 38% from three-point range. That is a top 35 mark in all of college basketball. North Dakota State does have some funky home and road splits. They've actually been shooting it a little bit better from three-point range away from home, but they do still see a bump in regards to scoring of about 6.5 points per 100 possessions more when they're at home. They've done a nice job of being able to just take care of the ball in general, and for Omaha, they have to face off against the North Dakota State team. I was alluding to their just bad overall season numbers on defense, but it does feel like they're playing their best defense now. If you look in regulation, because 2 of their last few games have went to overtime, they have now given up 68 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 5 games. Last time these two teams hooked up, it did go to overtime. Omaha was able to pull out that game where both teams shot north of 45% from three-point range. I do think that both of these teams cool down here, and I do think that North Dakota State fares a little bit better on the glass and reverses the script here. So I did set my line at 4.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and I did set my total at a 144.5. I do think that North Dakota State is playing a little bit better on defense, but keep in mind, in regulation, both teams, when these two teams hooked up, they both got to 82. So I'm going to be looking at the over along with North Dakota, willing to lay the number with them. 663, 664 on the betting board. Harvard plays host to Dartmouth. Dartmouth is an underdog of 10 to 10.5 points. Total is 131. Dartmouth has been your best under team in all of college basketball, yet I am going to be willing to take the over in this ordeal with them. I did set my total at a 134. This has been a Harvard team that has really been giving up their fair share of points, and when it comes to Harvard, this team does a much better job of being able to get their offensive click when they're at home rather than in a road/shoot-record environment. You now have Khalil Mack back in the fold. He hasn't been quite himself since coming back due to illness, but he's been able to give you 16 plus points per contest, shooting north of 37% from three-point range for a Harvard team that they're about 218th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Dartmouth is a bottom 15 team in all of college basketball. It has been relatively rough for them, but as we allude to Dartmouth and them being just so awful with regards to their offense, it's not like this defense has been some sort of a stalwart either. Dartmouth is 251st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're giving up about 8 points more per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. Harvard is allowing opponents to shoot 34% from three-point range at home. That's a bottom half of the college basketball landscape mark when they're at home. Meanwhile, Dartmouth, they're allowing opponents to shoot 39.5% from three-point range when they're away from home as well. So I do think that Harvard is going to be able to have some success there. And for Harvard. The big reason why their offense has been looking so rough this far this season has been because they've been dealing with a lot of guys being out due to illness and being out due to injury. Now they've got their full allotment of guys back. Justice Jabbar is your main rebounder, 6.5 boards, 7.5 points per game. Chisholm Okpara has been there pretty much all season long with about 17 points, shooting in the low 30s from 3-point range. And then for Dartmouth, this team has dealt with a lot of injuries as well. Brandon Mitchell-Day, Dusan Neskovic are their top two scorers. Both of these guys have missed at least 4 games this season. As a matter of fact, each of your top 4 players with regards to points per game for Dartmouth, they've all missed at least 4 games this far this season, and they all appear to be good to go in this one. You need more out of Ryan Cornish, a double-figure scorer from a season ago. It's only giving you about 7 points per contest, and for Dartmouth, they are shooting just 28% from 3-point range. You've cut down on the turnovers, though, to about 12.5 per contest, having Neskovic, Brandon Mitchell-Day combined for about 10 rebounds per game. I do think that that's a good sign, and Harvard, they should be able to see their rebound rate increase with Jabbar back in fold. I do think that Harvard is going to be able to take it to a Dartmouth team that just has not been guarding the arc when they've been away from home, and I do think that that allows you to hit the over as well. Set Harvard as a 12-point favorite, want to lay the number, and set my total 134, so also looking over 665, 666 on the betting board. Hofstra, it's a road face-off against North Carolina A&T. A&T is a underdog of between 10 to 10.5 points at home. Totals between 139 and 140. This Hofstra team has only been covering darn near about a third of their games as far this season, but I think that this is a good spot for them. I did set them as an 11.5 point favorite, so I'm willing to lay this number. Typically for Hofstra, this team is just completely outgunned on the glass, as Hofstra is 311th at all of college basketball in terms of their rebound rate. North Carolina A&T, though, somehow, some way, is actually worse. They are 361st out of 362 D1 teams. They have brought in Jason Murphy, who has been able to supply the team with about 6.5 points, 6 boards per contest, but really past that, you don't have anyone else on the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. You've had Landon Glasper have to be Mr. Do-It-All for the team all season long with 21.5 points per contest, but now he's been dealing with a little bit of an injury. He's probably going to be out of the fold once again. That means that Cayman Shell, who's been really nice at being able to dole out the ball, 4.5 assists to about 2 turnovers per game for a North Carolina A&T team that is honestly a top 15 team in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. It's not resulted in a lot of offense, but they don't turn it over, so I guess that's good. They've been having him have to just do a little bit of everything as A&T. They just don't form good shots. They shoot about 30.5% from 3, 40.2% from the floor, so even though they don't turn it over, they don't do a lot with it. Meanwhile, for Hofstra, they have been able to have a pair of guys, Charleston Dunbar along Tyler Thomas, be able to supply a combined north of 40 points per contest. Thomas, he shoots about 36% from 3. Dunbar shoots 40% from 3. And Yaquan Carlos has been able to give you 6 assists to 2.7 turnovers per game for a Hofstra team that they do a relatively solid job taking care of the ball, only about 10.5 turnovers per game. Meanwhile, you've got an A&T team that, ever since Glasper has been out of the fold, they have not gotten past the 65-point plateau in any of their games. They've honestly been a little bit better with their defense, giving up 70 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games. And for Hofstra, all of a sudden, the clamps are being put down by this team as well. For Hofstra, they have now given up 71 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So it's a very interesting circumstance. I did set my total at a 147.5. You are still staring at an A&T team that ranks well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And this is a North Carolina A&T team that is just not giving you a very good effort at being able to guard the 3-point arc in a road/shoot corner environment. They allow opponents to shoot 38.5% from 3. That's down to 27% when they're at home, but I think that that's just a little bit of a matter of circumstance. Meanwhile, this is a Hofstra team that they themselves overall for the season, they have been giving up quite a bit from the outside. They allow opponents to shoot 34.5% from 3, and I do think that A&T is going to find a little bit more rhythm in this game, so I'm going to be taking a look at the over, but with Hofstra, I do think that they take this game by double figures. I'm willing to lay the 10.5, and I'm going to be looking at the over. 667, 668 on the betting board. Cornell, it's the road face-off against Yale. Yale is a favorite of 5.5 points. Total on this game is 152.5. I did set my total at 157.5. I'm going to be looking at the over. Cornell just has an uncanny ability of being able to speed teams up, and for this Cornell bunch, it has been really interesting to just watch this team and the way that they've been able to develop offense when they've been on the road. Because with Cornell, you know that this team is going to be the whole is greater than the sum of its parts unit. You've got a team that averages north of 82 points per contest, yet nobody averages north of 13 points per game. They pretty much got like 9 to 10 guys that they change out very consistently. But for Cornell, they're 43rd in all of college basketball with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. But in a roadside shoot corner environment, that ascends into the top 35 nationally. And for Cornell, they do an okay job of being able to get off the 3-point arc. Opponents shoot about 31.8% from 3-point range against them when they are at home. And when it comes to the Yale team, it was a very rough start to the year for them defensively. Yale is overall allowing opponents to shoot 35.7% from 3-point range against them when when they're at home. But for this Yale squad, they have now given up in regulation 71 points or fewer in all but one out of their last 9 games, and that game was against Kansas. So they've been able to do a nice job there. So it's a situation of something's got to give. I do think that this is going to be close enough for late game felling, which is why I did set my total at a 157.5. I'm going to be looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Yale. This Yale bunch I do think is going to be able to do a nice job on the glass with Danny Wolf becoming a go-to guy for this team. He's been able to supply 15 points, right around about 10 boards, blocking half per contest, shooting 42.5% from three-point range, and then John Polodikis, coupled with Adrian Mahoney, they're both able to shoot north of 40% from three-point range. They've been able to combine for about 22.5 points per contest, and it's a Yale team that they do a really good job of not beating themselves. Only about 9.5 turnovers per game. This is a Cornell team that they're going to get a little bit loose with the ball. They do turn the ball over north of 12 times per contest, and when it comes to Cornell, in terms of their overall rebound rate, despite the fact that they don't really have anyone on the roster other than Guy Ragland, who's been able to give you about 5 boards per contest, giving you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, they are in the top 200 with that regard. Meanwhile, it is a Yale team that they've been doing a better job of being able to hit the glass. They're 78th in the country with regards to their overall rebound rate. Chris Manning has been able to give you about 3 assists, double-figure amount of points, but Bass Hembig being able to run very efficient offense, I think is going to be critical here. And for Cornell, they've got one of the most consistent offenses that you're going to find in all of college basketball. This team has been able to get to at least 77 points in all but one of their games since they faced off against Syracuse on December 5th. So that's, I believe, 10 of their last 11 games. Meanwhile, for Yale, this team has been very consistent with their offense as well. They've been able to get past the 70-point plateau in every game that they've played since the beginning of the month of January. So it is a spot where I do think that you get a high-scoring expose. I'm going to be taking a look at the over, and with Yale, love the way that they're rolling. I'm willing to lay up to 7 points with them. 669, 670 on the betting board. It is TCU on the road facing off against Iowa State. Iowa State is a 7 to a 6-point favorite. Your total is between 144.5 and 145. I'm going to be taking a look at the under. This Iowa State team is just a completely different defense at home rather than in a road/shoot record environment. As for Iowa State, they are giving up north of 20 points per 100 possessions fewer when they are at home rather than when they are in a road/shoot record environment. I do think that that's going to placate to them being able to do a very good job in this game, though. I do think that we went a little bit too far with the 6 to 7 point line. I did set my line at 5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with TCU. They certainly do take a little bit of a drop off when they're away from home, but they're still a team that ranks 38th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And the one thing that I'm not necessarily sold on when it comes to this Iowa State squad is their offense. I know that the defense is going to be able to give them a good effort. They're a top 5 team in the country. There's a turnovers force on a per possession basis. They check all the boxes defensively with having Taymon Lipsby along with Sean Gilbert generate a whole bunch of turnovers between the two of them. 4.8 turnovers force with regards to steals. And then you have Lipsby give you 5 boards, 5 assists, right around 13.5 points per contest, while Gilbert chips in their 14 points per game. Overall, I would say they shoot 35.5% from 3, but I do think that TCU is going to do a nice job of being able to D it up on them. TCU in a road/shoot record environment allows opponents to shoot about 33% from 3, and TCU is the better team with regards to their rebound rate. They're a top 40 team with regards to that rebound rate, despite the fact that they really don't have anyone other than Emmanuel Miller that gives you north of about 5.5 to 6 boards per contest. As a matter of fact, you've got Ernest Ode, who's been a little bit more of a primary rim protector, giving you a block, 5.5 rebounds per game. He's the only guy other than Miller that gives you north of 4 boards per contest, and Miller, he does shoot 40.5% from 3, and for TCU, I do think that they're going to see a little bit of a drop-off with their 36% three-point shooting, and they do turn the ball over 13 times a game, which is why I do think that this game is going to get a little bit sloppier, but I like the way that this team has been able to operate. They do a good job on the interior. They themselves in TCU is a top 40 team at being able to rip the ball away as well. For TCU, it's been a little bit rough for them in terms of their defense. They have now given up at least 73 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and as a matter of fact, last time these two teams played, Iowa State won that game by a count of 73 to 72, a day where both teams shot 33% from 3-point range, but TCU went 20 of 26 at the free throw line. You had a combined 40 turnovers in that game. I don't think that you get quite 40 turnovers in this game. I do think that things are going to be a little bit more tame, but I think that you get a relatively similar result. I do think that Iowa State gets it done, but not by this big of a margin. Set my number at 5. I'm going to be taking a look at the points with TCU along with the under. 671, 672 on the betting board. Davidson plays those to George Mason. George Mason is an underdog of 1 to 2 points. So on game between 134.5 and 135.5. And with George Mason, I did set them as an underdog of 2 points. So at the 1, I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Davidson. For Davidson, this has been a bottom 40 team in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that when it comes to Davidson, they're going to do just enough to be able to get it done, as you've got a lot of nice versatility and a pair of guys in Grant Huffman along Davis Kogman who have become go-to scorers. They've been able to combine between the two of them a little bit over 10 boards, 27.5 points per game with Kogman. He has been a little bit in and out of the fold as he has missed the team's last 2 to 3 games, and I do think that there's a good likelihood that he misses this game as well. But Reed Bailey along Connor Kuchera have done a nice job filling in his place, as they've been able to combine for about 22 points, 9.5 boards per contest as well. It is a Davidson team that they only shoot about 32.5% from 3-point range, but they do get the benefit of going up against a George Mason team that they've been a little bit vulnerable when it comes to giving up the 3-point arc. And all in all, this is a George Mason team that's really good at being able to guard the interior. When it comes to guarding the arc, not so much. You're on 77th at all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a Davidson team that they allow opponents to shoot only about 30.5% from 3-point range at home in a roadside shoot court environment. This does balloon up to closer to about 35% from the outside. So I do think that you're going to be getting yourself a game where there's not going to be a lot of perimeter scoring. I will say you've got Darius Maddox on the side of George Mason, who's been able to shoot 40+% from 3-point range, is able to contribute double figures. So do like what he's been able to bring to the table. And then you've got down low for this George Mason team a double-double machine in Keyshawn Hall, who's been able to supply 17.5 points, 8.5 rebounds per game for a George Mason team that, with regards to the rebound rate, they're in the top 100 in all of college basketball, shooting about 35.5% for 3, 75% at the free throw line. Really like the game of Ronald Polite, who's been able to give you about 3 assists to about a turnover and a half per contest as well. And Amari 3000 Kelly has been able to shoot 46% from 3-point range. But the Davidson team, while their offense, it can be very inconsistent because they are such a slow team that leads to quite a bit of volatility. This is a Davidson team that I feel much better about them at home, as they are generating about 11.1 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot court environment. And it is a George Mason defense that, quite frankly, it just went down the toilet bowl a little bit recently. George Mason for the season 139th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but look at the work that they have done recently. They have now given up at least 75 plus points in 3 out of their last 4 games. So a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to back Davidson in this one. I do think that George Mason runs a little bit back into form with regards to their defense, but I think that this total is still a tad too low. Semi-total 136. Looking over and willing to lay it with Davidson. 673, 674 on the betting board. Rice, we give our to Lane Kiffin. Go Owls. They are going to be playing us to South Florida. South Florida is a 3.5 to a 4-point favorite. Your total is 145 to 145.5. Set South Florida as a 3.5 point favorite. 4 is my buy point on Rice. You may recall when these two teams played a few weeks ago, that was a DK Network right to pick that we hit to the over, so that was nice. It was a game where Rice was actually controlling much of that one. It took a big bonsai charge late from South Florida. It's currently riding an 8-game win streak to be able to pull that one out. And for South Florida, it's actually been the defense that has been the main forte of the team. They have now given up 72 points or fewer in each out of their last 6 games and 73 points or fewer in every one of their games since the beginning of the month of January. So South Florida really bearing down there, a top 75 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And they've been relatively okay on the glass, despite the fact that nobody other than really Mr. Keyshawn Pryor has been able to hit the boards for them. You've got Pryor giving you about 7 boards per contest, and to the credit of Brandon Stroud, he's now been able to give you about 5.8 rebounds per game. But despite the fact that you don't necessarily have a ton of size for South Florida, they've been able to hold their own on the glass. They're about 194th with this regard. It is a Rice team, though, that they do have Max Fiedler, and I do think that that's going to be able to keep them very lively in this game. He's someone that's saying 6'11". He's able to dole out 5+ assists per contest for Rice. It's a bunch that is right there with South Florida, about 203rd in the country with regards to rebound rate. Fiedler is able to give you about 8.5 to 9 points, 9.5 rebounds per game, and for Rice, it's been rough for them from 3-point range all season long, but it appears as though these guys are starting to wake up. Travis Evie, Makai Mason, overall for the season, they're shooting about 33% between the two of them from 3-point range with 5 assists, 30 points per game, but it's been ticking upwards for them in recent games, and I mean, both of these guys were much better 3-point shooters this season ago, so I thought that there would be a little bit of positivity there when it comes to Rice. The defense, it continues to get all sorts of gashed up. This team has given up at least 71 points in all but 5 of their games against Division I competition thus far this season, so I do think that they are going to continue to give up points, but the offense is starting to come to life as well. 74 plus points in 3 of their last 4 games. You've been able to get a little bit more out of some of these, shall we say, less heralded guys like Anthony Selden, Alim Husanovic. They've been able to combine for about 15 points per contest, with Husanovic shooting 44% from 3-point range, and for Rice, the 12.5 turnovers per game. You'd like to see them cut down on that a little bit, but this is not a South Florida team that necessarily rips the ball away, so it is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take a look at the over. Last time these two teams teams played, they got north of 150 points on the board, and with the way that Rice is playing defense, well outside the top 250 with regards to both opponents' three-point shooting percentage, along with points allowed on a per possession basis. I do think that you're going to get some scoring in this one, so going to be taking a look at the over. And with South Florida, could only make them a 3.5 point favorite, so you're at 4+. Also going to be taking a look at those points with the Rice Goel. 675, 676 on the betting board. Georgia Southern plays us at Buffalo, and Buffalo is a 7.5 to an 8-point underdog. Your total is between 150 and 150.5. Set Georgia Southern as an 8-point favorite. Don't want to be laying much more than 7 to 7.5, but going to be willing to lay the number. This is a Buffalo team that they just can't take care of the ball. They're a bottom 25 team in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and they go up against a Georgia Southern team that it has been grody for them all season long. For Georgia Southern, they've got 5 straight up wins, but that's 2.5 times more than Buffalo's too. And when it comes to Buffalo, they've got a little bit going down low. They're inside the top 275 with regards to their rebound rate. Aside Chapman, it's giving you 6 boards, 17.5 points per game, and Genavia Smith, he supplies about 9 rebounds, shoots 39.5% from 3, but Buffalo, bottom 20 mark in terms of 3-point shooting percentage at 26.6%, and Quan Bolden Jr. has been okay in the backcourt, giving you about 7.5 points per contest, but this team has just been rudderless and off all season long. They've dealt with the injury to Kanye Jones, which has really been hurting them. Meanwhile, for Georgia Southern, they've dealt with injuries all throughout the season, with Deuce Steen being out the fold for much of the campaign, but they've gotten Eugene Brown back, and he's been able to play some of his best basketball recently. A combined 27 points, 3 blocks in the team's last 2 games, as Georgia Southern has been outside the top 300 with regards to rebound rate at 6'8". He's been able to give the team a bit more down low, while Tyron Moore, he has been able to give you more 15 points, right around 3 assists, shoots 41.5% from 3-point range. Got a pair of defenses are well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. We got a pair of offenses are well outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. So circumstances, something's got to give. Georgia Southern at home is allowing opponents to shoot 39.5% from 3-point range. Meanwhile, this is a Buffalo unit that allow opponents to shoot about 36.5% from 3-point range overall. Actually allowing opponents to shoot 34% from 3 away from home, 39% at home. So interesting split there, but I do think that in a battle of really bad offense versus very bad defense, that this line has went a little bit too far northward with regards to the total. I set my total at 146. I just flat out don't think that you've got enough ability on both teams to be able to drain enough shots to be able to get this total over. So going to be looking at the under. And when it comes to Georgia Southern, with the way that they've been able to do a better job on the glass, and with the way that they do a little bit of a better job of taking care of the ball, I do think that they get it done. Willing to lay up to 7.5 for Georgia Southern, and looking at this total under 677, 678 on the betting board. Ohio is the road to face off against Arkansas State, and Arkansas State is a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. Your total is 158.5. Arkansas State is generating north of 22 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral environment. I did set my total as well at a 158.5, so we're in a little bit of wait and see mode here. If we can get down to more like a 157, 157.5, that'd be more of a buy point for me on the over. I know that this was opening up more around about a 157.5, so if we can get there, that would be my buy point on and over. And I did set Arkansas State as a 4.5 point favorite. Now with Arkansas State, this is a bottom 40 unit with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis when specifically at home, but they are also going up against an Ohio team in which their top guys with regards to overall scoring just have not been able to shoot from 3-point range. Sharif Mitchell, Jalen Hunter combined to shoot about 30.5% from 3-point range. Hunter has done a nice job doling out the ball, 14.5 points, 4.5 boards, 5 assists, and for Ohio's credit, they're a top 25 team in taking care of the ball. 9.8 turnovers per game, but their tempo is actually really, really good, but you just don't have a lot of rebounding with this Ohio team either. Meanwhile, on the flip side, you've been able to get really good versatility out of DeAndre Dominguez. For Arkansas State, comes in from UMass. He's been able to give you about 12 points, 7 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range. This is an Arkansas State team that may as well leave a little bit of something to be desired on the glass, as Ohio, they're about 225th in the country in terms of their rebound rate. Arkansas State, they're clocking in more around about 147th with this regard, and for Arkansas State, you've been able to have Caleb Fields, who a nice job will be able to be very efficient with regards to doling out the ball as well. 13 points, 5.5 assists, shoots about 35.5% from 3-point range. Meanwhile, we've got some nice ancillary scores with Taryn Todd being able to give you 10 points per contest. Freddie X has been in and out of the fold for Arkansas State, but after being out for much of January due to injury, he's back, and he had 11 rebounds in 17 minutes in the team's last game against James Madison, so that'll be able to help them out quite a bit. For an Arkansas State team that their 12 turnovers per game, considering their tempo, it's not too bad. For Ohio, this team has been able to do a much better job defensively recently if you're looking at regulation only, because their last game did end up going to overtime. This Ohio bunch has now been able to give up fewer than 71 points in pretty much each of their last 8 games. Meanwhile, for Arkansas State, this team has been a pretty good good rocket ship in terms of their offense. This team has gotten to at least 73 points in all but one of their games since the beginning of the month of January, and I do think that this is going to be an Arkansas State team that is going to be able to get this thing cranked up tempo. They've been able to play harebrained games all season long at home, so at a 158 or less, looking at the over, and with Arkansas State, want to lay up to 4 points with them. 679, 680 on the betting board. Louisiana Monroe plays host to Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan is an underdog of 5.5 to 6 points, and your total on this game is 139 to 139.5 with Eastern Michigan. I did set them as an underdog of 7 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay it with Monroe. This Monroe team has been relatively rough in terms of their offense all season long, but all of a sudden with Louisiana Monroe, someone called the papers here, you've been able to get a little bit more of something. Louisiana Monroe overall for the season 306th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but if you look at what Louisiana Monroe has been able to do over their last 5 games, they've been scoring more than 14 points more per 100 possessions in this stretch rather than in their first about 16, 17 games of the season. Nika, I can't even pronounce his last name, along to Tariq LaCour, have been able to combine for about 22 points per game. Nika doesn't really shoot it well from 3-point range, but LaCour is able to give you about 35.5% 3-point shooting, and I do think that Monroe is going to fade a little bit with this offense. They're still shooting 29% from 3, 65.5% the free throw line, and while being outside the top 250 with regards to total possessions per game, they do turn the ball over 12.5 times per contest, but for Eastern Michigan, this team is one of the worst teams in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Julius Ellerby, their leader in rebounds, with about 5 points, 5 boards, 2 assists. He's currently out of the fold, which means that Ty Acuff, who already had a lot on his plate, he really needs to do everything now. 3 assists, 21 points per contest. He only shoots about 26% from 3, though, for an Eastern Michigan team that they shoot about 67% of the charity stripe. They shoot about 30% from 3-point range. And for Eastern Michigan, if there's one thing they've done an okay job of is being able to guard the arc, but that's specifically at home. They allow opponents to shoot 31% from 3 at home. This is more around 37% in a roadside shoot-to-corner environment, going up against a Monroe team that has been well outside the top 225 with regards to their points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're actually a top 100 team with regards to their overall rebound rate as a committee, with someone like a Jair Bolden being able to give you about 6 rebounds per game. They've been able to do a nice job with that regard. It is a Monroe team that they are going to give you open looks from 3-point range, or 304th in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and Orlando Lovejoy has been able to give you double figures for Eastern Michigan. So very interesting circumstance here. I'm a believer in what I'm seeing out of Louisiana Monroe, so I did set them as a 7-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number in. Did set my total 139. Here at the 139.5, looking at the under, I do think that Monroe cools off from this hot stretch, and Eastern Michigan just frankly doesn't do their part with this total, so looking under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Monroe. 681, 682 on the betting board. Northern Illinois, it's a road face-off against South Alabama. South Alabama, a 5.5 to a 6-point favorite. Your total between 150 and 151.5 with South Alabama. I did set them as a favorite of 6 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay the 5.5 to 6 with South Alabama. This team is not what they have been in the past on defense. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but that has company in this game. As for Northern Illinois, this has been one of the most ghastly defenses in all of college basketball. 333rd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, for Northern Illinois, they're actually giving up 2 points fewer per 100 possessions in a roadside shoot-to-corner environment rather than at home, but for this Northern Illinois team, they're just getting cooked on the glass. Quite frankly, both of these teams are well outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate. Now, the good news for Northern Illinois is that you get the man from Switzerland, Yannick Konen-Niederhauser, back in the fold. He's able to give you 6.5 points, 5 boards, about 2 blocks per contest. That pairs up well with Zariq Nutter along Xavier Amos. These two guys give you about 11 boards, 28 points per game, and Amos has been able to shoot about 41% from 3, but for Northern Illinois, for a team that plays absolutely the Olay style of defense, they need to be able to be more efficient on offense, as this team has been turning the ball over right in the neighborhood about 12.7 times per contest, and in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, this team is 234th in the country. They actually score more points per possessions when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. But for South Alabama, this has been a squad that has been searching for their identity, it feels, all season long. They're about 243rd in the country in terms of points scored per possession, but then increases by 18 points per 100 possessions when they are at home. Isaiah Gator, who comes in from the D2 level, he's been able to supply 14.5 points, 2 assists, shoots 36.5% from 3-point range. Team only turns the ball over about 11.5 times per contest, but they've been strange on the glass. Thomas Howell has been the only guy giving north of 4 boards per contest, but for South Alabama, it does feel like they're starting to put a little bit of something together. This offense has been very touch and go recently, and the defense, no doubt about it, it's been rough. They've given up 74 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. That said, this is a South Alabama team that does feel like this is a very good get-right spot for them, going up against a Northern Illinois team that they come in scuffling with their offense, 71 points or fewer scored in regulation in each of their last 4 games, and in a game where you've got a pair of teams that have been struggling with regards to their offense but have been playing no defense whatsoever, I think that you're going to see a nice explosion. Set my total 154 looking at the over, and South Alabama has been completely different at home. I'm willing to lay the 5.5 with them. 683, 684 on the betting board. Western Carolina plays us some Mercer. Mercer is an underdog of 8 to 8.5 points. Totals between 139 and 139.5. I set Mercer as an 11.5-point dog. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Western Carolina. Western Carolina, I mean, forget about mid-major. They've got one of the best players in all of college basketball, and that would be Vontavious Woolbright. Woolbright is in the top 5 nationally with regards to rebounds per game. 21.5 points, 11.5 boards, 4+ assists. This guy has been absolutely awesome for this Western Carolina team, and they surround him with some really good shooters as well, because one thing that Woolbright doesn't really do is shoot it from 3. He's shooting about 25% from the outside, but you've got a pair of guys in DJ Turn It Up Campbell along with Russell Jones, who've been able to both give you 12 points per contest. They're both shooting between 41.5 and 42.5% from 3-point range. Trey Jackson is able to give you about 14 points. He's able to chip in there a steal per contest as well. Now with Western Carolina, they are not a team that's going to be ripping the ball away. They're in the bottom 30 nationally with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they go up against a Mercer team that's about as assertive as Ned Flanders. They shoot about 65.5% the free throw line. They shoot 33% from 3. I like what Jalen McCreary is able to deliver for this team. 15.5 points, 5 boards per contest, but these is really their top rebounder. You don't have a single guy in the roster that gives you north of 5 boards per contest with Western Carolina. Even though they're top heavy with regards to rebounding, they're a pretty good rebound rate team. They're 67th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, this Mercer team, they're clocking in with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis outside the top 200. They're about 211th in the country with regards to their overall rebound rate. Been able to get a little bit from the outside. A pair of guys in Robbie Carpety along with David Thomas have both been able to give you a combined about 16 points per contest. They're both shooting between about 36 to 37% from 3-point range. But this is a Mercer team that they as well are going to allow a little bit to go on from the outside. Mercer, in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they're about 180th in the country, allowing opponents to shoot 35.2% from the outside when they're in a roadside shoot corner environment. Meanwhile, you've got a Western Carolina team that continues to be relatively steady with their offense since the 3-point line. They do allow opponents to shoot 38.8% from 3-point range at home, but I just don't know if Mercer is able to take control of it. Mercer has been one of your slower teams in all of college basketball, but that said, I did set my total 139.5. I think that they do just enough to get this 139 over, so I'm going to be willing to take the over. I do think that Western Carolina is able to dominate this game with having our good friend in Woolbright be able to take over the game, willing to lay up to 11 with Western Carolina, and the over. 685, 686 on the betting board. West Virginia, it's a road face-off against Texas. Texas, they are back to being a favorite of 11 to 12 points. Total on this game is 146.5 with Texas. I did set them as a favorite of 13 points. So here at the number of 11 to 12, I'm going to be willing to lay this number when it comes to Texas. Man, this has been a squad that has been giving it up from 3-point range, but that has been specifically on the road. On the road, they allow opponents to shoot 40.1% from 3. That's a more modest 30.2% from 3-point range at home, and this is a West Virginia team that, away from Morgantown, they're just a completely different team, and they're just, quite frankly, outgunned. For West Virginia, they're okay at being able to guard the 3-point line. They allow opponents to shoot 33.3% from 3-point range, but especially with the injury to Jesse Edwards, this has not been a team that's been able to do a good job on the glass. They're well outside the top 150 with regards to rebound rate with West Virginia. In terms of raw points allowed on a per possession basis, currently they are 219th in all of college basketball. You've got Kirk Reese is able to give you a double-figure amount of points along with Raekwon Battle. Battle has been able to give you north of 14 points per contest, but man, it has been a very inconsistent and it's been a very shaky amount of scoring out of both of these guys, and now they have to go up against a Texas team that has been able to do a much better job from the interior of Dylan Mitchell, now being able to give you about 9.5 boards, 11 plus points per contest, and I really like what Dylan DeSue has been able to do thus far this season as well. DeSue, he's been able to shoot north of 37% from 3-point range, 14 plus points, right around about 5 rebounds per game out of him, as well as Quinn Slesniski in terms of just raw scoring. In terms of raw points, he's actually been your top guy, 13.5 points per contest. In terms of averages, you've got Raekwon Battle is ahead of him, but that said, for Battle, he shoots 27% from 3, and with Creesa, he's able to shoot 43.5% from distance. It gives you 4.5 assists per contest, but the 3 turnovers per game, that proves to be very costly for a very top-heavy West Virginia team, a West Virginia bunch that they have been having a tough time being able to get to 70 points. They have failed to break the 70-point plateau in 3 of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, this is a Texas team that all of a sudden has battened down the hatches in terms of their defense. If you look in regulation and regulation only, this has been a squad that has now given up 73 points or fewer in 5 out of their last 6 games. Last time these two teams played, West Virginia at home, they got the job done by kind of 76 to 73 on a day where they shot 7 of 17 from 3-point range, and they had to overcome 16 turnovers in that game. I do think that things are going to be a little bit more clean in this one. I think that Texas is is going to be able to assert their will on defense. Semi-total 143. I'm looking at the under, and I'm willing to lay it with Texas. Made them a 13-point favorite, 687, 688 on the betting board. Air Force plays us to Fresno State. Fresno State, they pick them to a 1-point underdog. Total on this game between 133 and 134. Made Air Force a 3.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I do think that Air Force is going to be able to bounce back after they got completely lambasted at home. Last we saw them against San Diego State. That's a good San Diego State team. And for Air Force, what has been really strange is that in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, they really haven't gotten too much of a boost thus far this season from it. As a matter of fact, they're scoring fewer points per possession at home rather than in a roadside-neutral environment. But the good news for them is that they go up against a Fresno State team that they have been creating more turnovers than Sara Lee's Bakery on offense, and they see a drop-off of about 17.5 points fewer per 100 possessions generated in a roadside-neutral environment rather than at home. For Fresno State, they shoot about 34.5% from three-point range, with Isaiah Hill, Xavier Dussel being able to combine for 22.5 points per contest. Dussel shoots 40% per three, and Hill, he does give you 6.5 assists per game, but 13.3 turnovers per game for a Fresno State team that's well outside the top 225 with regards to total possessions per game. That's a bit of an issue. Now, Eduardo Andre 3000 is someone I do like down low. He's able to give you 5 boards and a block per contest, but we have been seeing him have his minutes slash, and I'm not sure why. I've noticed this the last few years. Whenever Fresno State slashes the minutes of Eduardo Andre 3000, they go down the toilet bowl, and every time they give him minutes, good things happen. Shock, shock, surprise, surprise. Bad coaching here, but that said, when it comes to Iñaki Boyaki, he's been able to give you about 8.5 boards, a little bit over a block per contest. Donovan Yap is able to shoot about 36% from three, and to the credit of Fresno State, each have your top 3 scorers shooting north of 80% at the free throw line, and that goes to show you how bad everyone else is at the free throw line because they shoot 66.3% as a collective. Meanwhile, you've got an Air Force team that has a really nice trio. Ryan Petraeus, Evan Taylor, Bo Becker. They combine for just over 45 points per contest. All three give you between 4.5 and 5.7 boards per contest. Taylor and Petraeus are combining for about 6.7 assists per game. They really don't turn the ball over a lot. And you've got an Air Force team that they do shoot about 38% from three-point range. Petraeus, 39% from the outside. Becker, 44%. Taylor, about 38.5% from the outside. Now, with Air Force, out of your top 4 scorers, 3 of them do shoot below 69.5% at the free throw line. So that's a little bit of an issue. And Air Force, if you take a look at their raw metrics, they were very much built on sand, and they were built on the fact that they played a really rough non-conference schedule. And by rough, I mean very, very easy non-conference schedule. And last time we saw these two teams go at it, both shot 11 of 25 from three-point range in Fresno. That was an 84-70 game. I do think that things are going to be a little bit more dialed back here, but I do think that Air Force has a bit more success on the glass than they did the last time around. And I do think that Air Force is going to be able to do a little bit of a better job of guarding the arc rather than a Fresno State team that's outside the top 320 with this regard. So I did set my line at a 135.5 in terms of the total. I think that things calm down, but I still think you get points. So looking at the over and 1 to lay up to 3 with Air Force. 689, 690 on the betting board. Stone Cold Stephen F. Austin. It's a road face-off against UT Arlington. UT Arlington is a favorite of 2.5 points. Total this game is 152.5. It's at Stephen F. Austin as a 1.5 point underdog. So here at 2+, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Stephen F. Austin. You can bank on one thing with this team, and that's them being able to generate turnovers. They are a top 25 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, bottom 30 team at being able to take care of the ball, and they've been dealing with an injury to one of their top scorers in Day Hall. Give you 10.5 points, 4.8 boards per contest. So that's a little bit of an issue, but you've got a hole is greater than the sum of its parts team, and you just take a look at this Stephen F. Austin team. Out of their top 12 players with regards to minutes, they all give you at least 12.4 minutes per contest. Actually, 13. They've got a 13-man rotation. So even though Day Hall is a little bit of a loss, they've got a lot of guys to be able to replace. They're not too great from three-point range this year, shooting about 33% from distance, but they're able to give you so many different looks. They're just a funky bunch team that is just really, really hard to prepare for. And then you've got a UT Arlington team that they play right into the hands of Stephen F. Austin. They turn the ball over 16 times per contest. Bottom 20 team in the country with regards to ball security. They do shoot about 33.5% from three-point range, and they'll be able to control things down low. Shamar Wilson, along with DeJuan Gordon, these two guys are combining for just under 17 rebounds per game for this UT Arlington team, though. They are outside the top 320 with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, even though Stephen F. Austin is traditionally a really bad team at being able to guard the arc. They're actually better in this regard. It's a UT Arlington team, though, that they're about 130th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Stephen F. Austin is actually better. Stephen F. Austin is 53rd in the country with regards to their rebound rate, even though you've got more feature guys with UT Arlington, and now you've got Philip Russell who's able to give you about 14.5 points per contest. I do think that Stephen F. Austin, just with their overall depth, they're going to be able to hold in this game. It's a Stephen F. Austin team that has been able to do inconsistent job with their defense, I think is the best way of being able to put it. They've now given up 72 plus points in each of their last 4 games, going up against the UT Arlington team that, to their credit, they've now given up fewer than 70 points in each of their last 4 games. I do think that this is going to be quite a sloppy game, so it's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take the points with Stephen F. Austin, but I did set my total 155.5. I do think that defense turns into offense, and when Stephen F. Austin does not generate a turnover, they're going to allow a very wide open look. So going to be looking at the over and the points with Stephen F. Austin. 691, 692 on the betting board. It is Auburn on the road facing off against Florida. Florida is a underdog at home of between 1.5 and 2.5 points. Totals between 157.5 and 159.5. I like this spot for Florida. I did set them as a favorite of 1.5. I'm going to be looking at Florida outright on the money line. This Auburn team has been able to do a really nice job of being well-rounded. They're a top 30 team in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, but we've talked about with Blake Lovell of Southeastern 14. Sometimes you just fall in love with the 3 ball a little bit too much, and they're better than they were last season from 3-point range, but they're still shooting 33% from 3. You've got Chad Baker, Mazzara, Jalen Williams, along Trey Donaldson. These 3 guys, they combine to shoot about 40% from 3-point range, and between the 3 of them, they've been able to supply you with, in that neighborhood, about 31 points per contest, with G&I Broom being the real man that's cleaning up 2.5 blocks, 8.5 boards, 16 points per game, and this Auburn bunch is one of the best teams in all of college basketball on the glass, but guess who else is one of the best teams in all of college basketball on the glass? That'd be Florida. Florida, a top 20 team with regards to offensive rebound rate, 10th in terms of just total rebound rate. Meanwhile, this is an Auburn team that they're more around 36th in the country with this regard. I do think that for Florida, it's going to be very imperative for them to be able to do a nice job of just being able to find a few takeaways as well. As it's been an Auburn team that's done a really nice job of being able to take care of the ball, but for Florida, they allow opponents to shoot just 27.3% from 3-point range when they are at home. Meanwhile, this is an Auburn team that they certainly have done a great job of being able to guard the arc in both locations. They allow opponents to shoot overall 29.9% from 3-point range. That goes to only about 30.2% in a roadside shoot-to-corner environment, but Florida just has an uncanny ability to be able to generate offense. They're a top 40 team in terms of total possessions per game, and they do get those second and third chances. I think it's just going to be a little bit too much for Auburn in this game, even with Dylan Cardwell helping out down low, like Hanglon, Alex Condon, Tyree Samuel. These 3 guys, between the 3 of them, have been able to give you about 21.5 rebounds per game. You've got Walter Clayton, Zion pulling in the backcourt, both pulling in there 15 to 16 points per contest, 2 steals between the 2 of them, and with pulling, he's now shooting about 40% from 3-point range, and this Florida team has really been able to hit the turbo in terms of their offense recently as well. The squad has gotten to at least 79 points so far in their last 5 games. Was slowed down against Texas A&M. I do think that they're going to be able to get it going once again, but they go up against an Auburn team that they themselves have been able to get to at least 80 in each of their last 3 games. I think that both teams are going to threaten 80 in this spot. I do think that in the end, Florida just has enough down low to be able to get it done. I like Florida on the money line. I set them as 1.5 point favorite, and going to be looking at the over semi-total at a 163.5. 693, 694 on the betting board. Morehead St plays us the Eastern Illinois, and Eastern Illinois does find themselves as an underdog of 15 points. So those between 129 and 130, and with Eastern Illinois, I did set them as a underdog of 14.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take 15 plus. It's a Morehead St team that is a top 75 team in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, but I do like the way that Eastern Illinois has been able to generate turnovers. This team is a top 100 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, going up against Morehead St team that is better at controlling the ball this year than they have been in past years, but they're still turning the ball over about 12 plus times per contest. With Morehead State, you've got Riley Minix, who's going to be the best player out there on the floor, 19.5 points, 9.5 boards, going up against an Eastern Illinois team that's well outside the top 250 with regards to their rebound rate, but Cooper Jacoby has been able to give you about 7.5 boards, 10.5 points per game, but I do like the backcourt duo of Tiger Booker along with Kel Shelton. Shelton has been able to give you about 4.5 boards, 11 points per game between the 2 of them. You get 5 assists. Booker is your main scorer with 16 points, and Booker books it for 2.3 steals per contest. Now, for Eastern Illinois, they only shoot about 31% from 3-point range, and they do go up against a Morehead State team that has been relatively good at being able to guard that 3-point arc. For Morehead State, they're allowing opponents to shoot only 30.3% from 3-point range. It actually goes up a little bit when they're at home. Meanwhile, this is an Eastern Illinois team that they are 320th in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and you do have quite a few guys that they're able to shoot it quite well from 3-point range on that Morehead State sideline. It's a Morehead State team that does shoot as a collective about 36 to 37% from 3-point range. Khalil Thomas has been able to give you double figures. He's been able to give you about 11 to 12 points per contest on in the neighborhood, about 39% 3-point shooting. Jordan Lathan also shoots 39% from 3-point range, but I do think that with the way that Eastern Illinois is able to generate turnovers and just slows down games, they're outside the top 250 with regards to total possessions per game. And I will say this, for Eastern Illinois, they have been able to surrender 71 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. I do think that they make take a spot here like this, a little bit more of a slog against a Morehead St team that they themselves have not allowed north of 70 points this entire calendar year. So this is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take the 15. Last time these two teams played, Morehead State 178-52. I do think that this is going to be a little bit more slug. So looking at the points, and did set my total at a 130.5. I think we went a little bit too far downward with regards to the totals. I think that unlike last time when Eastern Illinois got to just 52 points, they do a little bit better here. So looking at the 129 over and the points with Eastern Illinois, 695, 696 on the betting board. College of Charleston is going to be playing as a Drexel, and Drexel finds themselves as 4-point underdogs. Total on this game is 151 with Drexel. I did set them as an underdog of 5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with College of Charleston. Charleston is all of a sudden playing at warp speed, and they've gotten into the top 50 nationally with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. So it just feels really inconsistent with this team because last season they were doing a nice job of generating turnovers. They were getting a lot of second and third chances. And this is still a top 75 team with regards to offensive rebound rate. They're much like they were last season as well, though. They are a whole greater than the sum of its parts team. They average 81 points per game with nobody averaging north of 13 points per game, with Ben Burnham being your top scorer with 13 points per contest. You've got Ante Badazovic, who's able to give you about 6.3 rebounds per game. And out of your top 6 scorers, 5 of them do give you at least 4 rebounds per game. They should have a collective 32% from 3, but they've done a nice job taking care of the ball. They're only turning the ball over 10 times per game, but they face off against a Drexel defense that they don't necessarily rip the ball away, but yet they still do a very good job of just being able to play good, tough defense. Drexel, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this is a top 60 team in the country, and for Drexel, this has been a top 25 team with regards to rebound rate, with Amari Williams being able to supply you with about 8 boards, 1.7 blocks per contest. It's a Drexel team that also has been able to rise up a little bit with regards to their outside shooting. They're now shooting 33% from 3-point range out of their top 4 scorers. 3 of them do shoot at least 36.3% from 3, with Landon Nellis, Mate Okoros being able to combine for about 14.5 points per contest. It's a Drexel team that they also do a nice job of being able to keep things relatively clean with about 11 turnovers per game, but this is going to turn into a little bit of a tempo war. This Drexel team is really looking to slow things down, make it a big giant slog. Meanwhile, College of Charleston, they're looking to run it and gun it and just rip it and grip it down your throat. Drexel 335th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Charleston more around 93rd. I do think that this turns into a little bit of a slower game, so I do think that Drexel is going to be able to keep this total under. I just think that in the end, you've got a little bit more with this College of Charleston team and a Drexel team that's still a little bit shaky with their offense. So looking to lay 4 here with Charleston, made them a 5-point favorite. I'm looking at the under 697, 698 on the betting board. Cincinnati, yes, we are into Cincinnati. They play FC Houston, and Houston is a 4.5 to a 5.5 point favorite. Your total is between 129 and 130.5. Set Houston as a 5-point favorite. Personally, I would rather take 5.5 rather than lay 4.5 because I do think that this is going to be a low-scoring slog of a game. I think we went perhaps a little bit too low with this total. I did set my total at a 131 just because with Houston, even though they are the number 1 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis in all of college basketball, it's not quite the same on the road rather than at home. And that's because they're giving up about 71 points per 100 possessions at home. That's more around 97.1 points per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment, which is still a top 30 mark in all of college basketball. That said, it is a Houston team that they're a little bit different when they are on the road, and they're facing off against a Cincinnati team that is going to be able to match their Thunder down low. This is a Houston team that's a top 20 team with regards to rebound rate. Cincinnati's in the top 40 as well, with Aziz Menengo now in the fold. He was out for the first few games of the season, all WAC Defensive Player of the Year last year, was able to give you north of a block, about 8 rebounds per game. It is a Cincinnati team that sometimes they can lack a little bit from 3-point range, but much like Houston, they do a nice job of being able to take care of the ball. Houston is only turning the ball over about 9.5 times per contest while being a top 20 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Cincinnati does not force turnovers, but they turn the ball over 11.5 times per contest while having a pair of guys in Victor Lakeen along Dan Skillings be able to combine for about 24 points per contest. We've been able to get some relatively good production out of Mr. John Newman III as well. He's been able to give you 10 points. He's really one of your main 3-point shooters at about 35% from the outside. Meanwhile, you've got a Houston team that is going to have the best point guard in this game. That'd be Jamal Shed. Shed has really been taking teams to the shed. 12.5 points, 6 assists, 2.2 steals, and he's up to shooting as well. He's now shooting about 35.5% from 3. LJ Cryer has been your main scorer, 38% 3-point shooter with about 15 points per contest. And for Houston, they have to deal with a few ailments down low. But John Tugler, he's been able to give you 4.5 rebounds per game. You've got Jawan Roberts, who's able to give you about 7 boards per contest. All in all, I do think that Houston is relatively solid, and I do think that they go on the road and get the job done. But again, this is a Houston team that they're a little bit different when they are away from home, and this has been a Houston team that has actually been able to do a relatively quality job with regards to their offense. They have gone past the 72-point plateau in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, for Cincinnati, they have given up at least 69 points in 4 of their last 5 games. So going to be looking at the over. I did set my total at 131, and at north of 5, I'm going to be taking the points with Cincinnati. 699, 700 on the betting board. Valparaiso plays host to Belmont, and Belmont is a road favorite of 6.5 points. Total on this game is 152.5 to 153.5, and with Belmont, I did set them as a favorite of just 4.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Valparaiso. Both of these teams have been pretty awful with regards to their defense. Belmont, well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, this Valparaiso team has been having all sorts of issues as well, and both of these teams are certainly giving it up from three-point range. One has been a little bit better on offense than the other, and that would certainly be Belmont, as Belmont may have been able to exceed the 72-point plateau in 3 of their last 4 games, but it's been inconsistent for them as well, as Belmont has Malik Dia, a couple of Kate Tyson. These two guys stand right around 6'7", 6'8". They both bomb at a mid-30s mark from three-point range. They're both giving you 15-plus points per contest, and Dia has been able to give you 6-plus rebounds per game, but this Belmont team just does not have a lot down low. In terms of their rebound rate, Belmont is 308th in all of college basketball, and while Valparaiso is far from spectacular at 326th, I do feel like that actually plays a little bit into the advantage of this Valparaiso team, and for Belmont, they have been just giving it up from the outside away from home, allowing opponents to shoot 37.9% from three-point range in a roadside shoot court environment, while Valparaiso at home, they allow opponents to shoot about 35.1% from three-point range, so I do think that you're going to see a nice expose of three-point shooting in this one, but I did take a look at the under in this spot. I did set my total at 148.5. Got a Belmont team that is playing relatively up-tempo, but this is a Valparaiso team that is playing quite slowly, and I do think that they're going to look to bog down this game a little bit. You've got Cooper Schweiger, who's been able to give you 12 points, 5.5 boards, shooting 36.5% from 3, and for this Valparaiso team, of your top 4 scorers, 3 of them do shoot at least 35.2% from the outside. Isaiah Stafford, he's able to chip in there and steal 16.5 points per game, so I like what he's able to bring to the table, and Jackson Edwards is able to give you about 5 boards per contest to be able to help out as well, and for Belmont, to their credit, they've been able to get some good facilitation out of Keyshawn Davidson, along with Jacoby Gillespie, being able to combine for about 8.2 assists per contest, and Gillespie does shoot 40% from three-point range, but Belmont also turns the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. These are two teams that have been very inconsistent just all season long, both on the glass and with regards to being able to take care of the ball. I do think that this is an ordeal where Valparaiso is going to be looking to step it up. I think that they are going to be looking to make this a little bit slower, a little bit grimier, and I do think that they're going to have success with it because Valparaiso knows that they really can't go shot for shot with Belmont. They do need to look for other ways to be able to hold in this game, and I do think that Valparaiso is going to be able to find those. As I did set my total at a 148.5, diving in on the under, and at north of 5, going to be willing to take the points with Valpo. 701, 702 on the betting board. Evansville hits the road face-off against Murray State, and Murray State is a 8.5 point favorite. Your total on this game is 137.5. With Murray State, I did set them as a favorite of 9.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the 8.5. All of a sudden, Murray State is playing some defense. Like, this team was in the bottom 55 or so with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis about a month or so ago, and if you look at the overall season numbers, they're still pretty stinky. As Murray State team, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, is 161st, and it's actually giving up about 6 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot court environment, but it's a vast improvement, and they're going up against an Evansville unit that they get back Ben Humer-Riches. That is very big for this team, as he's their top scorer. He's been able to supply you with 16-plus points per contest, and without him in the fold, I think that out of like their 5 games without him, they got to pass the 70-point plateau like once. It was just all sorts of ghastly because you just don't have a lot down low when it comes to this Evansville team. They're well outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate, aside from Yassan Toumi, the gentleman from France, who's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. It's been all sorts of awful, but that said, this is a Evansville team that, though they have Humer-Riches back at the fold, he's not quite 100% yet, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. Past Toumi along with Humer-Riches, nobody else gives you really north of 9.5 points per contest. It's an Evansville team that overall they shoot about 33.5% from three-point range, as they've been able to get a little bit more out of Chuck Bailey III, shooting 38.5% from the outside. And this is a Murray State team that if you're going to be able to hurt them, you need to do it from the outside. Murray State is going to allow wide open three-point looks. Murray State 248th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to bomb it at a 38.5% three-point clip when they are at home. But for Murray State, I do think that this team is going to be able to lock down with their own backcourt, as you've got Rob Perry along with Jacoby Wood, both guys being able to give you combined about 25 points, 9 boards per contest. Wood is able to shoot about 42.5% from three-point range, and Murray State is a top 35 team with regards to field turnovers on a per possession basis at 9.5. You've got Nick Ellington, who's been able to give you about 6 boards per contest. And though this Murray State team is not amazing on the glass, each of your top 4 scorers are able to give you at least 4 4.2 rebounds per game. Murray State currently about 232nd in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Though Kenny Strawbridge has good versatility, it's just not enough for an Evansville team that's about 265th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. With Hugh Murrich is back, but not necessarily at 100%. I do think that Murray State finds a way to be able to get the job done with their new and improved defense. I did set my total at a 137.5. I'm seeing a straight 138 out there. If we can get to 138 or higher, going to be taking a look at the under, as you've got a Murray State team that's really been rolling in terms of their defense. This team has now given up 72 points or fewer in every one of their games really since the turn of the calendar. They gave up 73 on the 2nd of January against UIC, and that includes a game against Indiana State as well. So I am going to be taking a look at that 138 under, and with Murray State, willing to lay up to 9 with them. 703, 704 on the betting board. East Carolina, it's the road face-off against UT San Antonio. Meet me for the Roadrunners, who are 3 to 2.5 point home underdogs. So on this game is 147.5. Set East Carolina's a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. UT San Antonio has enough firepower to be able to hold in this game offensively, especially with Jordan Ivy Curry absolutely lighting it up. But ever since Jordan Ivy Curry got into the fold for UT San Antonio, this has been one of the most ghastly defenses in all of college basketball for UT San Antonio. If you look at the overall season numbers, this team is outside the top 265 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They have now given up 80 plus points in each of their last 5 games, and quite frankly, for this UTSA team, man, it's relatively rough there. And now they go up against a East Carolina team that in regulation, because they had their game against Temple go to overtime, they have not exceeded the 60-point plateau in any of them. So good old situation, something's got to give. I did set my total at a 147.5 as a result, so I'm right here with the current number on this game. If we can get down to about like a 148 or higher, that would be my buy point on the under. If this goes to more of the 145 to 146 that we saw in some very early openers, that'll be a take for me on the over. But RJ Felton has been pretty solid for this East Carolina team. 16 points, 6 boards per contest, and you've been able to have Uzar, who's been able to shoot about 41% from 3-point range. And this East Carolina team is relatively solid with regards to rebound rate. And UTSA, they don't get completely lambasted on the glass. With East Carolina, this team is about 196th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. And UTSA, meet, they are about 167th with this regard, having Carlton Lindgard be able to supply you about 6 boards. He's 7 feet tall. He's been able to pop threes at about 34.5% clip. Jordan Ivy Curry is shooting about 38.5% from the outside. And for UTSA, I mean, the offense has been there, but man, this team is giving up points upon points upon points, and I do think that you're going to continue to have that happen here against a East Carolina team that, if you look at their overall defensive efficiency, the numbers are very much warped, because really their top rebounder, Brandon Johnson, was dealing with quite a bit of an illness towards the beginning part of the season, so when he was out there, he wasn't 100%, missed a few games early on. This East Carolina team is about 141st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I treat them as more of a top 100 team with this regard, just taking that into account. But that said, I do think that East Carolina finds a way to be able to get it done against a UTSA team that, once again, they're going to be able to provide the offense. I just have my question marks with that defense. I set my line at 3.5. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 3 with East Carolina. If we can get back to the 146.5 that we were seeing before, we're going to have the over set my total at a 147.5. 705, 706 on the betting board. Oral Roberts hits the road face off against South Dakota State. South Dakota State is an 8-point favorite. Your total on this game is 154 to 154.5. With South Dakota State, I can only make them a 6.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take 8 here with Oral Roberts. Oral Roberts has really been throttling down in terms of their tempo. They are outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game, but this is an Oral Roberts team that's still able to light it up from 3-point range against a South Dakota State team that is outside the top 300 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Frankly, both of these teams outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And if you're looking at overall versatility, most versatile player on this game is Zeke Mayo. He's going to be on the side of South Dakota State. 18.5 points, 6 boards, 3.5 assists, shoots 37.5% from 3-point range for a South Dakota State team that, I mean, they're down from past years with their 3-point shooting percentage. They're shooting about 35.2% from 3-point range now. They go up against the Oral Roberts team that's in the bottom 25 in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, and they allow opponents to shoot about 36.5% from 3-point range in a roadside shoot court environment. But South Dakota State, they're allowing opponents to shoot 36.2% from 3. That is 319th in all of college basketball. And when it comes to Oral Roberts, you do have Kareem Thompson along Jalen Bedford. They've been able to combine for 13 boards. Both of these guys give you north of 10 points per game and are able to shoot in the north of 35% range from 3-point range, while Isaac McBride is really your top guy. 3 assists, 20.5 points per contest, shoots 38% from 3-point range. Neither of these teams do an amazing job of being able to rip the ball away, so you should be able to get some clean possessions here. And the last time these two teams played, Oral Roberts won on their home floor by a count of 87-82, a game where both teams shot about 42.3% from 3-point range. Both teams shot 85+% at the free throw line. I do think that you're going going to see a lot of good shot making in this one. I think that you're going to see turnovers be limited, but that said, I do think that we're going to see this thing throttle down a little bit more. I don't think that shooting north of 42% on both sides and north of 85% on both sides is necessarily sustainable in this spot. Oral Roberts has had a little bit of a disadvantage down low, but they've done a nice job taking care of the ball, so I do think that they hold in there. Semi-total 152.5. I think that you just don't get enough possessions for an over with the way that both of these teams have been playing very slowly. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be taking a look at the points with Oral Roberts. 707, 708 on the betting board. Maryland, it's third face-off against Ohio State. The Ohio State University is a 2.5 point favorite. Your total on this game is 131. I did set Ohio State as a favorite of 3 points. At the 2 to 2.5, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Maryland has been pretty supreme with their defense. They're a top 45 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and while they're not a great team with regards to overall opponent 3-point shooting percentage, they don't allow for a lot of 3-pointers to be attempted as well, so they essentially just run you off the 3-point line, which is actually something I do like in this spot. And it's a Maryland team that they've been able to travel relatively well with their defense. They're 9th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. If you look specifically in a roadside-shoot-corner environment, still a top 25 team with that regard. And Ohio State, they certainly have been much better in Columbus rather than in a roadside-shoot-corner environment. Ohio State overall 166th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but giving up about 10.6 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-shoot-corner environment. And they didn't go up against a Maryland team that has had a tough time being able to put the ball in the basket as they're shooting 28.7% from 3-point range. Dante Scott has been solid, being able to give you about 5 boards, 11 points, shoots 34% from 3. Jameer Young, Mr. Do-It-All, 4 boards, 4 assists, 20.5 points, shoots 35% from 3-point range. Past that, you've got nothing from the team, and I was really hoping that Deshaun Harris-Smith would be able to come to the forefront. 6.5 points, 4.5 boards, 2.5 assists on 16% 3-point shooting. Meanwhile, you've got an Ohio State team that, Chris Holtman has been exposed as a really bad coach. That said, you've got a nice trio for the team. Jamison Battle, Roddy Gale, Bruce Thornton. These 3 guys have been able to combine for about 44 points per contest. Battle has been able to shoot about 44% from 3-point range. And late in games, you've got an Ohio State team that does shoot 76% of the free throw line. So if you're in a nip and duck game, that's going to be relatively solid. You've got a guy in Zed Key that's able to do a relatively solid job down low as well. He's been able to supply the team with about 5.5 or so rebounds per game. Meanwhile, Felix Opara, 2.5 blocks, 7 rebounds per game. So Ohio State has been relatively solid at being able to guard the painted area, and that's big against a Maryland team that just cannot shoot it from the outside. Ohio State is overall about 63rd in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, and then you got Maryland at 104th with this regard, but Maryland taking quite a bit of drop off on the boards away from home. I do think that Ohio State is going to be able to pull it off, and I do think that this is going to be a lower scoring game, but Ohio State has really been hitting the skids in terms of their defense. I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be close enough for late game felling, as Ohio State, they're riding a 5-game losing streak in which they have given up 76 points in all 5 of them. I think that they snap it here in a rather back and forth game. Semi-total 135, look it over, and willing to lay up to 2.5 with Ohio State. 709, 710 on the betting board. Northern Kentucky plays us in Detroit. Detroit is an underdog of 13.5 points. Total on this game is 144 with Detroit. I did set them as an underdog of 13.5. I was seeing a few 13s out there a little bit earlier at 13 or less. Willing to lay with Northern Kentucky at 14 or more. That'll be my buy point on Detroit, as Detroit actually showed a spirited effort in the second half of their game against Wright State a few days ago, but it's still a team that ranks outside the top 300 in terms of points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. One of the worst rebound rate teams in all of college basketball. They turn the ball over north of 13 times per game while being a low-tempo team. They completely give up the arc as well, but they do face off against a Northern Kentucky team that is currently banged up. Sam Vincent, their leader with regards to both assists and really being able to generate turnovers, has been out of the fold. So as a result, Michael Bradley has had to do a lot more with the offense. He's up to about 4.5 assists, 1.3 steals per contest, and in the last 2 games for Mr. Bradley, how about him being able to supply the team with a grand total of 43 points, about 12 assists to just 1 turnover. So that is big for this North team, one that is well outside the top 225 with regards to their rebound rate, as well as you've got Trey Robinson giving 6.3 rebounds per game, but he's really been the lone guy that's been able to do a nice job down low. But the forte of this Northern Kentucky team is being able to generate turnovers. It is a Northern Kentucky team that's a little bit rough in terms of being able to give things up from the 3-point line, and they themselves, Northern Kentucky, they're well outside the top 225 with regards to total possessions per game. But for Northern Kentucky, they do a good job being able to force live ball turnovers, and overall they are 29th in the country with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And for the squad, they go up against a Detroit team that is relatively milquetoast in the way that they generate turnovers, 164th in the country with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. As Northern Kentucky, they themselves turn the ball over about 13 times per contest, and Marquise Warwick, he only shoots about 30% from 3, but it's a good volume score, 2.5 assists, 19 points per contest. With Northern Kentucky, they should be able to continue to just prolong the misery of Detroit, who's currently 0-25, becomes 0-26. Question is, will they be able to cover at 13 or less? Willing to lay with Northern Kentucky, and did set my total at a 143.5. I did set my total there, and here at a 144, it is a buy point for me on the under. Fully recognize that Detroit has given up 75 plus points in all but 2 of their last 10 games, but they're also facing off against a Northern Kentucky team that they themselves have had their issues being able to score all season long. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 13 with Northern Kentucky. 7-11, 7-12 is going to be the DK Network Right pick. This is Gonzaga on the road against Kentucky. Kentucky is a 3.5 point favorite. Total on this game is 167.5. Set my total at a 165.5. I think we've just went a hair too far here. It's a Gonzaga team that I just don't know if I can buy what we've been seeing on them recently in the WCC, as when we saw them in better competition, they floundered. Meanwhile, Kentucky has been going up against it all season long. My DK Network Right pick is going to be laying the number with Kentucky. I felt like they should have been closer to a 7-point favorite, and to illustrate the point of this Gonzaga team, they enter into Saturday 27th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they were 78th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. In non-conference play, they've been allowing 2.3 points fewer per 100 possessions since West Coast Conference play began, but really the disparity comes on offense. Gonzaga averaging 10.8 points more per 100 possessions in conference play than they did in non-conference play on offense, as they were 56th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis when their conference play began. Now they're up to 12th. I feel like their numbers are being very much built on sand, and now you have to go up against a Kentucky team that is shooting north of 41% from 3. That is second in all of college basketball, but even if the threes are not falling for this Kentucky team, they do a nice job of being able to take care of the ball as well. For this Kentucky team, they rank in the top 10 nationally in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and you've just got weapons upon weapons. Trey Mitchell is able to give you 12.5 points, 7.5 boards down. You have to go up against Anton Watson, Graham Ike, a pair of guys averaging about 15 points per contest apiece. Both give you about 7 to 8 rebounds per game, and both are shooting in the high 30s from 3-point range. But Gonzaga is still shooting less than 35% from 3-point range as a collective. You've got Austin Reeves, who's been able to lead the way for Kentucky with a 44% 3-point shooting percentage, 20 plus points per contest. You're able to get a little bit more down low out of this team, as well as they brought in some size. You've got Ogana Oyesu, who's been able to do a much better job of being able to man things down low in the last 3 games for the team. He's been able to supply you with 28 rebounds and 12 blocks in that time span as well, so they're able to go at Gonzaga that way as well. And for Gonzaga, they're just not necessarily a super duper up-tempo team like they have been in past years. For Gonzaga, in terms of total possessions per game, the team is about 120th in all of college basketball, so this is not a team that's looking to just absolutely grip it and rip it. So I do feel like this total has gone a little bit too far in for Kentucky. The way that you beat them is by being able to match them shot for shot from 3-point range. Gonzaga away from home shooting just 31.9% from 3-point range. I do like Kentucky to be able to get the job done. My DK Network Right up, that is laying the number here with Kentucky. And with regards to the total, I feel like we went a little bit too far. Set my total at 165.5. So also looking under 713, 714 on the betting board. You don't just get William, you don't just get Mary, you get both William and Mary going on the road against Delaware. Delaware is a 13-point favorite. Total on this game is 144, and I'm going to be willing to back America's favorite tag team. I'm going to be taking the points with William and Mary. It's a William and Mary team that is outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. As a matter of fact, outside the top 330 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they do give it up quite a bit from 3-point range. Opponents shoot about 38% from 3-point range against them in a roadside shoot court environment, but this is a Delaware team that they do have some warts with regards to their defense, while outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So Delaware does a very good job of being able to guard the arc. Opponents shoot about 30.6% from 3-point range at home against them. But when it comes to this Delaware team, I do think that they're going to have a little bit of an issue being able to guard just all the versatility that you've got out of a William and Mary team that they only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. Meanwhile, you've had Jelon Trent for this Delaware team be able to give good versatility. He's able to give you about 12 or so points, 4 boards, 3 assists. So it's been a nice stat sheet stuff for Jair Davis. He has been really able to take over the game. He's able to give you 18 points. He's able to give you north of 7 boards per contest. But really like what I'm seeing out of Chaz Lowe right now. 13 points, 7 boards, 3 assists. He has made every one of his threes this far this season. That's obviously a little bit of a joke. But for this William and Mary team, I do think that they're going to avenge their previous loss when they fell to Delaware 81-53 on their own floor. In that game, you saw William and Mary shoot just 32.5% from the floor. I do think that we should see a little bit of a improvement there. And William and Mary didn't honestly play too bad on the glass in that one. It's a William and Mary team that has been able to buffer up their defense just a little bit if you take that game out of the fold. So playing against everyone not named Delaware, they have now given up fewer than 72 points in 3 out of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, this has been a Delaware team that has really been able to do a nice job of knuckling up in terms of their defense. This team has now given up 71 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 5 games. So I do think that this is going to be a pretty tame game, considering that William & Mary is in the bottom 50 in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. So as a result, I did set my total at 142. You're at 144, looking at the under. I do think that with William & Mary having the backcourt that they do have, as they've been able to have Trey Moss be able to give you about 13 points, doesn't necessarily shoot it well from 3, but Gabe Dorsey shoots about 38.5% from the outside, supplies you with 13.5 points per game for a team that does a good job of being able to take control of the ball, that you're going to be able to get a little bit better outcome here for William & Mary. I'm only taking the 13 with them, and looking at the under, set my total at 142. 7-15, 7-16 on the betting board. NC State is the road face off against Wake Forest, and Wake is a favorite of between 7.5 to 8 points. So your total on this game, and between 151.5 and 152, and with Wake, I did set them as a favorite of 6 points. So here at 7.5 to 8, I'm going to be willing to take the points. Last time these two teams played, I think that Kevin Keats got thrown out of the game, and it was just all sorts of harebrained and crazy. Now you've got Damari Monsanto back in the fold for Wake Forest, who I do believe is one of the best three-point shooters just in all of college basketball in general. When he's on, he is certainly on for the team, and they go up against an NC State team that is well outside the top 200 with regards to their rebound rate. Other than Mohamed Diarra, you don't really have anyone that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, Efton Reed, Austin Carr, these two guys for Wake Forest have been able to supply you with about 14 rebounds per game. But for Wake Forest, they do have a relatively limited just amount of depth in general. This is a Wake Forest team that as well, even though they have the advantage on the glass, it's not like they're necessarily a supremely good rebounding team, as they're about 92nd in all of college basketball in this regard. And this is a Wake Forest team that is going to allow quite a few wide open threes. For NC State, they only shoot about 33% as collective, but DJ Turn It Up Horn has been able to shoot north of 40% for 3. He's your main scorer with 13 to 14 points per contest. NC State certainly has had their issues in terms of giving up the 3 ball as well. NC State about 185th in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. That balloons up to about 37.3% from 3-point range when they're in a roadside shoot corner environment. Meanwhile, Wake Forest, now a top 75 team with this regard, but I do think that for NC State, they're going to do a nice job of just being able to take control of the ball. They're a top 25 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Though Michael O'Connell really doesn't give you a lot of scoring, he does a nice job just being able to dish out some relatively good, clean, efficient offense, as you've got a lot of guys around him, like a Casey Morcell was able to give you about 12 or so points per contest. They do a nice job of just being able to put the ball in the basket. You've got DJ Burns, who's been able to give you 12 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and I do think that the overall depth and versatility that you have with NC State is going to be able to keep them very lively in this game. It's a Wake Forest team that has to go up against an NC State bunch that has been able to do a better job with regards to their defense as well, having given up 68 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games. And to the credit of Wake Forest, this team has been able to do a pretty solid job with regards to their offense as well, getting to at least 75 points in all but 3 out of their last 12 games. So a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take the points that we've got with NC State. And with regards to the total, I did set my total at a 154. I'm looking over, and I'm going to be looking at those points with NC State. 7-17, 7-18 on the betting board. It is Chattanooga, and they hit the road facing off against UNC Greensboro. Greensboro is a favorite of 3.5 points total on this game, between 144 and 144.5. With Chattanooga, I did set them as an underdog of 4 points. So here at the 3.5, it's a max I'm going to be willing to lay with Greensboro, but I'm going to be willing to lay it with Greensboro. The CNC Greensboro team has been able to rise up quite a bit with regards to their defense. If you look at them overall for the campaign, they have been outside the top 135 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but a lot of that happened in non-conference play. In conference play, especially since Mikael Brown-Jones, who's been the team's top scorer ever since he got back at the fold, as he missed 2 or 3 games due to injury, the team has been much better with that regard. And Brown-Jones, 8 boards, 20.5 points, shoots 46% from 3. And for this Greensboro team, among players that have made at least 1 3 for the team thus far this season, each other top 6 shoot at least 36.6% from 3-point range. As a collective, this is a bunch that they are shooting about 39.3% from 3-point range. Typically, Mike Jones's teams, you ask who, and I say Coach Mike Jones, typically they're a little bit more defense-oriented, but with this UNC Greensboro team, they're a top 100 team with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, and it is a team that just from 3-point line, when they are at home, they've been one of the best in all of college basketball. They're shooting 40% from 3-point range at home, more like 37% in a roadside shoot corner environment, with both the Langley brothers doing a solid job helping out there. Kobe Langley, 14.5 points, 3.5 assists on 40% 3-point shooting, and then your brother Keyshawn Langley, he does a good job just doing the little things with about 6 assists, 2.5 steals, shoots more like 37% from the outside. But when it comes to this Greensboro team, they did give up 78 points the other night against Samford, and it's been a little bit more difficult for them recently. recently, but in regulation, they have now given up 72 points or fewer in essentially 8 out of their last 12 games. Meanwhile, you do have a Chattanooga team that they've been giving it up quite a bit as well. They've given up 85 plus points in 2 out of their last 3 games, actually 84 plus points in 2 out of their last 3 games, as they have been having to go up against VMI, Western Carolina, and Samford, so a lot of really good offense there, and they themselves have 2 guys that you really like in Trey Bonham along with Hunter Huff, combining for about 33 points per contest. They played under Dan Earl when they were at VMI. Both of these guys are combining shooting north of 40% from 3-point range at the current moment, and you've got someone in Sam Alexis who does a tremendous job down low, 9.3 boards along with 11.5 points per game for a Chattanooga team that they're not amazing with regards to rebounding, but they should have a little bit of an edge here. UNC Greensboro is currently finding themselves about 198th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, this is a Chattanooga squad that has been able to provide quite a bit on the glass, about 140th there. So I do think that for UNC Greensboro, they're going to be able to find a way to be able to get it done. They're only turning the ball over about 12 times per contest. Jan Zadek is able to give you versatility at about 6'11", shooting 36.5% from 3-point range. And just like the way that Chattanooga has been able to mold into form with regards to their offense, other than a complete and utter clunker where they scored 56 points against Sam Ianford, this team has really been able to hit mock turbo with regards to offense, 74 plus points in all but one of their games since these 2 teams hooked up last, and that was on January 11th. UNC Greensboro won that game 70-54, a game where Chattanooga shot 7 of 34 from 3, Greensboro 14 of 26. I do think the things iron out here. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Chattanooga, made them a 4-point favorite, and made my total a 144, so you're at 144.5. Also looking under 719, 720 on the betting board. Northern Colorado plays us Montana, and Montana does find themselves as an underdog of a 1.5 total on this game. It is 153. I just have Montana as an underdog of 2 points. So here at the 1.5, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Northern Colorado as by far the best scorer out there on the floor, and that'd be St. Thomas. St. Thomas, 20 points, 6 boards, 4 plus assists. He leads the team in pretty much every major category, going up against a Montana team that they do a very good job with their offense. The defense is leaving quite a bit of something to be desired, as you got Adam Moody, who's been able to give you 16 plus points after a really rough start from 3-point range to begin the season. He's now giving you about 36% from 3-point range, and all in all, it is a Montana team that they're shooting about 35.5% from 3-point range, but a little bit of a buyer beware on Montana, and the fact that this team has been a different offense when they've been at home rather than in a road/neutral environment. As for Montana, they're averaging about 8 points fewer per 100 possessions when they leave home, but overall 56th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, this is a Northern Colorado team that is 67th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And when it comes to this Montana team, I was talking about those home and road splits. How about them being 261st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 9.5 points more when they do leave home. Meanwhile, Northern Colorado, they're about 291st with this regard, but I do think that Northern Colorado going to be able to hold up down low. You've got Lalo, okay, along with Deshaun Thomas for this Montana team, being able to provide about 12.5 rebounds per game. But Riley Abercrombie, no, he's not in association with Fitch, but he is in association with shooting 34.5% from 3 at 6'9", giving you about 8.5 points, 4.5 boards per contest. And I like DeJure Reeves in the way that he takes a load off of so many of these guys, giving you 14 points, shooting 36% from 3-point range. Now, Northern Colorado is going to give you a lot of open looks from 3-point range. This Northern Colorado team, they are 331st in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but Montana, they allow opponents to shoot 38.2% from 3-point range away from home as well. So even though I do think that this is going to be a slow game, as you've got a Montana team that they look to play outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game, I think that there's going to be a lot of shot making. So this is my total 154, looking at the over of Northern Colorado. Made them the 2-point favorite. I think that they prevail here on their own floor, so want to lay 1.5 for Northern Colorado and look it over. 721, 722 on the betting board. Quinnipiac, it's a road face-off against Mount St. Mary's, and the Mount does find themselves as an underdog of 1 to 1.5 points. Total on this game is 150, and with Mount St. Mary's, I did set them as a underdog of 2.5 points. I'm going to be one to lay with Quinnipiac. Quinnipiac has lost just 4 games straight up all season long. This team has been a complete bulldozer, and they do a nice job of just being able to D things up. They're in the top 80 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and in a road/neutral environment, opponents only shoot about 31.5% from 3-point range. They go up against a Mount St. Mary's team that they've been able to rein it in a little bit more. Dakota LaFew has had to take over the point guard role from Jalen Benjamin from a season ago, and he's been able to give you about 16 plus points, 4 plus assists per contest, and he's cut down on the turnovers, but it still has been a little bit unsightly. And this is a Mount St. Mary's team that traditionally, this is a relatively low and controlled team. They don't really play very quickly, and this is still a team that's in the top 100 with regards to rebound rate. This despite the fact that they don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. Joey Cordelia has been your main rebounder, but that said, this is a Mount Mount St. Mary's team that they do need to cut down on those turnovers with north of 13 per contest. Meanwhile, for Quinnipiac, you've been able to have Matt Blonich do a nice job being able to go bombs away from 3-point range. He's been able to supply the team with 18 plus points per contest. This is a Quinnipiac team that they're also a top 75 team with regards to their rebound rate, with having Savion Lewis be the main facilitator of all that. As down low, you've got Mari Tice, Paulo being able to combine for about 14 rebounds per game, but for Lewis, 7.6 assists per game. That's a top 5 mark in all of college basketball for a Quinnipiac team that they're in a nip and tuck game late. They shoot 78.7% at the free throw line. That is a top 30 mark in all of college basketball with Quinnipiac. They shoot more around 72% at the free throw line, so I'm going to be willing to back Quinnipiac in this spot. Did set them as a favorite of 2.5. Also made my total a 150.5, so going to be looking at the over in this ordeal with a Quinnipiac team that is playing quite quickly, and Mount St. Mary's is now in the top 125 with regards to total possessions per game. So looking at the over and looking at Quinnipiac. 723, 724 on the betting board. Montana State is on the road facing off against Northern Arizona, and Northern Arizona is a home underdog of 2 points. This game is 147.5 with Northern Arizona. I did set them as an underdog of 3 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Montana State. This Montana State squad does have their issues, but you've got Robert Ford III on your side, and Robert Ford III is only standing right around 6 feet tall, but he's one of the best Swiss Army knife players at the mid-major level, supplying 15.5 points, 7.8 boards. He's able to give you a few assists, as Eddie Turner, the transfer from the Ivy League, being able to dole out right in the neighborhood about 3.6 assists per contest has been of great help, especially with Montana State now shooting in that pocket about 36% from 3-point range as well, about 37.5% 3-point shooting and 8.5 points out of Tyler Patterson when he's been out there, so that's been relatively solid going up against the Northern Arizona team that has been very rough in terms of their defense. They actually do a nice job of being able to guard the arc. They're a top 85 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but Northern Arizona is outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. They give up a lot of second and third chances, with Carson Basham being the only guy that gives you north of 4.1 rebounds per game, 11 points, 6.1 boards, and with having the full Carson Towd, who is supposed to be their main post presence, he has not appeared all season long for this team. It's led to Northern Arizona having to mix and match. You've got Trent McLaughlin, who is able to give you about 16 points, 2 assists, shoots about 34.5% from 3-point range, but overall, Northern Arizona 12.5 turnovers per game. That's a relatively low-tempo team. They shoot just 31% from the outside with 12.5 turnovers per game, so that has been relatively rough for this unit. Meanwhile, you've got a Montana State team that has been able to get some really good ancillary production out of someone like a Brandon Goraki, who's been able to give you about 15 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and with this Montana State team doing a nice job generating about 8.5 turnovers per game, despite the fact that they're well outside the top 200 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. I do think that they're going to be able to prevail here with the more consistent offense for Montana State. This team has been able to get to at least 70 points and now each out of their last 8 games, and I do think that they're going to be able to bust through here. So it's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to back Montana State in this spot. I did set them as a favorite, more around 3 points, and did set my total at 143. This is a circumstance where I just don't know if Northern Arizona is going to be able to do their part looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Montana State. 725, 726 on the betting board. Central Florida, it's a red face-off against Texas Tech. Texas Tech is a 7.5 point favorite. Your total is between 137 and 137.5 with Texas Tech. I did set them as a favorite of 8 points, so here at the 7.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Texas Tech. This team has actually been much more offense-based, which you wouldn't think from a Grant McCaslin coach team. With Grant McCaslin, he was such a good defensive mastermind when he was over at North Texas, running things very slowly, very methodically, but for Texas Tech, this has become a top 30 team with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, and I do think that they're going to be able to do a solid job against a Central Florida team that, while they are a top 15 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, I do see a few issues that are popping up for this team when they're on the road. The Central Florida team has Brima Diallo, who's been able to do a nice job giving you multiple blocks, being able to supply 5+ rebounds per game, but this is also a Central Florida team that is just all sorts of all over the place with regards to their offense. They are turning the ball over north of 12.5 times per contest, while they themselves have been a top 35 team with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis, but Texas Tech is doing a solid job taking care of the ball, 10.8 turnovers per game, while Joe Toussaint, Pop Isaacs, they've been able to give you combined about 8 assists to 4.7 turnovers per game. Isaacs, your main scorer, with about 17.5 points per game, but you've also got a 7-footer Moore Washington, who gives you a block and a half, 7.5 rebounds per game. Texas Tech doesn't quite have the same rebound rate as Central Florida, but this is also a Central Florida team that they need to get online with their outside shooting. Jalen Sellers last year at Ball State shot well north of of 42% from three-point range. This year shooting 29.5% from the outside with 17 points per contest. And while Central Florida does a good job being able to generate those turnovers, Shamari Allen has been a nice go-to scorer with about 7.5 points, 2.5 assists per contest. So he's been able to take the load off of Sellers along with Darius Johnson, who's been able to give you 13 points per game. I do think that Texas Tech does a solid job down low. And for Texas Tech, I do think that the offensive consistency just continues for this team. This is a Texas Tech unit that has been able to get past the 72-point plateau in all but one of their games since the beginning of the month of January. Meanwhile, this is a Central Florida team that they have scored 72 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So I do think that this is a good way for Texas Tech to be able to get the job done. I did set this total at a 140. I do think that things are going to be slowed down a little bit in this spot, but I think that Texas Tech executes enough in this game, and I do think that you get late game fouling for and over to go along with a cover for Texas Tech, willing to lay up to 7.5 with them, and looking at the over, 727, 728 on the betting board. North Carolina, it's a road to face off against Miami. Miami does find themselves as a 4.5 point home underdog. Total on this game is 156 after 157. I did set this North Carolina team as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Miami. North Carolina has really been able to ascend in terms of their defense. This team is now in the top 35 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. That said, I still do have a few question marks with the way that they're going to be able to guard the arc against a Miami team that is a top 25 team in terms of 3-point shooting percentage. As for Miami, it's just a completely loaded unit in which everyone is able to light it up from 3-point range. That includes their big man in Chad Omier, who's been able to give you 9.5 boards, 17 points, and even with his size, he's able to shoot 37% from 3-point range. As a matter of fact, each of your top 4 scorers shoot at least 37% from 3-point range, and 6 out of your top 7 do so as well. For a Miami team that they do turn the ball over about 12.5 times per contest, this is a North Carolina team that, while they're playing very good defense, they're not necessarily a team that looks to generate a lot of turnovers. Instead, they're looking to be able to generate really good offense in the half court, with RJ Davis being able to supply north of 21 points per contest. With Armando Bacot, it's honestly been very interesting to watch him, as well as he's had a lot of games where he has failed to get to the 10 rebound plateau. Feels like that Duke game was able to get him reinvigorated, but I mean, it's really been Harrison Ingram who's been supplying about 7 to 8 rebounds per game, who's been their best rebounder recently. And for North Carolina, credit where credit is due. In terms of their 3-point shooting defense, 23rd in all of college basketball. It dives down to 27.2% from 3-point range in a roadside shoot court environment, but this is also a different Miami defense when they're at home. For Miami, they're 31st in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and while this is a Miami team that they certainly have their warts in terms of their defense, and they're going to lose the battle on the glass, they are giving up about 14.9 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot court environment. And you do have your question marks with guys like Cormac Ryan and company being able to step up for North Carolina. It's a little bit more of a top-heavy team. Meanwhile, guys like Bentley Joseph have been able to make some good contributions for Miami, and this is a Miami team that's looking to crank up the tempo. And for North Carolina, even though they're playing a little bit more defense-oriented, this has still been a relatively solid team at being able to crank up things as well and looking to play a little bit more up-tempo. So I did set my line at a 3.5, 4+. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Miami mostly seeing 4.5, and did set my total at 155.5. I think we've gone a little bit too far with this total. I expect it to be up-tempo, and I do expect some scoring, but North Carolina, vastly different team with their defense, and Miami does a much better job on defense at home. So looking at the under and the points with Miami, 729, 730 on the betting board. CS Fullerton, it's road face-off against Cal State Bakersfield. Meet me for the Roadrunners, who find themselves as 1.5 point favorites. Your total on this game is 128 to 128.5. Pair of teams are well outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, and pair of teams in general have not been putting the ball in the basket. I did set my total at 126.5. I'm going to be looking at the under, and it is a case of something's got to give. Both of these teams have been relatively rough with their defense. Bakersfield is outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Fullerton is a little bit better, and Fullerton has been ranked 65th in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, for Bakersfield, they allow opponents to shoot 38.3% from 3-point range at home in a roadside shoot court environment. That actually ties down to about 32.5% from the outside, so that has been really interesting to take a gander at. But that said, when it comes to this Bakersfield team, I do think that they are going to be able to do a solid job getting the job done here, as I did set them as a 2.5 point favorite, mainly because I do think that they're going to have the best scorer out there on the floor. Max Jones has been able to do a solid job on the side of Fullerton, 15.5 points, 5+ boards per contest, so he certainly has been able to supply for the team. But that said, the way that Caleb Higgins has been able to give this Bakersfield team right around 17 points per contest, that's absolutely massive. You got a Bakersfield team that on the glass is Modestas Concretes, who's been able to give you about 6 boards per contest, as both of these teams have been relatively miserable on the glass. Fullerton does not have a single guy on the roster that's really able to give you north of 5 rebounds per game. As a result, this is a Fullerton team that's 306th in the country with regards to rebound rate. We're on 258th when it comes to this Bakersfield team, and for Bakersfield, they only do shoot about 29% from 3-point range. Your top 3-point shooter has been Marvin McKee shooting 35.5% from three, supplying about 8.5 points per contest. But I do think that in a relatively nip and tuck game, it is going to be Bakersfield that's able to pull it out, as they've just been the more consistent offense. For Fullerton, 68 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, you got a Bakersfield team that, while they themselves have had their doldrums with regards to their offense, if you take a look at the way that the defense has been performing recently in regulation, because they have played an overtime game or two, this team has now given up 71 points or fewer in regulation in every one of their games since they played against Hawaii to begin January. I do think that allows them to be able to get it done here in a relatively low-scoring game. Set by total 126, half dive and under, and willing to lay up to 2 with Bakersfield. 731, 732 on the betting board. Abilene Christian, it's the road face-off against Utah Valley, and Utah Valley is a 5-point favorite. Your total on this game is 142 to 142.5. I made Utah Valley the 4-point favorite, so this is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take the 5 with Abilene Christian. Abilene Christian is one of those teams that they play the whole is greater than the sum of its parts defense-oriented approach, where they're trying to develop just 100 million billion turnovers, and I do think that they're going to be able to have some success doing so against a Utah Valley team that they really just don't do anything amazing on offense. This is one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in all of college basketball. Caleb Stone-Carrawell has been able to do a okay job of being able to shoot about 32-33% from 3-point range, but Drake Allen has fallen off the face of planet Earth. He's been a little bit banged up, and you've got an Abilene Christian team that you've got Ali Abdul-Diba, the transfer from Chicago State, who's been able to supply about 15 points per contest, shooting about 35% from 3-point range for a team that, all in all, they shoot about 33.5% from distance. In past years, Abilene Christian has been horrible at being able to guard the 3-point line. They're honestly not too bad this season, though it is a Utah Valley team that they really don't take a lot of threes just because they've been awful with that regard. But for Abilene Christian, this is a team that they get cooked on the glass. They are one of the worst teams in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, but other than Trayvon Doris, the transfer from Utah State, who's been able to give this team about a block and a half, 7 rebounds per game, Utah Valley unimpressive there, outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate, with the way that Abilene Christian is able to crank up the just heat on defense, the way that they're able to generate turnovers, and Arion Simmons now giving the team 6.5 rebounds per game. I do think that Abilene Christian is going to be able to hold in there, and I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of an up-tempo game. Abilene Christian in the top half of all of college basketball with regards to total possessions per game, and for Utah Valley, they're well outside the top 275 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, having given up 71 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, while Abilene Christian has been giving up their fair share of points recently, 75 plus in each of their last 3 games. So looking at the over, set by total 144, think that you could get some late game fouling here, set by line at 4. So taking the 5 with Abilene Christian and the under, 733, 734 on the betting board. You've got UT Martin on the road facing off against Western Illinois. Western Illinois does find themselves as a 2-point favorite. Your total on this game is 144 to 144.5, and with Western Illinois, I did set them as a favorite of 2.5 points. So going to be willing to lay the deuce. Western Illinois has been very supreme with their defense, and they've been one of the top under teams in all of college basketball this season. The big reason why is that they've been able to do an amazing job down low, as you've been able to have Drew Cisse be able to supply the team with 11.5 turnovers per game. He is a top 7 player in all of college basketball with regards to rebounds per game, and in terms of just total points allowed on a per possession basis, it's a Western Illinois team that is currently about 110th in all of college basketball. They go up against a UT Martin team that is in the top 10 with regards to total possessions per game, yet they are still a top 200 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They're not an amazing defense. They're not terrible, and they should be able to hold their own on the glass, as you've got Jacob Cruz along with Issa Mohammed combining for about 16.7 boards per contest. Cruz has been able to shoot about 40.5% from 3-point range, and it is a UT Martin team that they're shooting about 35% from the outside. Big test for Western Illinois being able to cut off the 3-point line, as they're allowing opponents to shoot only about 30.1% from distance. That is a top 25 mark in all of college basketball, and I do think that they're going to be able to do a relatively solid job on this front. You've got yourself a UT Martin team that, as well, has been able to do a nice job of just being able to take care of the ball. 12.3 turnovers, considering their tempo is not too bad, with Jordan Sears, 4 assists, 45% 3-point shooting, being able to lead the way, and KK Curry has been able to give you about 10 points per contest as well. But the backcourt of Western Illinois, with having Ryan Myers, the Iona transfer, be able to do a nice job supplying the team with 13 points per contest, being able to bomb it at 44% from 3 has been big. Now, Western Illinois, if you've got trepidation with them, they shoot just 61.1% the free throw line with 13.5 turnovers per game. This is a UT Martin team that they do an okay job of generating turnovers, but they're not amazing. I do think that this UT Martin squad is going to be able to hold relatively in there. I do think that you get some late game fouling, so here at a 144, I'd be willing to take that over. I set my total 144.5, but I do think that in the end, Western Illinois wins from within. One to lay up to 2 with Western Illinois to go along with that over. 7:35, 7:36 on the betting board. Lindenwood plays us to Tennessee Tech, and Tennessee Tech is an underdog of a point. Seeing a pick'em line out there as well. Total is 134.5 to 135 with Tennessee Tech. Made them the 2-point favorite. I'm going to be one to take them outright on the money line. It's a Lindenwood team that's just really been having a struggle there, well outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. You've got Keenan Cole, who might be the best player in this game. 18 plus points. He's able to supply with 6 rebounds per game. Really the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 4 boards per contest. Lindenwood doesn't turn the ball over a ton, but you don't have a lot of facilitation with this team. It's all isolation. Darius Bean and his 2.2 assists per game, that leads the way. That's a big, giant red flag. You've got no point guard for this team. Meanwhile, for Tennessee Tech, defense certainly does leave quite a bit of something to be desired. They are 320th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against a Lindenwood team that, they're a little bit better, but are they much better? Not really. Lindenwood is 279th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, only giving up 1.2 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-shoot-record environment. And Xavier Harvey has been solid for the Tennessee Tech team. 15 points, shooting 36% from 3 for a Tennessee Tech team that overall they shoot about 32.5% from distance, but they take relatively okay care of the ball. 11.5 turnovers per game. Harvey has been able to give you a little bit over 3 assists per game. They've been dealing with a little bit of an ailment to David Early, the transfer from Marshall. He's been out since mid to late January, but you've been able to find a little bit more recently out of Rodney Johnson, who down low has been dealing with injuries all season long, but now he's been able to give the team more like 5 boards, 10.5 points per game, with Tennessee Tech just having a little bit more facilitation, with this team being able to do a solid job on the glass against a Lindenwood team, which it's been pretty unsightly in terms of their offense. They have scored 71 points or fewer in now 12 out of their last 15 games, and for Tennessee Tech, I recognize that this team has been coming up short. They've lost 6 straight games, but 2 out of their last 3 losses, they were by 7 points or fewer against Southern Indiana and Morehead St. They've at the very least been able to put out there some okay sort of showings. I do think that Tennessee Tech is able to through here. I like Tennessee Tech alright on the money line, and I did set my total at 138 in this ordeal. Seeing what we've got with regards to 135, I think we've gone a little bit too low as both of these teams been really leaky with regards to their defenses. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be taking a look at Tennessee Tech on the money line. 737, 738 on the betting board. Kent State hits the road, and they're going to be facing off against Troy, and the men of Troy do find themselves as a favorite of between 5.5 and 6 points, and your total on this game, you're going to be finding it anywhere in the neighborhood of about a 144.5 to a 145. I said Troy is a 7-point favorite. Here at the 6, I'm not willing to lay anything really much more than 6, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. Troy has been one of your best cover teams in all of college basketball, and when it comes to this Kent State unit, they just have not been the same team that they were last season. Last season, they were built around defense. They were a top 40 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and their new point guard in Giovanni Santiago, he's been able to cut down on the turnovers, but at the same time, he's not what Sincere Carey was a season ago. He has been really reduced with regards to his 3-point shooting as well. Santiago off the ball last season shot darn near 40% from 3-point range, shooting less than 30% from distance this season, so we've seen a massive drop-off there. And then for Troy, I feel like they're going to have the best guard out there on the floor. That would be Christian Eugene, who's been able to give you 16 points, shooting north of 40% for 3-point range. Jared Sullinger on the flip side for Kent State. He's able to bomb it at nearly 40% for 3-point range. He's able to supply you with about 15.5 points per game as well. But with not having as many turnovers generated by this Kent State team, that's been a little bit of an issue. You do have Chris Payton down low, who's been able to give you about 15 points, 8 boards coming in as a transfer from Penn State. But that said, this is still a Kent State team that's clocking in about 162nd in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. If there is a place where you're able to get this Troy team, it is via just being able to control the boards in general. But this is still a Troy team that, despite the fact that they don't necessarily have that 1 or 2 dominant rebounders, they're a top 55 team with regards to rebound rate. As their top rebounder is Thomas Dowd, who's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. It's a whole is greater than some of its parts approach. When it comes to hitting the glass, the team has been able to generate nearly 10 steals per contest in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. This Troy team is essentially what Kent State was a season ago. And when it comes to this Troy bunch, they're really cranking it up with their offense. 78 plus points in each of their last 5 games. Though I will say, Kent State, they're getting back to basics. They have now given up 71 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. And if you look at games that have wrapped up in regulation only, each of their last 4 as well. So this is a circumstance where I do think that Troy goes out there, gets the job done. I set them as a 7-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number and make my total a 145. So looking over and looking at Troy, 739, 740 on the betting board. Southeast Missouri State plays us to Tennessee State. Tennessee State is a 3 to a 4.5 point favorite. Your total on game is between 138 to 138.5. I did set the Tennessee State folks as a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take it with Tennessee State. Tennessee State getting back Jason Thibodeau, I feel like is very big for this team. Comes in from Florida after he was a top 200 recruit that just couldn't really see the floor. It's given the team multiple blocks, right around 5 boards per contest for a Tennessee State team that they're not amazing with regards to rebound rate. They're relatively average, but this Southeast Missouri State team at this point is just a wreck. They're okay at being able to guard the 3-point line, and that's about all the good that I'm able to say about them. For this bunch, you don't have a single guy that really gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. Josh Early has been able to give about 4.5 boards per contest. Rob Martin has chipped in there 11 points per game for a team that turns the ball over 13 times per contest as a low-tempo team. They shoot 30% from 3-point range, and Tennessee State has done a really nice job of being able to cut teams off from the 3-point line as well. 79th in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. You've also been able to have Adam Larson for this Southeast Missouri State team chip in there about 9 or so points per contest. But for Tennessee State, you just have a nice glut of guards, and you've got pretty much 5 different guys. And Thibodeau, I mentioned before, Cam Brown, E.J. Bellinger, Keenan Hodges, throw in there Jalen Jones, that all give between 9.5 to as high as 14 points per game. In the case of Brown, they all do a solid job hitting the glass. It's not an amazing 3-point shooting team, and they do turn the ball over 12.5 times per contest, but for SEMO, they really don't generate a lot of turnovers. It's a Southeast Missouri State team that they were able to bust out against Tennessee Tech for 88 points a night ago. But that was really their first time against a D1 opponent this calendar year being able to get past the 70-point plateau. I do think that Tennessee State, a relatively mid-tempo team that has been able to do a good job in their own right on defense. 68 points for fear and for their last 5 games. It's going to be able to stick Southeast Missouri State in the mud, but I do think that Southeast Missouri State going to be given up there as they're well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And this is a Tennessee State team that I think that they're going to be able to get it going from the outside and turn defense into offense. I set my total at a 139.5, looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 5 with Tennessee State. I think that late game felling could also help with this over. 741, 742 on the betting board. You've got Texas State. They play us to Ball State. Ball State is an underdog of 3.5 points. Total on this game is 135, and with Ball State, I did set them as an underdog of 2.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points here with Ball State, a bunch that has been unsightly with regards to the way that they guard the arc. They're well outside the top 250 with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, but I do think that they're going to do a good job holding on in this game against a Texas State team that they're about 150th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. They're solid, but they're not amazing. Meanwhile, you've got a Ball State unit that has the best player out there on the floor, in my opinion, Bashir Jihad. 19 points, 7.5 boards, shoots 39.5% from 3-point range, and for this Ball State team, you just have so many guys letting it fly from 3. Each of your top 5 scorers shoot at least 36.8% from 3-point range, including a pair of guys that shoot north of 43% from 3-point range, and Davion Bailey along Trent Middleton. These have been really nice ancillary pieces stepping up. Meanwhile, Jalen Anderson, 4.5 assists to right around about 2.8 turnovers per game. For Ball State, 12 turnovers per contest. Not great, not terrible. Going up against the Texas State team that they really don't force the action with regards to turnovers. Now, I will say this about Texas State. Defense is really starting to rise once again. They are giving up 66 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. But if you look at this Texas State team, it's really been the last few years. They've had some funky home and road splits. They're only giving up about 4.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. It's a Texas State team that has been scoring only about 6 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. As Texas State, 330th with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. You've been able to get 12.5 points, nearly 3 assists per contest out of Jordan Mason, and then the transfer from Army, who was out of the fold to begin the season, Colton Benson, has come back. He shot 41.5% from 3 with about 7 points per contest, but the 13.7 turnovers per game for Texas State, very unsightly. Meanwhile, you've got a Ball State team that, in their own right, in regulation, because their Ohio game went to overtime, they gave up 12 points in overtime. They had given up 72 points in regulation. They've now given up 72 or less in 5 out of their last 6 games in regulation. So I do think the Ball State going to be able to hold in there. I did set my total at a 136.5, so a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take the points with Ball State. And you're at 134.5 to 135. I'm going to be willing to take a look at the over. Texas State. It's been a little bit better with their offense since Benson has been in the fold. 743, 744 on the betting board. Denver plays host to St. Thomas. St. Thomas is a 1.5 to a 2-point favorite. Total between 150.5 to 151 with Denver. I made them the 2-point underdog. At 1.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it with St. Thomas. You've got a good old battle of the tortoise and the hare. Denver, a top 75 team with regards to the total possessions per game, a top 50 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. St. Thomas, one of the slowest slog teams in all of college basketball, and a team that is about 105th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, only giving up 1 point more per 100 possessions possessions in a road/neutral-court environment rather than at home. They're a top 75 defense and pretty comparable actually to Kansas when they're in a road/neutral-court environment. And this for a St. Thomas team that really doesn't have a lot down low. St. Thomas does not really have a guy that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. They are well outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, but they go up against a Denver team that's well outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, despite the fact that Tiku Tanaimo, who comes over from Samford, has been able to give you about 8.5 boards, 17 points per contest, and then Denver's main feature guy is Tommy Bruner. Leads the country in scoring, 25.5 points, 4.5 assists, shoots 38% from three. Denver, they play up tempo, and yet they only turn the ball over 10 times per contest. They shoot 36.5% from three, but they're outside the top 275 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, outside the top 300 with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, as Parker Jorkland, Raheem Anthony have been combined for 26 points, 9 boards per contest. Anthony shoots 45% from three, and all in all, it is a St. Thomas team that they do shoot 35.8% from three, and even though this is not a team that's necessarily going to go guns blazing with regards to their offense, St. Thomas does a nice job staying under control. Only about 9.2 turnovers per game. As a result, this team is 78th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, just because they do the little things well. And this is a team that they do, once again, a relatively solid job of being able to travel in a road/neutral-court environment. St. Thomas actually shooting 37.5% from three-point range. So I do think that St. Thomas goes down the road, gets the job done, willing to lay up to 1.5 with them. Did set my total at a 150. I do think that this game just doesn't have enough possessions to be able to go over. So looking at the under and looking at St. Thomas, 745, 746 on the betting board. Jacksonville St plays also Western Kentucky, and Western Kentucky does find themselves as a 1.5 to a 2-point underdog. Total on this game is 148.5, and with Western Kentucky, I made them a 3-point dog, so I'm going to be willing to lay the very small number here, as with Western Kentucky, this team has been able to do a relatively good job of being able to cut teams off from the 3-point line. They're a top 75 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and Western Kentucky has really been cranking up their tempo. They're now a top 40 team with regards to total possessions per game. As a result, the defense, it has been slip-sliding away from them just a little bit. Meanwhile, this Jacksonville St team is looking to play very slow and very under control. Jacksonville St is outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, and this team has been a top 75 team with regards to both points allowed on a per possession basis and opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. What I like about Jacksonville St is that they've got a nice go-to scorer as well, and Kai Tandy has been able to give you 18.5 points, chip it in there about a steal per contest while shooting 39.5% from three, and this team is needed. If they're turning the ball over 13.5 times per contest and nobody else gives you north of 8.5 points per game. But with this Jacksonville St team, despite the fact that you really don't have that one featured rebound or anything like that, Jacksonville St is a top 75 team in all of college basketball with regards to the rebound rate, and this is a Western Kentucky team that just don't know what you're going to be able to get out of some of the ancillary pieces outside of Don McHenry, who's been able to give you 15.5 points, throws in there about 3 assists, 3.5 boards, shoots 40% from 3-point range. You do have a pair of guys that are stepping up in Christian Lander, a couple of Tyrone Marshall. They are now both shooting about 36.5% from 3-point range, scoring double figures for the team. And Western Kentucky, they do find themselves 98th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Another one that's holds greater than some of its parts approaches with Babacar Faye, who comes over from Charleston. He's been able to give the team about 5.5 rebounds per game, but for Western Kentucky, the 14 turnovers per game, that has been rather unsightly. This Western Kentucky team has now given up 76 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, so scoring at least 77 in each of their last 5. Meanwhile, this Jacksonville St team, they've been able to do a solid job with their defense, giving up 68 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 4 games, and I do think that Jacksonville St does a nice job being able to make this game a little bit of a slow slog. Last time these two teams played, Western Kentucky got the job done 80-69, but in that game, Western Kentucky had to go 10 of 20 from 3-point range, and they had to overcome 17 turnovers. I just don't think that that's going to happen a second time around, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Jacksonville St. Did set them as a favorite of 3, and with regards to total, made mine a 147, so also dive an under. 747, 748 on the betting board. Oregon plays us to Washington State, and Washington State is a underdog of 3 to 3.5 points, so on this game between 141.5 and 142 with Washington State. I did make them the underdog of 4.5 points, so you're at a 3.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Oregon. Oregon has been able to get back in Folly Dante and has been able to help this team out on the glass. It is still an Oregon team that's outside the top 100 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against Washington State team that has been a top 55 team in regards to their rebound rate. And this Washington State team, I do think, is going to be able to do a pretty rock solid job down low with Washington State in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This team is currently clocking in the top 55 in all of college basketball, and For Washington State, it's been all about Isaac Jones being able to man things down low. 15.5 points, 7.5 boards per contest. As for Washington State, of your top 5 scorers, 4 of them do give you at least 4.7 rebounds per game, and the team does shoot about 34.5% from 3-point range. It's been Mr. Wells who's been shooting Jalen Wells, being able to give you 11 points, shooting 42% from 3-point range. Has really come from out of nowhere, by the way. He's been able to supply the team with 13 plus points in each of their last 5 games, and this guy has scored double figures in every single game this calendar year after being a complete afterthought towards the beginning part of the season. Meanwhile, Miles Rice is able to give you about 15 points per contest, but for Oregon, you just have too many weapons on this side of things, as you got Jermaine Cuisinart, Jackson Shellstead combined for about 27 points per contest, 5.5 assists. Both of these guys shoot north of 36.5% from 3-point range for an Oregon team that all of a sudden, they shoot about 37% from 3-point range. That's a top 50 mark in all of college basketball. With regards to this Oregon team, they've got that funky home court, which does give them a little bit of an advantage. I do think that Dante being up at the glass is going to be really big for this team, as they're still dealing with that injury to Nate Biddle, who's been just in and out of the fold all throughout, so you can't expect anything out of him. But Kerry Oquendo being able to give you about 45% 3-point shooting, I do think that they're going to be able to take it to a Washington State team that has been solid with their defense all season long, but this is a Washington defense that it does fall off a little bit when they're in a roadside shoot-to-corner environment, and they do allow opponents to shoot 33.3% from 3-point range when they are away from home. Meanwhile, Oregon, they allow opponents to shoot more like 32% from 3-point range at home, darn near 40% away from home. So, circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay with Oregon and set them as a 4.5-point favorite, and did make my total a 142.5. I think that late game fouling helps you out here with the total, so looking at the over and looking to lay it with Oregon. 749, 750 on the betting board. Cal Baptist is on the road facing up against Utah Tech, and Utah Tech is a home underdog of between 4.5 to 5 points total on this game, between 134 to 135, and with Utah Tech, I did set them as an underdog of 7 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Utah Tech is just not doing a whole heck of a lot correct right now. North of 15 turnovers per game. They're outside the top 250 with regards to their rebound rate. Their go-to scores that were supposed to be really good from 3-point range. Well, right now as a collective, they're shooting about 34.5% from 3 and 64% free throw line. It's rough. Noah Gonsalves has been able to give you 12 points per contest, shooting about 38.5% from 3-point range, and do have a 48% 3-point shooter in Beyond Riley, who just came back in the fold. Had a good first performance coming back against Southern Utah, but do have to question whether or not that is going to be able to maintain. And Tanner Christensen is right now the lone guy on the roster that's giving you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, for Cal Baptist, Dominique Daniels was out of the fold in the team's last game, and that is significant, and that is factored into this one. I'd be surprised if he suits it up in this one. Top scorer for Cal Baptist, shooting about 36.5% from 3, 19 points per contest. That's it. You still have a Cal Baptist team that should be able to win from within. Hunter Goodrick, Ivan Odriogo, they've been able to combine for about 18 rebounds per game. Odriogo is able to give you about a block, 10 points per contest, and then you got Blondo Chiqueno. He's really struggled from 3-point range, but is able to give you a little bit of facilitation, 10.5 points per game. Comes in from New Hampshire, and then you've got good versatility in general out of Kendall Coleman. Coleman is someone that began his career over at Northwestern State, and LSU was a double-figure rebounder in the Southland a few seasons ago. He's able to man things down low. I think the Cal Baptist approach is going to be very, very simple. Try to make this yucky, try to make this thing sloppy, and try to win from within. And I do think that Cal Baptist is going to be able to do so. I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be close enough for late game fouling, which really helps you out with this total. And what else helps you out is the fact that Utah Tech, despite the fact that they go up against a Cal Baptist team that's outside the top 300 with regards to total possessions per game, they're a team that they play relatively up-tempo, and Utah Tech is 242nd in the country with regards to points allowed on a per-possession basis. I do think the Cal Baptist, even being shorthanded, they exploit this to be able to get the job done. I do like this total over. I set my total 141 and want to lay up to 6.5 with Cal Baptist. 751, 752 on the betting board. Virginia Tech is on the road facing off against Notre Dame, and Notre Dame is a 5 to 5.5 point home underdog. Your total on this game is going to be getting it at a 129.5. Set Notre Dame as a 5.5 point underdog. Here at the 5, it's a max I'm willing to lay with Virginia Tech, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. Notre Dame has actually been really good in terms of their defense. They're a top 80 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and though this is a team that ranks well outside the top 275 in terms of ball security, 13.7 times per contest, they do a better job of being able to hold on to it at home rather than in a roadside shoot-to-corner environment, and it does feel like they're finding a little bit more offense. The coach's son in Braden Shrewsbury along J.R. Kozinski, they've been able to combine for about 18.5 points per contest. Shrewsbury is actually shooting 35% from 3, and each of your top 3 scorers for Notre Dame do shoot north of 80% at the free throw line, but I do think that's a little bit too much for Virginia Tech here. Lynn Kidd should be able to win the battle down low with about 7.5 rebounds per game. Kiba Njai has been able to give you a little bit down low for this Notre Dame team. A Notre Dame team that they're not bad with regards to the rebound rate. Virginia Tech is clocking in more around about 136th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, you've got yourself a Notre Dame squad that's about 101st, but just the turnovers in general. When you've got a guy that that leads all of college basketball among qualifying players in turnovers per game, with Marcus Burton 4 assists, 4 turnovers, 16 points per contest. That's an issue going up against the Virginia Tech team that they really don't turn it over too much. About 11.9 turnovers per contest. Sean Badula, 3.7 turnovers per contest. He needs to clean that up, but between he and Hunter Couture, these two guys shoot 40% from 3 with about 30 points per contest. That's a big differentiator. You can have those turnovers when you shoot it a bit better from 3-point range, and then you've been able to have Mr. Nickel, Tyler Nickel, be able to give you about 9 points, shooting nearly 40% from 3. I do think that for Virginia Tech, defense has been a little bit lacking recently. 71 plus points surrendered in 4 of their last 5 games. They're going to be able to get to a Notre Dame team that just hasn't developed any offense for Notre Dame in terms of points scored in regulation, because their game went to overtime when they played against Georgia Tech. This team has not broken the 70-point plateau since Christmas. I do think that you're going to get a little bit more of a slog, but I do think that this might be close enough for late game felling. I did set my total at a 127.5. I'm diving under, and I'm willing to lay up to 5 with Virginia Tech. 753, 754 on the betting board. UCLA hits the road face-off against Cal. Cal is a 1 to 1.5 point favorite. Totals between 134 to 134.5. I did say UCLA is a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them outright on the money line. It does feel like Cal has really been able to have the light turn on for them a little bit more defensively, but all of a sudden this UCLA team is starting to give you a little bit of offense. It feels like perhaps that turning point was when they did lose on their home floor to Cal 66 to 57. They then get blown out by Utah. Ever since then, you've seen much more inspired performances from UCLA. UCLA has been able to get to at least 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Laser Stefanovic has been a big reason why. 11 points on 35% 3-point shooting overall for the season for him. You've got a UCLA team that is still well outside the top 250 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, but you do have Adam Bona, who should be able to do a nice job down low. He and Stefanovic combined for 12 rebounds per game. Doesn't quite compare to Jalen Tyson along Fardaws Amick, a duo that has been able to give you about 18.5 rebounds, about 36 points per contest, with Tyson shooting 37.5% from the outside, but Keontae Kennedy, Jalen Celestine combining for about 17.5 points per contest in the backcourt. That's been a little bit inconsistent for a Cal team that they turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest as a mid-tempo team. It's not great. It's not terrible with this Cal team. Really, the issue that you have with this team is that they give up a whole bunch of wide open looks from 3-point range. This California team, in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, 289th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, this is a UCLA bunch. They should be able to do a solid job with this regard. They're more around 114th in the country. They allow opponents in a roadside environment to shoot about 33.7% from 3-point range. And this is a Cal team that they've got the far better offense in this one, but I do think that with the way that this UCLA team has been able to step it up with regards to their backcourt play, with the way that you've got a Cal team that outside of Amick and Tyson, you just don't know what you're going to be able to get night in and night out. The UCLA does get their revenge in a little bit of a higher scoring game that I think is going to be involving some late game fouling, as you've got a Cal team that they themselves have gone to at least 73 points in 4 of the last 5 games. So did set my total 136, looking over and looking at UCLA outright on the money line. 755, 756 on the betting board. James Madison plays us to Akron. Akron is a underdog of 5 points. Your total is 145.5. I did set Akron as an underdog of 8.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. This James Madison team has just turned into a flamethrower. They were unable to cover that game against Arkansas State. If you had that like me, that was relatively brutal. But past that, this team has been able to do an amazing job. You've got a bunch that is currently in the top 20 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. The 3-point shooting numbers have diminished a little bit when it comes to James Madison, but you still have down low TJ Bickerstaff being able to give you 9 rebounds per game, going up against an Akron team that has been a much better offensive team ever since Ali has come into the fold for this Akron bunch. They have been able to get past the 72-point plateau in all but 4 of the last 12 games that they have been able to play in, meanwhile maintaining a top 80 defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for this Akron team, last time they gave up north of 71 points in a game, you have to go all the way back to when they played against Ball State on January 9th. But for Akron, it's all about whether or not Enrique Freeman can take over the game. 18.5 points, nation-leading 13 rebounds, and a block and a half per contest while shooting 36.5% from 3-point range. But outside of Ali, along with Enrique Freeman, it's a very top-heavy team. You've got, someone like Caleb Thornton who's able to give you about 3 assists per contest. Amy Hunter has been able to give you 9.5 points per game, but this James Madison team is about 7 to 8 deep with regards to main contributors. Even someone like a Julian Wooden, who's able to shoot about 39% from 3, 10 points per contest, has been rock solid. As for this James Madison bunch, you've also got each of your top 6 and 7 out of your top 8 scores all generating at least 1 steal per contest, going up against an Akron team that they do have a few difficulties with regards to being able to take care of the ball, about 11.2 turnovers per game as a relatively low-tempo team. I do think that James Madison does a nice job of being able to generate those turnovers, turn that defense into offense. I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a slowed down game. I do think that both teams hold up defensively, but I do think that in the end, James Madison gets it done. Set them as an 8.5-point favorite. Going to be willing to lay with James Madison and made by total a 144.5. So looking at this 145 plus under 757, 758 on the betting board. Bradley plays us to Drake. Drake is a underdog of 4.5 points. Your total on this game, it is 144.5. I said Drake as a 2-point underdog. I'm going to be willing to take the points, but very impressed by Bradley and the overall just balance that the team has shown. They got off to a little bit of a rough start to the season, but ever since then, they've been able to do a nice job of being able to steady the ship. But this is a Drake team that they themselves are in the top 80 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. And I do feel like they've got the best rebounder in this game. And Darnell Brody, who's been able to give you 8.5 boards, doesn't really give you a lot of shot blocks, but is able to give you 12 points per contest. Meanwhile, Tucker DeVries, 20.5 points, right around 6 boards, 3+ assists per contest. I have been so highly impressed by how he's been able to just generate whatever this team needs on a night in, night out basis. And Aiden Wright being able to step up to be able to give the team 14 points per contest, that is big as well. This is also a Drake team that they do a nice job of being able to guard the 3-point arc, and I do think that both of these defenses are going to be able to shine in this game. It is a Bradley team that they are about 207th of the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and that does climb a little bit north of 35% in their games at home. Meanwhile, this Drake team has been able to do a much better job of being able to guard from the outside. Drake, they're allowing opponents to shoot about 32.5% from 3, though that does balloon to about 34.9% in a road/shoot court environment themselves. But Drake has also done a good job of not turning it over as well. With about 9.5 turnovers per game, Bradley is sitting there more around about 12 turnovers per contest, despite the fact that Connor Hickman has been able to give you about 3 assists, 14.5 points per game, while shooting 41.5% from 3. But Levy, Leon, Duke Dean, they combine to shoot 37% from distance, and Leon's at 6'10", gives you 7 boards, 14 points per contest. It's a Bradley team that overall, they do a solid job in terms of being up with the glass. They're not an amazing team, though, with regards to their rebound rate. They're clocking in that neighborhood of about 100th in all of college basketball. So I do think that when it comes to this spot, we are going to be seeing Drake be able to hold in there. I do think that Bradley, in the end, they're able to win the game outright, but I do like Drake being able to get the 4 points here. I'm going to be willing to take the 4 to 4.5 with them, and did set my total 142. Neither of these teams super duper up tempo, and I do think that they do a nice job of guarding one another. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be looking at the points with Drake. 759, 760 on the betting board. Princeton is going to be playing us the Penn. The Quakers of Penn do find themselves as an 11.5 to a 12-point underdog. Total on this game between 139.5 and 140, and with Penn, I did set them as an underdog of 13 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Princeton. Princeton does one of the best jobs in all of college basketball, just being, I guess you could call it, efficient. They don't beat themselves. They're a top 25 team in all of college basketball in terms of both fewest turnovers on a per possession basis and free throw shooting percentage. They're a very thin team with regards to their rotation, but they really don't foul at all as well. These are just a bunch of, for lack of a better term, smart kids, as you've been able to get a lot down low out of Camden Pierce. Pierce has been able to do a really good job of being able to give you about 9.5 rebounds per game. With Caden Pierce, he's only shooting about 30% from 3-point range. The rest of the Princeton main guys have been able to shoot a much better from 3-point range, as Matt Oloko along Zach Martini. They combine to shoot about 42% from 3-point range. With these two guys, they combine for about 20 points per contest, and then Xavier Lee has been able to supply the team with about 18 points per contest. Meanwhile, you've got a Penn team that they've done a nice job of being able to replace Jordan Dingle by committee, as you've been able to have about 14.5 points per contest out of Tyler Perkins. He's been able to shoot about 34.5% from 3-point range, and he had something nice going with Clark Slazier when he was out there on the floor. He just has not been appearing for the team for the last month or so. He's out due to injury, so as a result, they've been looking a lot more to Sam Brown, and for Sam Brown, he has been able to shoot about 41% from 3-point range, and he's just really inconsistent. He's a true freshman that has given you in the last 5 games 11, 6, 13, 2, and 20 points. So you just don't know what you're going to be able to get night in and night out, and this is also a Penn team that is well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against a Princeton team that does not allow a lot of second chance opportunities as well. With regards to defensive rebound rate, it's a Princeton team that in a roadside shoot corner environment is in the top 100 with that regard. Princeton overall is about 130th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and with this Penn team just having some difficulties with being able to get those second and third chances, even with Nick Spinoso giving about 7.5 boards, 3.5 assists per contest, and this Princeton team being the better 3-point shooting defense. As for this Penn team, what you can't do against Princeton is really allow allow the arc to be wide open, and for Penn, they are allowing opponents to shoot from three-point range right around about 35.5%. That's 275th in all of college basketball. That's a bad matchup. I did set Princeton as a 13-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and with regards to the total, I did set mine at a 143, so now that we're at a 139.5, 140. Princeton has gone past the 68-point plateau in all but 3 of their games thus far this season. Looking at the over and willing to lay with Princeton. 761, 762 on the betting board. It is Tarleton St on the road facing off against Seattle. Seattle is a 7.5-point favorite. Total is between 134.5 and 135. I set Seattle as a favorite of 8 points. Going to be willing to lay up to 7.5 with them. This Seattle bunch has been able to do a tremendous job defensively as they rank in the top 50 nationally with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And Seattle really will cut you off from the three-point arc. 7th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Now they do go up against a Tarleton State team that is really not looking to bomb from three-point range. They're shooting about 31% from three-point range. This is a Tarleton State team that their identity is just creating a whole bunch of turnovers. Tarleton State, a top 40 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they've been able to get some good production out of a pair of guys, Corey Smith, along with Skipton Lou Williams, who have been able to supply the team with about 29 points, 9 boards per contest. But when it comes to Tarleton State, they do a better job than they typically do of being able to hold on to the ball, about 12 turnovers per game. They just have not been able to find a lot of wide open looks, and this is a Seattle team that really is going to be able to bear down on you. Down low, Kobe Williamson, Brandon Chatfield, they've been able to combine for a little bit over 12 boards, right in the neighborhood of about 3 blocks per contest. And for Tarleton State, they just don't have the horses to be able to match up down low. Tarleton State 226th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. 69th, very nice, is the ranking of Seattle, while Cam Tyson has been your top scorer for Seattle. 17.5 points, shooting 38% from three-point range. And then the transfer from Creighton in one John Christophilius has been able to shoot about 38% from the outside. He shipped in there about 13 points per contest. Seattle does turn the ball over 13.5 times per contest, so I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a sloppier game against the Tarleton State team that in regulation they've been able to do a nice job batting down the hatches in terms of their defense as well. This squad has now given up a grand total of 70 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, for Seattle, they themselves sans that crazy overtime game that we saw against Grand Canyon. And if you really just throw out both games that we saw against Grand Canyon, this team has really been able to do a nice job just being able to tee things up in general. I do think that Seattle is going to be able to do so once again here. Did set my total at a 136. I'm going to be willing to take this 134.5 to 135 over. I think that this could be close enough for Lake Game Felling, and I do think that Seattle is going to be able to take advantage of a Tarleton State team that, with regards to their opponent's three-point shooting percentage, they're checking in right around about 245th in all of college basketball. So, want to lay with Seattle and going to be taking a look at this total over 763, 764 on the betting board. East Tennessee State, they play us at Furman. Furman is a 3-point road favorite. Seeing some twos out there as well. Total is 145.5 to 146. With Furman, I did set them as a favorite of 4.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this summer with Furman. It's been a rough defense all season long. They're well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've really been improving recently, and they go up against an ETSU team that, well, they are okay with regards to being able to guard the arc. They're about 177th in all of college basketball, so they're about as league average as it gets. This is an ETSU team that you've got your concerns for them on offense, as they are shooting less than 31% from three-point range. They've been able to have Ibi Asamoah, who comes in from Delaware, do a solid job being able to supply the team with about 12.5 points per contest, and then you've had Jaden Seymour be able to chip in there about 12 to 13 points per contest of his own. But all in all, I do think that with Furman, they are really starting to find their footing ever since they had that loss against the D2 school in Anderson. It has been just a completely different team. It's also different when you get Marcus Foster, your top scorer, with about 18 to 19 points per game, back in the fold as well. He was missing throughout much of non-conference and early on into conference play as well, so he's been able to give the team a fairly nice spark, even with Carter Witt just not really finding his footing in terms of the offense. He comes in from Wake Forest and just has never really been a fit. This team has been able to slash down on the turnovers in recent games, going up against an ETSU team that they really don't do a lot in terms of generating turnovers. They do a relatively solid job down low. You've got someone in Jaden Parker who comes in from North Florida who's been able to give you about a block and a half per contest as well. But with this ETSU team, I do have my question marks if to whether or not they're going to be able to do their part in this game with regards to the total. It is a Furman team that they've been able to get past the 78-point marker in 3 out of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you got an ETSU team that, the defense has been relatively solid for this team, but it's come with them scoring 72 points or fewer in all but one out of their last 5 games. So it is a circumstance where I do think that Furman is going to be able to bear down and is going to be able to get the job done in this one. I did set them as a 4.5 point favorite, going to be willing to lay the number, and I do think that this game is close enough for late game fouling, so I total at 146.5. It's also looking over 765, 766 on the betting board. Marquette plays those to St. John's. St. John's is an underdog of 6.5 to 7 points. Throw this game between 152.5 and 153.5 with St. John's. I did set them as an underdog of 8.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This Marquette team has really been able to do a nice job of generating turnovers. Top 20 team in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And even though for Marquette, this is not the same team offensively that they were in seasons past. They're about 45th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. This is a far better defensive team than they have been in past years. As Marquette is currently checking in 33rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for St. John's, they're just not the same team away from home. They're giving up 16.8 points more per 100 possessions in a road/shoot scoring environment rather than when they are at home. For St. John's, they're a top 125 team with regards to rebound rate, and this is so a Marquette team as a bottom half of all of college basketball team with regards to rebound rate. So Joel Soriano is going to need to exert his will. 16 points, 9.5 boards, 1.7 blocks per contest, but for Marquette, they're doing a really nice job taking away the 3-point arc from teams, even with Dennis Jenkins being able to give you 5.5 assists per game, doing a nice job dishing out the ball. Marquette allowing opponents to shoot just 31.7% from 3-point range at home. That does go up very significantly when they're in a road/shoot scoring environment, and they go up against the St. John's team that they allow opponents to shoot about 29.5% from 3-point range at home, more like 34.5% away from home, and with guys like RJ Louise, Chris Ledlum, Jordan Dingle all shooting less than 31% from the outside. That does cause things to be a little bit of a roll of the dice for the St. John's team. And last time these two teams played, it was 73-72. Marquette went on the road. They were able to get it done in a game where St. John's, they went 5 of 21 from 3-point range. I do think that Marquette, once again, going to be able to do a better job of guarding the perimeter, and hopefully for Marquette, they shoot better than 3 of 9 at the free throw line. I did set my total at a 154.5. I do think that the offense improves from the first time around. I'm looking at the over. And with Marquette, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 8.5 with them. Set them as an 8.5 point favorite. 767, 768 on the betting board. Arkansas plays us to Georgia. Georgia is a underdog of between 2 to 2.5 points. Dawn's game is 151.5. I set my line at 2, and I thought I was being very, very generous to Arkansas in their home court. Now that we're getting 2.5, I'm going to be willing to take those points with the Bulldogs. For Georgia, it has been a squad that has been really one that does everything solid, but nothing really great. For Georgia, they're in the top 130 in terms of points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They're a relatively average team with regards to their rebound rate. In terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they do a good job, but they don't necessarily do a great job, as opponents are shooting about 34% from 3-point range against them in a roadside-shoot scoring environment. But then they do go up against an Arkansas team that has fallen outside the top 125 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis and are 295th in opponents' 3-point shooting percentage defense. You've got Noah Thomason, Jabari Abdul-Rahim being able to combine for about 25.5 points per contest. Abdul-Rahim shoots about 38.5% from 3-point range. And then RJ Melendez, who I just don't know what he really is. 10.5 points, 4.5 boards, 1.3 steals at 6'9". He's just sort of an awkward guy out there, but makes contributions. Meanwhile, for Arkansas, they're just completely invested in their backcourt duo of Caleb Leaf Battle, Lontre Mark. They've been able to combine for a little bit over 28.5 points per contest, both shooting north of 37% from 3. But for Arkansas, they shoot 32% from 3-point range. They've got a lot of talent. Keaton Metafield was a top scorer over at Washington a season ago. You bring in the Mitchell brothers, and they did have one of them go to Arkansas State. They saw Bakai Mitchell has been able to give you about 4 boards per contest. You bring in from Cincinnati, Jeremiah Davenport, and all these pieces just have not worked. Chandler Lawson has given the team some little things with about a block per contest, but he's been incredibly inconsistent. You just have no real facilitator. Nobody else on the roster has been able to give you north of 2.1 assists per contest. It's just a rudderless, sad team, and I do think that in this circumstance, we are going to see Arkansas, despite the fact that they're at home, not be able to cover this number just because they don't know what they are and they're not really good on the glass. Meanwhile, this squad has given up 77-plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, going up against a Georgia team that they themselves have had their issues with regards to defense, giving up at least 72 points in each of their last 4 games. So I did set my total at a 150, or at the 151, 151.5. Just don't know if Arkansas does their part with this total. Looking at the under end, we'll take north of 2 here with Georgia. 769, 770 on the betting board. Kansas plays us to Baylor. Baylor is a underdog of between 6.5 to 8 points. On this game, 148 to 148.5. I felt like this line should have been 6.5. The opener was 5. You actually got some good value there with Kansas. Now that we're at 8, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Baylor. This Baylor team is still number 1 in all of college basketball against D1 competition in terms of three-point shooting percentage, and though it does take a little bit of a fall off when they are away from home, I do think that the backcourt keeps them lively in this one. Jacoby Walter, Ray J. Dennis are both able to combine for about 28 points per contest, and though Dennis does turn the ball over a little bit over 3 times per contest, he does chip in there north of 6 assists per game. Now, they go up against a Kansas team that's really been able to do a nice job on defense. We saw their game that went to overtime against Kansas State. They weren't able to pull it out, but that was at no fault at all to the defense. It was just a case where the offense couldn't give you too much, and I do like the fact that for Kansas now, Johnny Furphy has been able to step up. He's been able to give you double figures in pretty much each of the last 7 games. He had 6'9" and shooting in the high 30s/low 40s from 3-point range, so he's been able to do a nice job of being able to help this team out. Though with Kansas, it is a little bit inconsistent with regards to the offense because the depth has not necessarily been tremendous. I will say this about Kansas: they've been able to generate about 13.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside church corner environment. And Baylor does give up north of 16 points more per 100 possessions when they do leave home. You've got Kevin McCullough, Hunter Dickinson, both giving you north of 18.5 points per contest, with Dickinson 11 boards, about 1.3 blocks per contest, with both McCullough and Dickinson shooting north of 35% from 3-point range. And Kansas as a whole does shoot 51% from the floor, but with Baylor actually being a top 55 team with regards to rebound rate. This despite the fact that you've got one guy in the roster giving north of 4.6 rebounds per game, with Yves Massey being able to give 10.5 points, 5.8 rebounds per game, and among guys that have made at least 1 3 this far this season, each of your top 6 scorers for Baylor are shooting at least 39% from 3-point range. Sans Jacoby Walter. I do think that this Baylor team is going to be able to remain in this game, though I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a lower scoring affair. Neither of these teams is necessarily super duper up tempo, and this is a Baylor team that they themselves have been able to ascend a little bit more with their defense recently. This is a Baylor squad that they come in having given up 73 points or fewer in regulation in each out of their last 3 games. So, circumstance where I'm going to be looking at the under. I did set my total more in that neighborhood of a 146.5, and I'm going to be willing to take 7+ here with Baylor. 771, 772 on the betting board. Michigan hits the road to face off against Nebraska. Nebraska is a 9.5 to a 10-point favorite. Total on this game is 149.5 to 150. You had a really nice edge on this game when the opener was right around about 7.5 to 8. I made my number 9. Personally, I took an opener with Nebraska, so just want to let you in behind the curtain. But if you're getting to a 10 here, that would be my value point on Michigan. It's a Michigan team that's going to be, once again, without Doug McDaniel in this one. But that said, this is still a Michigan team that they do have guys like Olivier Kamwa, Terrence Williams, who are able to combine for about 13+ rebounds per game. It's an unsightly Michigan defense as outside the top 300 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're going up against a Nebraska team that has been a little bit wobbly recently. I love Rienk Bass, what he's able to bring to the table. Stays right around 6'10". He's been able to supply the team with 13+ points, 8 boards. He's able to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range. Meanwhile, it is a Michigan team as a whole. They do shoot about 37% from the outside. If you take a look at the way that things have been really doled out when you've been having these road games without Doug McDaniel in the fold, it's been a lot more Jalen Llewellyn in these games, and I do expect that once again in their last game against Michigan State. Llewellyn went for 18 points, 4 turnovers with 1 assist, so that was not too terrific, but he was able to help out the offense quite a bit in that one, and it's been much more of an undertrain where Michigan has been on the road. This has been a team that they've been really looking to play a little bit more slowly. They've been looking to try to make things more of a slog, and I do think that they're going to have a little bit of success in being able to slow things down. Nebraska is not necessarily a super duper up-tempo team. It is a Nebraska team that in their own right in regulation, because they have played 2 out of their last 3 games that have went to overtime, they have scored 73 points or fewer in each out of their last 4. Meanwhile, they themselves have given up 73 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So I do think that this is going to be a little bit tighter to the vest there. I do think that for Michigan, their overall rebounding is going to be able to keep them relatively lively in this game. I do think that having someone like Bryce Williams for Nebraska being able to give you double figures, Casey Shomanaga chipping in their 14 points per contest, just going to be a little bit too much in the end, as Nebraska, though, is about 164th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, this Michigan bunch, for as bad as they have been in so many different facets of things, they're about 106. So I'm going to be willing to take 10 here with Michigan. Like I said, I personally bet an opener on this one, but do like the under as well. Semi-total at a 147. 773, 774 on the betting board. Louisville is going to be playing us to Georgia Tech. Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech is in a pick-up to a 1-point game where they are the underdog with the total 151.5. For Louisville, they've all of a sudden exploded with their offense the last 2 games, but they've been so highly inconsistent that I don't know if they're going to be able to maintain this. I did set my total at a 150. I'm going to be looking at the under. It's a Georgia Tech team that all throughout the season. They've really been trying to generate offense via second chances. This is a Georgia Tech team that, in terms of percentage of their missed shots, that result in an offensive rebound. They're a top 75 team in all of college basketball, and Georgia Tech does a good job guarding the arc. They're 81st in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, Louisville, 244th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and Louisville well outside the top 150 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And even with these recent explosions of offense, Louisville is still just 202nd in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. I don't think that we want to go too far overboard with this recent showing from them. Meanwhile, Georgia Tech, they're actually averaging more points per possession when they're in a roadside church corner environment rather than when they're at home. And for Georgia Tech, the team as collective shooting less than 33.5% from three-point range, though Nathan George has really been able to step up. 10 points, 5 assists, only shoots about 29% from three-point range, but he's become really the main ball handler for the team. As for George, he has been able to give you 4+ assists in every one of the team's games since January 3rd, and he's had 3+ assists in every game really ever since the turn of the new year. Meanwhile, you've got a Louisville team that has been able to find Mikey James as a nice little go-to scorer, 13.5 points on 37.5% three-point shooting, and then Brandon Huntley Hatfield is able to do a nice job being able to control things with about 8.5 rebounds per game, but Bay and Ndongo, who's been able to give you 8 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range with some versatility for Georgia Tech, should be able to win that battle against a Louisville team that is about 144th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. This Georgia Tech team clocking in more around 122nd, and their rebound rate has actually went up when they've been away from home. It's a Louisville team that, while they've had Sky Clark, Trey White be able to emerge for about 26 points per contest, these guys really don't shoot it too well from three-point range. I do think that for Louisville, their outbursts the last 2 games of north of 90 points in both of them, that's going to be short-lived, because if you take a look at what they had done prior to this recent outburst, they had scored fewer than 70 points or 70 points or fewer in their previous 5 games. Meanwhile, for Georgia Tech, they've been having a little bit of a rough go of it as well, especially on defense, as they have now given up 72+ points in each of their last 5 games. So, situation of something's got to give. I do think that Georgia Tech brings Louisville back down to earth. I set my total at 150. I'm looking at the under of Georgia Tech. Made them the 2-point favorite. I think that they win from within. Looking at Georgia Tech on the money line and looking at this total under 775, 776 on the betting board. Southern Illinois is going to be playing up to Illinois State, and Illinois State does find themselves as an underdog of between 8.5 to 9 points. Your total on this game between 128 and 129, and with Illinois State, I did set them as an underdog of 10.5 points. So here at the 8.5 to 9, I'm going to be willing to lay with Southern Illinois. Southern Illinois is a top 100 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's the Fighting Xavier Browns for the team, as he has been able to do it all. He's shipping in there north of 23 points, 6 boards, 4 assists, shoots north of 40% from three-point range. One of the most dominant players in all of college basketball, in my opinion, for a Southern Illinois team that plays very slow and under control outside the top 3 with regards to total possessions per game. And for Illinois State, this has not been a bad defense, but you can tell that this is a defense that it does feel like they're starting to get figured out a little bit more, and they're just wearing out of steam in general. Illinois State, 148th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, actually giving up 1.1 points fewer per 100 possessions when they do leave home. And you've got Darius Burford along with Marcus Foster, who have been able to combine for about 24.5 points per game, with Miles Foster about 7.3 rebounds per game. But for Illinois State, they shoot about 27.5% from three-point range. They are well outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and Illinois State does give up the arc quite a bit, 234th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Neither team really generates a lot of turnovers in this one, and for Southern Illinois, they allow opponents at home to shoot just 27.6% from three-point range, with Illinois State not having any sort of an edge on the glass other than Foster. You really don't have a lot down low. Brandon Leib is someone that's got 7-foot size, but he's been in and out of the fold for quite a while, probably going to be out for this game, as well as when he's been out there, he's been relatively ineffective recently. Southern Illinois about 109th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Got an Illinois State team that is clocking in well outside the top 100 with this regard as well. I do think that Southern Illinois takes control of this game, and I do think that it's going to be a little bit of a low-scoring, just rough game in general. Did set my total at a 128.5. You're at the 129 looking under. Now Southern Illinois won to lay up to 10 with them. 777, 778 on the betting board. It is the Citadel on the road facing off against Wofford. Wofford is a favorite of between 5.5 to 6 points. Totals between 137 and 137.5. I set Wofford as a favorite of 7 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this summer with Wofford. They are still outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against the Citadel team that has been a top 125 team in terms of their rebound rate. But I do think that for Wofford, they are going to be able to take some control of this game based on their backcourt. In the backcourt, you've got Corey Tripp, who's been able to do a little bit of everything, being able to supply the team with about 16.5 points, 5+ rebounds per game, and Kyler Feiler, which I do think is going to do a good job down low against Quentin Malora Brown. Malora Brown comes in from Vanderbilt, about 9 points, 9 rebounds per game, so he's been able to do a nice job of helping out a pair of guys in the backcourt, and A.J. Smith, along with Elijah Morgan, who have been able to combine for about 31 points per contest. Morgan is shooting 42% from three-point range for a Citadel team that they turn the ball over about 11.9 times per contest. Citadel has become one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball as well. Gone are the days of Darger Balcom, just absolutely running it and gunning it in for the Citadel. Has not really resulted in a lot more efficiency in terms of their offense, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. It is a Citadel team that is right now ranking about 236 in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, on the flip side, you've got a Wofford team that they've been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to get things going in terms of their offense. For Wofford, they are about 124th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, scoring about 11.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-shoot-to-corner environment. And for Wofford, they only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. They've got a pair of guys who have been able to shoot a little bit north of 41% from three-point range, as well as Jeremy Lawrence, along with Jackson Silvias, have both been those gentlemen. They've been able to combine for in that neighborhood about 16.5 points per contest. I do think that Wofford has just enough to be able to get by here, though Wofford has been overall relatively rough with their defense. If you look at what they've been able to do recently, it has been a much better showing out of them, as they've now been able to give up fewer than 70 points in regulation in 2 out of their last 4 games, and I do think that they're going to be able to do a nice job tying this game down against a Citadel team that they themselves have had a rough time being able to get past the 72-point plateau. So it's a spot where I'm going to be willing to lay it with Wofford. Made them a 7-point favorite, and here at the 137.5, diving under 779, 780 on the betting board. Manhattan is going to be playing against Siena. Siena does find themselves as 4.5 to 5-point underdogs. So this game is anywhere between 138 to 138.5. With Manhattan, I set them as 6.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Siena does now have Sean Drew-Gordon along with Michael Ely back at the full, but there's just really not a lot helping the Siena team. They are well outside the top 300 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. This team has not done a good job of being able to hit the glass. They're well outside the top 150 with regards to rebound rate, although Michael Ivaruju has been able to give you about 7 boards per contest, and Sean Drew-Gordon continues to give you about 20 points per game. He continues to be able to give you a few boards, but I mean, this Siena team, they just are producing more turnovers than Sarah Lee's Bakery on offense. Bottom 5 team in the country with regards to ball security. Michael Ely is only shooting about 27.5% from three-point range himself. I think you go up against the Manhattan team, they've got their warts as well. They're well outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, but you've been able to have Seydou Traore down low, do a nice job being able to supply the team with about 8.5 rebounds. Doesn't necessarily shoot it well from three-point range. In Manhattan, they do turn the ball over about 14.3 times per game as well, but for Manhattan, even though they'll lose a battle on the glass, are about 310th in the country with regards to rebound rate, they still have more presence on the inside. They do have also guys that are able to generate some turnovers, as you've got Seydou Traore, Shaquille Bender, along with Jaden Winston, who've been able to do a nice job combining for about 5 steals per contest. Winston is your main point guard as freshman, 4.5 assists, 9 points per contest. He's been able to shoot in the about 73% percentile with regards to his free throws, and this is a team that is relatively solid at the charity stripe, shooting about 72.5% at the free throw line. They do a solid job of being able to get there, unlike a Siena team in which they have now scored 61 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games. And for Siena, this team has been held to fewer than 70 points at all but 4 of their games thus far this season. I think that it's going to be another slog for them, and I do think that Manhattan finds a way to be able to get the job done. I did set my line at a 6.5, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. And with this total, set it at 136.5, as Siena just has not been able to get out of their own way offensively. Looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Manhattan, 781, 782 on the betting board. Wright State is going to be playing us Oakland, and Oakland is a underdog of 3.5 points. So this game is between 163 and 163.5. I made this total of 165.5. I'm going to be looking at the over. Now, what's really interesting about this Oakland team is that they actually play a whole heck of a lot better on defense when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. Oakland is dead last in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis when they're at home, and they're allowing about 9.6 points fewer per 100 possessions in a roadside shoot-to-corner environment, but still a bottom 75 team in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and they go up against a Wright State team that, you guessed it, they love to bomb it from three-point range, with Trey Calvin, Tanner Holden combining for a little bit over 36 points per contest between the two of them, and Brandon Noel as well. Brandon Noel, 14.7 boards. They all combine to shoot about 41% from three-point range. You've also been able to have Andrew Welge be able to shoot about 45% from distance. He's supplying the team with about 6 points per contest. Now, When it comes to Wright State, this team is in the bottom 30 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis themselves. And Oakland, they do have guys that are capable of being able to give you some good offense. Blake Flantman, Trey Townsend, they're combined to shoot about 38.5% from three-point range between the two of them. They've been able to give you about 32.5 points per contest. Now, Rocket Watts just continues to be very useless. He doesn't give you anything with regards to the offensive side of things. He is a liability on defense. I have no idea why he's currently on the roster, but he is. But that said, when it comes to this Oakland team, they're a top 30 team in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Problem is, they are averaging about 17.5 to 18 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/shoot-to-corner environment. This is an Oakland bunch as well. They don't necessarily have a ton on the glass, and it's not like this Wright State team is like some sort of amazing team at being able to hit the boards. But that said, this is a Wright State team that, in terms of their rebound rate, they are coming in right around about 123rd in all of college basketball, and that should be enough for them to be able to get the job done in this ordeal. I do think that this is going to be a high-scoring game involving two teams that just have been frankly awful with their defense. At my total 165.5. Looking over and with Wright State, 1 to lay up to 5 with them. 783, 784 on the betting board. Ryder plays on Marist. Marist is a underdog of 2 points. Your total on this game is 133.5. Marist is a top 30 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're a bottom 50 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. So as a result, I did set my total at 128. I'm going to be diving in on the under for Marist. This team just really doesn't have any rhyme or reason for being able to take care of the ball. About 12.3 turnovers per game, considering their very slow tempo that is in the bottom half of all of college basketball. You've got Max Allen coupled with Josh Passarelli, who will be able to combine for about 22.5 points per contest. And for Marist, despite the fact that they're so good with their defense, they're honestly a relatively pedestrian team with regards to rebound rate. Ryder is climbing towards the top 100 with regards to their rebound rate. You've got 3 separate guys for Ryder and TJ Weeks, Mervyn James, along Tyreek Ingram. That'll give you between about 6.3 to 6.6 rebounds per game. James, 19 points per contest. He is best scorer in this game, shooting 38% from three-point range, but Marist has done a good job with their interior defense. They've done a good job of being able to cut you off from three-point range as well. As for Marist, they allow opponents to shoot from three-point range about 31.9%, so they've been able to do a nice job on that front. Meanwhile, this is a Ryder team that is outside the top 200 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Ryder, they do allow opponents to shoot about 34.2% from three-point range. So having someone like Jackson Price on the side of Marist who's able to shoot darn near 40% from three, that's beneficial for them, though TJ Weeks along with Mervyn James do both shoot about 38% from three-point range. Ryder, about 12.5 turnovers per game in their own right, but I do think that this is going to be a held-down, bottled-up sort of game in which Marist, they've given up north of 72 points just 3 times in regulation all season long. It is a Ryder team that may have been having their ups and downs with regards to their defense, as this team has actually given up fewer than 65 points in now 3 out of their last 5 games. That said, in the other 2, they gave up 94 and 84, and last time these two teams played, Marist put up an 83 spot at home and took down Ryder 83 to 60 in that game. Marist shot 47.5% from 3. Lightning will not strike twice. I do think that things get dialed back a little bit, but I do think that for Ryder, they're going to be able to win this game in a little bit of a nip and tuck, defense-oriented style game. Set my line at 4, going to be willing to lay it with Ryder, and looking at the under, 785, 786 on the betting board. It is Cal Poly on the road facing off against Long Beach State, and Long Beach State is a 14 to 14.5 point favorite. Total on this game, 143.5 to 144.5. It's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay the number, as for Long Beach State, I did make them a 15.5 point favorite. Long Beach State has Traore squared with Abakar Traore, who's a little bit more versatile. He's been able to give the team right around about 4 assists, 12 plus points per contest, and Lucina Traore is averaging a double-double with about 11 points, 7 boards per contest, going up against the Cal Poly team that they just can't get out of their own way. They're outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This has been one of the most putrid offenses in all of college basketball, and they don't have any size down low. Joel Armatradin with his about 5 rebounds per game. That's the top guy with regards to the rebound rate. Long Beach State is a relatively nation average team with regards to rebound rate. Cal Poly outside the top 275, and for Cal Poly, 354th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They've got no size. They've been able to have one guy in Kobe Sanders be able to give you about 18.5 points per game. And for Long Beach State, they do have their liabilities with regards to outside shooting. They shoot about 31% from three-point range with Marcus Siones giving 17.5 points per contest, but truly not shooting well from three-point range, and has been a little bit in and out of the fold recently as well. But even without him, you have Jaden Jones, who's able to step up, and Jaden Jones is someone that is able to shoot about 36% from three-point range. So I do think that all in all, you've got enough in the backcourt for Long Beach State to be able to get it done, and you've got a Cal Poly team that is just not executing in really any facet of basketball. They do allow opponents to only shoot about 33.5% from 3, but Long Beach State, they really don't utilize the three-point arc too much, and with Long Beach State, they're a super up-tempo team that is in the top 50 with regards to total possession possessions per game. I do think that they're going to be able to get this game played at warp speed, as if you take a look at the last time these two teams played, Long Beach State was able to put up north of 80 in that one. So did somebody total 147.5, looking over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 15 points with Long Beach State, 787, 788 on the betting board. Oklahoma State hits the red face-off against Oklahoma. Oklahoma does find themselves as a favorite of 11.5 to 12.5 points. So on this game, 140 to 141. I did set Oklahoma as a favorite of 12.5 points. So you're at the 11.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Oklahoma has been a much better defensive team when they've been at home rather than when they've been away from home. This Oklahoma team does rank in the top 30 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for this Oklahoma team, they've still been pretty rock solid in terms of their offense, 49th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, scoring 14.9 points more per 100 possessions when they are at home, going up against an Oklahoma State team that's 224th in the country in terms of points scored per possession, seeing a drop off of about 15.1 points per 100 possessions when they leave home. You got Javon Small, who's been able to come up big for Oklahoma State. 14 points, 5 boards, 4.5 assists, shooting about 39.5% from three-point range for a Oklahoma State team that, at their core, they shoot about 34.5% from three, but also 67.5% the free throw line, 13.5 turnovers per game. It's not like they go up against an Oklahoma team as amazing with regards to generating turnovers, but this Oklahoma team is a top 75 team with regards to the rebound rate, despite the fact that Jalon Moore is the only guy that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. He trips in there 6 boards, and then you've got a pair of guys in Ortega away, along Travion McCollum, who've been able to combine for about 27 points per contest away, continues to shoot about 47.5% from three. We've seen a fall off with Oklahoma in their three-point shooting. They're down to about 34%, but even with that, the offense has been relatively solid. It's an Oklahoma team that is starting to bear down a little bit more in terms of their defense as well, giving up 66 or fewer in 2 of their last 3 games. Just a completely different team when they are at home as well. And I do think that for Oklahoma State, a bunch has scored 70 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. They're going to have difficulty being able to put points upon the board. So a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay up to 12 points with Oklahoma. And in terms of the total, I set mine more in that neighborhood, about a 142.5. I do think that with Oklahoma being at home, they're going to be able to bust through a little bit more. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Oklahoma, 789, 790 on the betting board. Oregon State is going to be playing us to Washington State. Oregon State is a home underdog of 4 points. Total on this game between 148 and 149. I did set Washington as a favorite on the road of more like 5.5 points. So at the 5, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Washington State. This team has had their difficulties with regards to defense outside the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And they do go up against an Oregon State team that they do feed off of the home crowd in Corvallis. They give up more than 18 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-score environment. And you do have the Pope and Jordan Pope, who's been able to do a solid job, giving 17 points per contest, shooting 40% from three-point range. But for Oregon State, they just don't have lockdown low. Tyler Bladue, along with Michael Rataj, have both been able to give you about 5.5 to 6 rebounds per game. But this is an Oregon State team as well outside the top 150 with regards to their rebound rate. Not that this Washington team has been amazing, especially with Fronting Kepadog being out of the fold, but you've got some versatility with having someone like Paul Muke, who's able to give you about 6 points, about 3.5 rebounds per game. When it comes to Washington, they're about 165th in all of college basketball with regards to the rebound rate, and this Washington team has been looking to play at warp speed. They're in the top 30 nationally with regards to total possessions per game. You got Xavier Wheeler along Keon Brooks, who've been able to combine for about 36 points per contest, and for Washington, they're now about 80th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, going up against a Oregon State team as well outside the top 200. With this regard, it is a Washington team that, when it comes to the defensive fall-off that they see away from home, only giving up about 5.3 points more per 100 possessions when away from home. And with this Oregon State team that turns the ball over 13 times per contest, if you look at them in terms of total possessions per 40 minutes, as they played a lot of overtime, Oregon State, one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball. I do think that that's going to die down this game just a little bit, but I do think that Washington going to be able to take control of it, even with Xavier Wheeler turn the ball over 3.5 times per contest. You've got an Oregon State defense that really doesn't generate a lot of turnovers, which should be able to help out this team. I did set my total at 145.5, looking at the under, and with Washington, one to lay up to 5 with them. 791, 792 on the betting board. Eastern Washington plays us to Idaho. Idaho does find themselves as a 13.5 to a 14-point underdog. Totals between 148 and 149. Said Eastern Washington as a 16-point favorite. One to lay the number. Eastern Washington is averaging 20 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot-scoring environment. And this Eastern Washington team is able to absolutely launch from three-point range. They have been able to shoot north of 40% from three-point range when they're at home. Overall, they shoot about 37.3% from three-point range. Dan Eric Strupp is someone that at 6'11", he's able to give you about 10 points. He's shooting north of 36% from three-point range. Jake Kyman, Cedric Howard, they both shoot between 41 to 42% from the outside, combining for about 25 points per contest, and they go up against an Idaho team as well outside the top 250 in terms of points points allowed on a per possession basis. And when it comes to this Idaho bunch, they are 336th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. You've got an Eastern Washington team that certainly has had their issues in terms of being able to guard the arc. Not so much at home, though. At home, opponents shoot about 30.3% from three-point range against them, more like 34.3% in a road/shoot court environment. And when it comes to this Idaho team, you just don't have a lot down low to be able to really offset the fact that Eastern Washington doesn't have a lot of rebounding. Quinn Dinker has been able to give you about 12 points per contest, and Julius Mims, he chips in there about 10 points. He's able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game, but it's been relatively rough sledding for this team. For Idaho, they do rank well outside the top 225 with regards to their rebound rate. I do think that Eastern Washington should be able to take control a little bit more down low, as they're about 102nd with this regard, despite the fact that they don't necessarily have supreme rebounding. And for Eastern Washington, I do think that they're going to do a nice job of being able to just lay it on this Idaho team. First time these two teams played, Eastern Washington on the road won that game 79-58, even with shooting just 7-22 from three-point range. I do think that the shooting going to be a little bit warmer in this game. That'll allow for a higher scoring game. I did set my total at a 148. At a 149, I just don't think Idaho does their part enough with this total. So looking at the under and willing to lay up to 15.5 with Eastern Washington. 793, 794 on the betting board. Utah is going to be playing us to Arizona State. Arizona State is an underdog of 12 points, and your total on this game is anywhere between 146.5 and 147. And with Utah, I did set them as a favorite of 12 points. Here at the 14, I'm going to be willing to take the points. This Arizona State team has been up and down in terms of their defense, to say the least, but they're still a top 90 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And you know that you're not going to get a lot out of this Arizona State offense, but you've been able to have one guy really shine in terms of his three-point shooting, as you've been able to have Jose Perez shoot 43.5% from the outside, 12.5 points per game, and Frankie Collins combining for a little bit over 6 assists per game. Collins shifts in their 3 steals per contest. And for Arizona State, for as bad as they are on offense, they're darn near 300th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They only turn the ball over about 10.3 times per contest, so they've actually done a relatively solid job there. They're going up against a Utah team that's giving up 20 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-shoot court environment. And for Utah, they should be able to win the battle down low. Arizona State well outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. You've been able to have Davion Smith take hold of this offense, as you currently have Raleigh Worcester the full due to injury, but Smith, he's been able to dole out 5.5 assists, gives you 5.5 boards, 11.5 points per game, shoots 37% from three-point range, while Gabe Madsen is able to shoot about 42.5% from the outside. All in all, it's an Arizona team that is a okay three-point shooting defense team. Not amazing, not terrible. With Arizona State, they allow opponents to shoot 29.2% from three-point range at home. That does balloon up to 36% away from home, but you have to wonder how much that triple overtime game took out of this Utah bunch as well, because this is a Utah team that typically I would be willing to set as a little bit more of a demonstrative favorite even than this. I do think that the line has been affected. I do think that we are the beneficiaries of this a little bit more, as I did set my number at a 14, so here at about a 12, I'm going to be willing to lay it. I do have trepidation with it, but I'm going to be willing to lay it, especially with Cole Bajma being able to shoot 40.5% from three-point range. And part of the reason why I do feel a little bit better about it as well is that now for Utah, reinforcements are back with Lawson Lovering back. He's been able to give you about 4.5 rebounds per game, and this is a Utah team that they've got 9 separate guys when fully healthy, so with Worcester out of the fold 8, that do give you north of about 15 minutes per game. So I'm going to be willing to lay with Utah. Did set them as a 14-point favorite, and I did set my total at 144. Just flat out don't think that Arizona State does their part with this total, and I do think that because Utah played for such a long time on Thursday, that they're going to be looking to play a little bit more of a low possession game. So looking at the under and looking to lay it with Utah, 795, 796 on the betting board. Virginia, it's a road face off against Florida State. Florida State does find themselves as a 1 to 1.5 point home underdog. Total on this game is saying between 129 and 129.5 with Virginia. I did set them as a underdog of 1.5 points. I'm going to be willing to back Florida State outright on the money line. This Virginia team has just been playing such a different brand of basketball, for lack of a better term, when they've been away from home rather than when they have been at home. Virginia overall is 4th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they are giving up about 25.9 points more per 100 possessions in a roadside shoot court environment rather than when they are at home. And this is a Virginia team that they very much do gamble for turnovers, as for Virginia, in the top 20 nationally with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And they go up against the Florida State team that, while they're not amazing at being able to take care of the ball, they're a team that they commit about 12 turnovers per contest. I think that they're going to be able to do an okay job with this defense. You've got Darren Green Jr. along with Jameer Watkins, who are combining for about 25.5 points per contest. And for Green, he does shoot 39% from three-point range. And on top of the turnovers for Virginia, the three-point shooting defense, it's just so different when they're away from home. For Virginia, overall, they're allowing opponents to shoot 31.6% 37.3% from three-point range, but that balloons at 37.5% for three-point range away from home, 26.3% when they are at home. And this Florida State team, they're okay at being able to guard the arc. They're not amazing. They're not terrible. You've got Baba Miller, who's been able to give you a few rebounds per game as well. And this is a Florida State team that, with regards to their opponent's three-point shooting percentage, is about 129th in all of college basketball. And for Virginia, they do see a big, giant shrink with regards to their three-point shooting percentage away from home. Isaac McNeely is really that guy that's looking to just go bombs away from three-point range. Ian Reese Beekman out there in the backcourt have been able to combine for about 25 points per contest. You've got Beekman giving you about 6 assists per contest with about 2.4 steals per game. But Ryan Dunn is the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 3.5 rebounds per game, 9.5 points, 7.5 boards for a Virginia team that overall, they also shoot about 65% of the free throw line. That's rough when it comes to a nip and tuck situation with Florida State being a top 75 team with regards to total possessions per game. I do think that Florida State going to be able to crank up the tempo just a little bit in this one and get it done in a nip and tuck game. Did set my total at a 129.5. 129 is the max I'm looking over, but looking over and looking at Florida State on the money line. 797, 798 on the betting board. New Mexico plays us UNLV. UNLV is an 11 to a 12-point underdog. Total this game between 152.5 and 153.5. I did set UNLV as an underdog of 11 points, so I'm going to be willing to take the points last time these two teams played. New Mexico got completely punked out here in lovely Las Vegas, and I do think that UNLV is going to have a rougher time this time around, but the Boone brothers should be able to keep this team at the very least somewhat competitive down low. New Mexico has been one of your best teams offensively in all of college basketball, top 35 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but for this UNLV bunch, they've now given up fewer than 70 points in each out of their last 3 games. Ever since they got completely invaded by Air Force, this team has been a little bit newly formed. They've been looking a little bit better, and for this New Mexico team, they did lose when they played at the Pit against a Boise State team that is very much a defense-oriented team. Now, you've got a trio of guards for New Mexico that all give you about 15.5 points per contest. Donovan Dent, Jalen House, along with Jamal Mashburn Jr., but Mashburn Jr. only shoots about 31% from 3, doesn't really contribute in terms of facilitation or anything. Meanwhile, Dent and House, they combine for just under 10 assists, about 4.5 steals per contest, and this New Mexico team, despite the fact that they're a top 50 team in terms of total possessions per game, they only turn the ball over about 10.2 times per contest, but this UNLV team, they're starting to shoot it a little bit better from three-point range as well, and now they've been much more efficient with their offense, with Edrin Thomas, the freshman point guard, giving out 6 assists, 12 points per game. If you look at UNLV, their overall metrics, they're just very much all over the place. They're very much strange, but I do think that UNLV is going to be able to hold in this game despite being a team that's outside the top 200 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. UNLV holds opponents to shooting 33% from 3 away from home. I think that that's going to be a big in a game where I do think that for New Mexico, they get by, but I do think that they're going to be a little bit neutralized down low, which is why I did set my total at 153, here at 152.5, looking over, and with UNLV, won't take anything north of 11 with them. 799, 800 on the betting board. Purdue plays us at Indiana. Indiana does find themselves as a 17.5 point underdog. Total on this game is 148.5. With Indiana, I did set them as an underdog of 17 points. 17.5 is the minimum buy point on them, but I'm going to be willing to take it with this Purdue bunch. They have been so great with their offense. Top 10 team in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and Braden Smith, him not being on a lot of those awards watch lists is just a crying shame. The guy's giving you north of 13 points, shooting north of 40% from 3, 5+ assists per contest. He's really been the big reason why this Purdue team has been able to elevate. As Purdue, they're now a top 150 team with regards to total possessions per game, but they're far more efficient on offense than they were a season ago, going up against an Indiana team that's had all sorts of issues on defense. And for Indiana, despite the fact that big men are really your top guys, and Khalil Ware along with Malik Renew, but able to combine for about 14 or so rebounds per game. This team is a team that's outside the top 150 with regards to rebound rate. That's a bit of an issue against a Purdue team that has Giant of the Year Zach Edey. But for Indiana, you've been able to get much more recently out of Trey Galloway. 11 points per game out of him. He's still shooting only about 30% from three-point range by the numbers, but he's been able to do a much better job recently, being able to supply the team with 37 points, 10 assists to 3 turnovers in the last 2 games. You've also had for Indiana, Xavier Johnson, not turning the ball over as much for the team. He's now shooting about 35% from 3. That's a little bit encouraging. Now, the last time these two teams played, it was at Assembly Hall, and well, for Indiana, that did not go their way as they lost that game by double figures, got completely blown out. I do think that we're going to be seeing a little bit more competitiveness from Indiana. For Indiana, it's not like the defense has been supreme, but now 73 points or fewer surrendered in 3 out of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, for Purdue, while they've been able to do such a good job of ascending on offense, feels like that defense that was so dominant a season ago is coming back to them. Started with that game against Indiana where they won 87-66. They've given up 70 points or fewer in 5 out of their last 6 affairs. So this is a circumstance where I did set my total at 153. Last time around, that's pretty much what we saw, an 87-66 win by Purdue. I do think that Indiana is going to be able to shoot a little bit better than they did the first time around when they shot 41.5% from the floor. I do think that for Indiana, they're going to be able to get a little bit more in this game as they were without Xavier Johnson really in a big role as he had just come back from injury that first time around. So did somebody total 153, looking at the over and north of 17, taking the points with Indiana. 801, 802 on the betting board. Liberty plays us to Louisiana Tech. Louisiana Tech is a underdog of 1.5 to 2 points. Total on this game, 134.5. I set my line at 2. I'm going to be willing to lay 1.5 and not a half a point more with Liberty. Liberty, a bottom 50 team in the country with regards to total possessions per game, going up against the Louisiana Tech team that has been in the top 40 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And Louisiana Tech, top 75 team with regards to their rebound rate, with Daniel Bacho being able to take things over down low. He's been able to supply 14.5 points, 10.5 boards, right around about 2.5 blocks per contest, while Isaiah Crawford also gives you a block and a half, 2 steals, shoots 40% from three-point range for a Louisiana Tech team that all of a sudden has been able to shoot about 36% from three-point range, but they go up against a Liberty team that, in their dojo at home, they have been a completely different team defensively. Liberty overall 122nd in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but they are giving up about 13.7 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/shooter court environment. And for Louisiana Tech, they do have to guard against a 3, as this is a Liberty team that they're going to be willing to hoist from three-point range. As for Louisiana Tech, overall 92nd in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but 34.2% or right around there when they are away from home. So that's a little bit of an issue. Meanwhile, you've got a Liberty team that, with regards to locking it down from three-point range, opponents shoot less than 30% from three-point range when they are at home. So I do think that for Liberty, they're going to do a nice job controlling things there. Liberty is going to be a little bit up against it on the glass, but you do have a lot of guys that, if you do a nice job of being a rebound by committee, you got Kyle Rohde, who's been able to give you a little bit of everything. Nice point forward, 13.5 points, right around about 5 boards, 3+ assists per contest, while Joe Van Zandt has been able to give you about 7+ boards per contest, with Liberty being pretty much disciples of the Virginia Pack line defense. I do think that this is going to be a slow slog, and for this Liberty team, you take a look at what they've been able to do in regulation. They've really been able to hold teams down, giving up 66 points or fewer in all but one of their games since the beginning of the month of January. Meanwhile, you've got a Louisiana Tech team that, while they did give up the 81 spot against Western Kentucky, who's playing just at a very airbrain pace right now, this has been a squad that has really been able to lock it down recently. Last time these two teams played, you did see the game be 69-69 in regulation before it went way over in overtime, as both teams shot it well from 3. I do think that things get tamed a little bit more in this spot, so I did set my total more around 134, along with Liberty being a 2-point favorite. Want to lay up to 1.5 with Liberty, and going to be taking a look at the 134.5 under. 803, 804 on the betting board. You've got UC Irvine. Shots off for the Anteaters. They're on the road facing off against UC Riverside, and Riverside does find themselves as an 8-point home underdog. Total on this game, 136.5 to 137.5. I'm going to be one to lay with Irvine. Made them a 9-point favorite. As for UC Irvine, they are the number 1 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis in a road/shooter court environment. And for this UC Irvine team, they've been a team that has been one of the best in mid-major basketball with regards to their rebound rate when they've been on the road as well. For UC Irvine, just have a nice collective of guys that are able to do a nice job being able to crash glass. As Devin Tills has been able to give you about 10 points, 6.5 boards per contest, and you've got each of your top 3 scorers in Andre 3000 Henry, Darren Sarin, throw in there as well, Josh Hohen. These guys, they've all been able to shoot north of 38.5% from three-point range. For Justin Owen, he's been able to give you about 13 points per contest, and it's all made possible by Pierre Cockrell, giving you north of 6 assists to fewer than 2.5 turnovers per game. It's a Irvine team that plays at a relatively mid-tempo. Meanwhile, for Irvine, one thing that they do very well is that they are able to really take away what you do best as well. And against Riverside, the one thing that Riverside does, they don't turn the ball over. About 9.5 turnovers per game, but they shoot 30% from 3. They are just completely outgunned on the glass. Kyle Owens is giving you about 5 boards per contest. Somebody else gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. And for UC Riverside, despite the fact that they play as slowly as they do, there are a bunch that they rank well outside the top 225 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And Riverside does allow a lot of open looks from three-point range, as you see Riverside inside the top 225 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. It goes up to 36.9% when they're at home. I do think that Irvine goes out there, dominates this game. I do think that Riverside is just going to get completely flattened because they're just unable to score on this tough UC Irvine defense. I did set my total at 133, diving in on the under, and one to lay up to 8.5 with Irvine. 805, 806 on the betting board. It is Tennessee. They hit the road. They're facing off against Texas A&M. A&M does find themselves as 2 to 3 point home underdogs. So on this game, game between 141.5 and 142.5. I did set Tennessee as a 3-point favorite. Want to lay the deuce with them with Tennessee. This continues to be a top 30 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Fully recognized the last time they went out there against Tennessee on the road, they did give up quite a few points, and this is a Tennessee team as giving up 16.1 points more per 100 possessions when they are away from home. But this Texas A&M team is still clocking in about 100th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And though Tennessee is starting to give up a little bit more from the outside, Texas A&M just doesn't have the pieces to be able to take advantage of it. I love what Wade Taylor does. He's able to give you 18 points, chips in there quite a few assists, 4+ rebounds per game, and this Texas A&M team is in the top 5 nationally with regards to the rebound rate. They also shoot less than 28% from three-point range, and Dalton Connect is by far the best offensive weapon in this game. 20.5 points, 4.5 boards, shooting 39% from three-point range for a Tennessee team that they've cranked up their tempo, yet they're only turning the ball for 10.3 times per contest. Sakai Ziegler has been able to give you 5.5 assists, 2 steals. He's able to give you about 11 points per contest. This Tennessee team, not amazing with regards to generating turnovers, but still a top 50 team with regards to turnovers force on a per possession basis, going up against the Texas A&M team that, while they do a solid job of being able to take care of the ball, that outside shooting just has really come back to nip them in the butt. And it's a Texas A&M team that they're only scoring about 1.7 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot scoring environment, going up against a Tennessee team that all of a sudden 32nd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. I did set my total at 143. I think that this is a game close enough for late game falling. This Tennessee team has really been able to launch their offense, being able to get to at least 75 points in 4 of their last 5 games. And Tennessee, in their own right, they have given up 68 plus points in 3 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, this is a Texas A&M team that are still about 100th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. So look it over and look at it late with Tennessee. 807, 808 on the betting board. Grand Canyon plays us to Southern Utah. Southern Utah is a 14 to 15 point underdog, and your total on this game is between 151.5 and 152.5. And knocking would be me just sliding in my chair, but that said, with Grand Canyon, I did set them as a 15.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number with Grand Canyon. His team has been able to launch their offense quite a bit more in terms of being able to play a bit more up-tempo. They're now back in the top 125 with regards to total possessions per game. And when it comes to this Grand Canyon bunch, they do have Tyon Grant Foster. He's able to give you about 20 points, 5 boards, 3 assists. He just does a little bit of everything for a Grand Canyon team that in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they've been one of your better mid-major offenses in all of college basketball at 70th. Meanwhile, for Southern Utah, this has actually been one of your best cover teams in all of college basketball. But as a collective, they shoot about 30% from three-point range. They really don't find ways to be able to generate a lot of scoring. 209th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. We'll say they're actually averaging about a 1.5 more per 100 possessions when they're in a roadside shoot scoring environment rather than when they are at home. But you've got a Grand Canyon team that's in the top 50 nationally with regards to their rebound rate. Gabe McLaughlin has been your main guy, being able to supply the team with about 8+ rebounds per game. It's also a bunch that has been able to get a lot out of Rayshawn Harrison, a little bit more off the ball this season with about 4 assists, 14 points per contest. It's a Grand Canyon team that overall they only shoot about 33.5% from three-point range. If you can force them into turnovers, you can have some success. Southern Utah, they force about 6.5 steals per contest, and they only shoot about 29.5% from three-point range, going up against the Grand Canyon unit that they can be from time to time a little bit vulnerable from the outside in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Grand Canyon, they allow opponents to shoot about 33.7% from three-point range when they're at home. And for Southern Utah, they have been a nice team at being able to guard the perimeter. That said, I think that Grand Canyon is going to be able to own the paint and own this game. I did set Grand Canyon as a 15.5 point favorite, one to lay the number, and did set my total at a 149.5. Just don't think that Southern Utah does their part with this total with their lack of three-point shooting. So went under and looking to lay it with Grand Canyon. 809, 810 on the betting board. Idaho State plays us Portland State. Portland State is a 4 to 4.5 point underdog. Your total is 137.5 with Portland State. I did set them as an underdog of 3.5 points. So yeah, 4+. I'm going to be willing to take those points. Idaho State proves correct the theory that just because you play slow doesn't mean that you play good defense. Idaho State well outside the top 225. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they do have Braden Parker, who's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. And I do like the game of Malik Arrington. He's been the main point guard. He's been able to supply the team with about 4.5 assists per game, but 284th is this Idaho State team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And Portland State, with them losing Cam Parker from last season, they become a whole is greater than some of its parts sort of team. And they've been able to bulk up in terms of their defense. They're about 182nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Really nobody other than KJ Adams gives you north of 11 points per contest, and this is not a Portland State team that's going to be really going bombs away or anything like that from three-point range, but they do a relatively solid job of being able to hit the boards. They're a relatively average team with regards to their rebound rate. Idaho State, they've got their difficulties there, as well as you've been able to get a little bit more down low out of Kyrie Huey, who's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. For Idaho State, they only shoot about 32.5% from three-point range themselves, and for Portland State, being able to have Ismail Habib really be able to step up as a little bit more of a facilitator. 3 assists, shoots 36.5% from three-point range. Out of your top 4 scorers, 3 of them do shoot at least 35.5% from three-point range. That's beneficial for a Portland State team that if you're able to get them, you do need to get them from three-point range. It's Portland State 350th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. You have balloons north of 40% in a roadside shoot corner environment. Meanwhile, you do have an Idaho State team that they themselves allow you to shoot it from three-point range at a clip of about 34.8% from three-point range. So, circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take the 4+ here with Portland State. And I did set my total 139.5. You're not going to get a lot of possessions, but I do think that you get a lot of made buckets in this game. So looking at the over and the points with Portland State. 8-11, 8-12 on the betting board. Missouri is going to be playing against Mississippi State. Mississippi State, a 6.5 to a 7-point road favorite with your total between 139.5 and 140. Do have to figure that Sean East is probably going to be back out of the fold for Missouri, but even with that, I set Mississippi State as only a 4-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Missouri. It's been all sorts of brutal for this team. I do not believe that they've got an SEC win to their credit, but I mean, for Mississippi State, they have fallen outside the top 35 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. It's been a defense that has still been able to do a nice job of being able to hit the glass and grab rebounds. Solu Smith has been able to do a great job there, but it does feel like the perimeter defense has been lacking a little bit. And for Missouri, you still do have guys like Nick Honor out there in the fold who's been able to give you about 10.5 points, shoots 40% from three-point range. Shamar Bates has been able to shoot 44% from the outside, 14 points per contest. And for Missouri, while everything has been going wrong for the team, they're well outside the top 100 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. They are still only turning the ball over about 11 times per contest. Where you do want to be hurting this Missouri team is from the outside. They do allow you to shoot north of 33% from three-point range, but for Mississippi State, other than Josh Hubbard, who's been able to shoot in the high 30s from three-point range, he's supplying you 15+ points per contest. You don't have a lot of guys that are necessarily trustworthy with that regard, and for Missouri, once again, you've got a lot of things that went wrong for the team, and they do gamble for turnovers, but when they do get the turnovers, it's very impactful. As for Missouri, in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis, this is a top 75 team in all of college basketball. It really does hype up when they are at home. It's a Mississippi State team that certainly should be able to control the glass, as Missouri is outside the top 175 with regards to the rebound rate. They just have not been able to utilize Connor Vanover too effectively this season. John Tonje being in and out of the fold, that has been really hurting this team as well. But that said, this is a Mississippi State team that has become quite rudderless. For Mississippi State, they have given up north of 79 points in 3 of their last 5 games. It is a Missouri team that I do think that they're going to struggle once again with their offense. They've scored 64 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, but I was willing to set my total at a 138, as I do think that they hold in there against Mississippi State for some late game fouling, and this is a Mississippi State team that in a late game fouling situation can't necessarily be trustworthy, as they're 68.5% at the charity stripe with 13 turnovers per game. So going to be willing to take the points with Missouri, and I'm going to be taking a look at this total under, set my total at 138. 8-13, 8-14 on the betting board. Portland, they play us to St. Mary's. St. Mary's, an 18 to a 19-point favorite. Your total is between 139.5 and 140. Last time these two teams met up, Portland lost by north of 25 points in a game where they were not in it at all, and I do think that you're going to see something similar here, though I think we went a little bit too far, especially with this being a true road game. I'm going to be willing to take the 18 to 19 points with Portland. St. Mary's is a top 5 team nationally with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but for Portland, what I think keeps them lively in this game, the versatility of Tyler Robertson. 3.7 boards, 3.7 assists, 16 points on 35.5% three-point shooting. Now for St. Mary's, this is a top 50 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but Portland, they do shoot 35% from three-point range, and you go back to the first time that these two teams met in the state of California. That was just a game where Portland just could not get anything going with regards to being able to hold on to the ball. They had 13 turnovers and 20 made buckets, and for Portland, they did actually shoot 8 of 20 from three-point range, so they were able to find a few looks from 3. It was just a case where St. Mary's went 16 out of 32 from 3, and this is a St. Mary's team that's much better right now than they were at the beginning part of the season with regards to their offense. It's a St. Mary's team that if you look overall for the season in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they're 63rd, but man, they are much better than that as of right now. That said, I do think that we're going to see a little bit of a fall off there. This is still not a St. Mary's team that necessarily is going to be able to go bombs away from 3. They shoot 33% as a collective. They do a nice job of being able to own the glass, so as the St. Mary's team, one of the top teams in all of college basketball in terms of the fewest amount of second chance opportunities they allow you to have on the glass. Alex Dusas, Mitchell Saxon, Joshua Jefferson, they've been able to combine for about 18.5 rebounds per game, and then you've got a guy in Mr. Augustus Alexis Meseliers, who's been able to give you about 4.5 assists, 12 points per contest. So I do think that St. Mary's going to be able to control this game once again, but with St. Mary's, with this team being outside the top 300 with regards to total possessions per game, it does make it very difficult to win by margin. They've been able to do so quite successfully recently because they've been holding pretty much everyone to 65 points or fewer, saying Santa Clara, but that's it for Portland. This has been an offense that has been able to get things rolling a little bit more recently. The 93 points against Pepperdine, that was encouraging. Now, they have given up 76 plus points so far in their last 5 games, so very interesting circumstance and something where something's got to give. I did set my total at a 136.5. I do think that St. Mary's defense wins out, but because it's such a low-scoring slog, makes it difficult for them to be able to cover. So, going to be willing to take the mono amount of points with Portland, made them a 16.5 point underdog, and going to be taking a look at this total under as well. 8-15, 8-16 on the betting board. SIU Edwardsville, it's a road face-off against Southern Indiana, and Southern Indiana does find themselves as a home underdog of between 2 and 3 points. Total on this game between 138.5 and 140.5. This was an opener of 138.5. I set my total personally at a 136, so I'm looking at the under, and with SIU Edwardsville, I did make them a 4-point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number. If you look at the raw numbers for the season, Edwardsville is well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and part of the reason why their defense has been so good recently is that they are a team that's outside the top 275 with regards to total possessions per game, but I really do like what I'm seeing on this Edwardsville team. It's an Edwardsville team that they have now allowed fewer than 70 points in all but 2 out of their last 7 games. With Edwardsville, you've got the Wright brothers and Shamar and Lamar Wright, who have been able to do a nice job, give you some versatility, with Lamar Wright being able to give you about 4 boards, 9.5 points, shoots in the low 30s from 3-point range, while Shamar is a team's top scorer of 15 points, 4.5 boards, shooting 38% from 3-point range. And this is an Edwardsville team that you don't have a ton down low, though. 6-foot DeMarco Minor, he has been major with 3 assists, 8 boards, 14.5 points per game, and I do think that SIU Edwardsville could have more success than normal on the glass with a Southern Indiana team that's about 175th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. When it comes to Edwardsville, they're about 233rd in the country with this regard, but it is a Southern Indiana team that, though they've been able to get to at least 70 points in 7 out of their last 9 games, I still have my question marks here. You've got a pair of guys in AJ Smith, who's your top rebounder as well, with 13 points, 9 boards per contest, along Jeremiah Hernandez with 16.5 points per game. That they have to do it all, and both of these guys shoot below 30% from 3-point. Really, you've got one guy, Jack Milkey, that shoots above 34% from 3. Milkey is shooting north of 40% from the outside, but with a lack of just outside shooting pop for this SIU Edwardsville team to have to guard, along with them being able to get quite a bit of production out there in the backcourt. I do think that allows them to be able to dominate this game for Southern Indiana as well. They allow opponents to shoot about 34% from 3-point range. That's 195th in all of college basketball for Edwardsville. They are a team that's about 293rd with this regard as well, but I just don't think that Southern Indiana has the pieces to be able to just take advantage of it. And with Southern Indiana turning the ball over north of 14 times per contest, while Edwardsville has been turning the ball over less than 11.5 times per game, I do think that the smarter team at Edwardsville is going to be able to win out in this spot in a low-scoring slog where you see a lot of wasted possessions and just a slow-down game in general. Set by total 136, dive and under, and I'm going to be one to lay it with SIU Edwardsville, 8-17, 8-18 on the betting board. UTEP plays those to New Mexico State. New Mexico State is an underdog of 5 to 5.5 points. Total is between 138 and 139. I did set New Mexico State as an underdog of 6.5 points. I'm going to be one to lay it. Everything is brand new for New Mexico State this season. They had a new coach in Jason Hooten. They had all new players because of what happened with the scandal last season, and when it comes to the spot, I do think that the less disciplined team, they are not going to be able to pull it out. As for New Mexico State, the squad has been able to get quite a bit out of Femi Odekale. He's a nice versatile player, 11 points, 6 boards, began his career over at Pittsburgh, shoots about 32% from 3, but for New Mexico State, they're outside the top 250 with regards to ball control and the way that they're able to protect it, and your top 3-point shooter in Jalen Jackson Posey, shooting 45% from 3. He's out of the fold. You don't have a single guy that's currently shooting north of 35% from 3-point range that registers north of 7 points per contest, so that's out of their top essentially 7 scorers, as UTEP has been a holds greater than some of its first approach with this team. You've got Robert Carpenter, who's been dealing with suspension for punching a guy in the face as well, and I'm not even kidding when I say that. Now for UTEP, this team is well outside the top 200 with regards to the rebound rate, but you do have Kalu Enya, who's been able to do a solid job of being able to give you about 5 rebounds per game. You've got Kevin Kalu, who's been able to give you about 5 boards per contest. Sid Boom Boom Powell, along with Otis Frazier, they combine for about 21.5 points per contest. Not a lot of 3-point shooting for UTEP. They only shoot about 30.5% as a collective, but Tay Hardy, he might be the best pure scorer in this game, 15 points on 36% 3-point shooting, and for UTEP, they know where their bread is buttered. This team does such an amazing job of being able to generate turnovers. In terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they are number 1 in all of college basketball. I think that they're going to be able to do a nice job of turning New Mexico State over. Now, when they don't force a turnover, they do allow a lot of open looks from 3-point range, but with Jackson Posey out of the fold, that takes that threat there for New Mexico State, and I do think that this becomes a low-scoring slog, despite the fact that both of these teams are relatively mid-tempo. It's my total 133.5. I think that this game turns sloppy. Looking at the under and willing to lay it with UTEP. 819, 820 on the betting board. Weber State plays us to Sacramento State. Sac State is a 13.5 to a 14.5 point underdog. Totals between 130 and 130.5. Said Weber State as a favorite of 12 points. I'm going to be willing to take the 14 with Sacramento State. Sacramento State, a top 75 team in the country with regards to rebound rate. Now for Sacramento State, despite that, they have been a team that's been well outside the top 225. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, the opposite of what you expect out of a David Patrick coach team, and much of it is because they are 310th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but we haven't seen this Weber State team have some cracks in the armor when it comes to their defense. Weber State, in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, that is much better at home rather than on the road. They allow opponents to shoot 31% from 3-point range at home, or like 33.7% in a road/shooter environment. And you do have David Jones, who's able to do it all. 20 points, 9 boards, 4 assists. Absolutely love his game. And Seaver Plankett has been able to shoot 42% from 3-point range, so that should be able to unearth the kryptonite that you've got for this Sacramento State team. But with Sacramento State, you've been able to get a little bit of everything. Duncan Boom Boom Powell, he's giving you 12 points, 5 boards, 3 assists. Nice little statue suffer for this team. Akalma Wayne has been someone that has been fading quite a bit. I expected a little bit more out of him, but you still have been able to get Z. Armota to be able to chip in there about 12.5 points per contest for a Sacramento State team that, with regards to their offense, it's still quite a bit of a work in progress. They only shoot about 31% from 3, and in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, a bottom 50 team in all of college basketball. But they go up against a Weber State team that they're just not really looking to force the issue. It's a Weber State team that all of a sudden has now given up 70-plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. As Weber State, a team that was for much of the year a top 80 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they've slipped down to 144th in all of college basketball. I do think that Sacramento State is going to be able to do a solid job of being able to get to them here. It's a Sacramento State team that's been playing at one of the slower rates in all of college basketball as well. Sacramento State has not broken the 67-point plateau in any of their last 6 games, but even though they've been riding this pretty bad losing streak, for Sacramento State, the defense has actually been relatively solid. They have given up fewer than 70 points in pretty much 5 out of their last 6 games, and last time these two teams played, it was 71-69. I do think that things are going to be lower scoring here, but I do think that for Sac State, they're able to hold in there. I did set my total at a 132. Here at the 130, I think we've gone a little bit too far. I do think that Sacramento State going to be able to bust out a little bit against a bad Weber State defense. So looking at the over, and we'll take the points from Sacramento State. 821, 822 on the betting board. Loyola Marymount plays us to Pepperdine. Pepperdine is an underdog of 6 to 7 points. Totals between 145.5 and 146. It's at Pepperdine as an underdog of 8.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay it with Loyola Marymount. Loyola Marymount has been looking to slow things down as they're outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And despite the fact that Kelly Leeupape has not been what he was a season ago, Alex Merkfeldez has been able to help this team out and keep them in the top 100 with regards to the rebound rate. Meanwhile, they go up against a Pepperdine team that they get back Javon Porter. He's the brother of Michael Porter, and he's been able to give you about 13 points, 5 boards, some relatively nice versatility. But for a Pepperdine team as well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, they certainly do give it up from beyond the arc. Pepperdine is well outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They're 352nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they give up nearly 11.5 points more per 100 possessions when they do leave home. You've got a Loyola Marymount team that also does a nice job of being able to take care of the ball. Maybe without Justice Hill for quite a while, has been out due to an injury, but Will Johnson has been able to give you about 3 assists per contest. Dominic Harris has been really your top scorer with about 14 points, shooting 43.5% from 3-point range. And though Pepperdine has a pair of guys in Houston Michael Leger, who combined for about 33.2 points per contest, while shooting north of 40% from 3-point range, I do think that Loyola Marymount is going to be able to do a relatively okay job of being able to guard the 3-point arc. I don't think that they're going to be able to take it all away, but Loyola Marymount allows opponents to shoot just 28.1% from 3-point range at home. Just feels like a bad matchup in general for this Pepperdine team, so I did set my line at an 8.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with the mount, and with regards to total, set it at a 146.5 with the way that Pepperdine gives up a lot of points on the road. Looking at the over, I'm willing to lay it with Marymount. 823, 824 on the betting board. Samford plays us to USC. USC is an underdog of 2 points. Totals between 151.5 and 152. Good news for USC is that you've got both Isaiah Collier and Boogie Ellis back at the fold. Those are your main 2 scorers. Bad news is for USC, this is not the same interior defense that we've seen in past years. As for USC, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. You've been able to have Vincent Iwuchukwu give you about 4.5 rebounds per game. He's been okay, and Bronny James, when he's been out there, he's been able to give you a little bit of perimeter defense, but this is a USC team that is right around about 300th in the country with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. And this is a Stanford team that has some of the most demonstrative 3-point shooting splits with regards to home and road in all of college basketball. With Samford, they have to deal with an injury to Jared Bynum, and when he's been out there the last few games, he has just not really been effective in general, so he, in my opinion, is not going to be too big of a factor in this game. But that said, this is a Samford team that at home they are averaging about 18.9 points more per 100 possessions rather than when they are in a roadside shoot-to-corner environment. And for Samford, they shoot less than 34.5% from three-point range when they're in a roadside shoot-to-corner environment. But get Samford at home, they're shooting 42.7% from three-point range. That is a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. You've been able to have Maximilian Reynaud do a solid job down low. He's been able to provide the team with right in that neighborhood about 9 rebounds per game. Samford is another team that's outside the top 100 with regards to rebound rate, but with the way that USC has just been getting completely bludgeoned with regards to their defense, and the way that the offense has now been really struggling as well. Their game against Cal went to overtime, so in regulation and regulation only, they have scored fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games, going up against a Samford team that now has Cannon Carlisle giving you about 13.5 points, shooting 40% for 3, and for that matter, for the Samford team, each of your top 5 scorers when fully healthy do shoot at least 39% for 3-point range. I think that that's going to be a rough matchup for a USC team that has not guarded the arc at all. I did set my total at a 153. I do think that USC is going to be able to find it a little bit more with their offense. Isaiah Collier has been able to do a relatively solid job when he's out there. Boogie Ellis do combine for about 33.5 points per contest, and Ellis shoots north of 40% for 3, so that gives them some offensive pop. But with USC also 13 plus turnovers, that should allow Samford to be able to turn those turnovers into offense. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Samford being them a 5-point favorite, 825, 826 on the betting board. Colorado plays us at Arizona. Arizona, a 1 to 2 point underdog. Your total is between 159 to 159.5. With Arizona, I'm going to be willing to take them on the money line. I know that there's a fear that with Arizona, they might be just tuckered out in general because they played a triple overtime game, but that said, I'm going to be willing to back the better team in this spot in Arizona. Now, with Colorado, they've got some very demonstrative home and road splits. With Colorado, they shoot well north of 40% from 3-point range at home, and Colorado's averaging north of 15 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot-corner environment, providing 5 different guys. They're able to give you double figures. They've now got Cody Williams back and firing at full force as he's been able to give the team 14.5 points per game after he was banged up towards the beginning part of the season. And each of your top 5 scorers for Colorado do give you at least 2 assists per contest, but for Arizona, you've got that sort of versatility with the team as well. Now for Arizona, they do give up nearly 20 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, but Caleb Love, he's just been a walking bucket with 19 points, 3.5 assists, and then you got the 3-point shooting of Paul Larson along Kashad Johnson and Kylan Boswell. These 3 guys combined to shoot about 39% from 3-point range. Boswell chips in there about 3.8 assists per game, and Love, Larson, Boswell. They combine for north of 10 assists per contest. This is an Arizona team that's number 1 in the country as well with regards to rebound rate, with Umar Ballo give you 10 boards per contest. Now Colorado, one of your best teams with regards to rebound rate as well, with Eddie Lampkin being able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game. But Arizona has lost quite a bit at Boulder in past years. I do think that they get over the hump here. It's an Arizona team that they just continue to put up 80 plus. I mean, the last time they scored fewer than 80 points in a game, you have to go all the way back to when they took that loss to Washington State on the 13th of January. Meanwhile, for Colorado, they themselves have been giving up the points, at least 70 points surrendered in each of their last 4 games. So I do think that this is going to be a relatively high-scoring game, set by total 161. Typically, when you play a lot of just minutes in general in the previous day, the defense actually suffers a little bit more than the offense. So I'm going to be taking a look at the over, and I'm going to be taking a look at Arizona outright on the money line. 827, 828 on the betting board. Santa Clara is road face-off against San Francisco. The Dons find themselves at 7 to 7.5 point favorites. Total on this game between 150.5 and 152.5, with San Francisco made them a 9-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the 7 to 7.5. San Francisco, still a top 20 team in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and a bunch is in the top 50 with regards to their rebound rate. Now, they go up against the Santa Clara team that has been one of the best mid-major rebound rate teams in all of college basketball as well. You don't have anyone for Santa Clara that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, but Johnny O'Neal, Carlos Marshall, Christoph Tilley, they'll give you at least 4.7 rebounds per game. Marshall, 13.5 points, shooting 43.5% from 3-point range for a Santa Clara team that they do turn the ball over 13.3 times per contest, but overall, they've been able to do a nice job being a top 125 team with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. But San Francisco has been a top 75 team with regards to points scored per possession. Mongolian Mike is able to give you about 8 or 9 points. Shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range. Marcus Williams has been able to give you 3+ assists. He's able to give you north of 14 points per contest, but for Santa Clara, the one way that they're going to be able to hold in this game is via the perimeter. They're actually a better 3-point shooting defense than San Francisco. And what's interesting about San Francisco is that they've got such a good rebound rate, despite the fact that Jonathan Mogbo is the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 4 boards per contest, but he's been so dominant with nearly 15 points, 10+ rebounds per game. I do think that he's going to be able to dominate in this game. I do think that San Francisco, a team that is in the top 50 with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, going to take over with regards to Santa Clara's tendencies to turn the ball Villanova, you do have Adama Ball, who's able to give you 15 points, shoots 36% from 3, but all in all, I do think that San Francisco finds a way to be able to get it done here. Willing to lay up to 8.5 with San Francisco, set them as a 9-point favorite, and did set my total 145. I do think that the defense is going to be able to win out here. Going to be taking a look at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with the Dons, 829 and 830 on the betting board. Santa Barbara is going to be playing a CS Northridge with CSUN. Cal State Northridge, you're getting them between a 6 to a 6.5 point underdog, 151.5 to 152.5 is your total. With Santa Barbara, I did set them as an 8.5 point favorite. Here at 6 to 6.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it. This CSUN team has been one that I've been backing all season long, but defense has been relenting a little bit. They're still in the top 100 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and still a top 75 team in terms of rebound rate. But with CSUN, they do turn the ball over a little bit too much for my liking. Nearly 15 turnovers per game while shooting 31% from 3 and 67.5% the free throw line. This has not been a very efficient offense, despite the fact that you've got a pair of guys in Deshaun Allen Aikens on Deontay Bostic combining for about 32.5 points, 9.5 boards per contest, and having Keontae Jones be able to supply you with about 7 boards per contest down low. And I just take a look at Santa Barbara, and the star power is still there. You've been able to get north of 40% 3-point shooting at 11 points per contest out of Cole Anderson. You've got Juan Traore, who's been able to give you about 14.5 points. He, along Josh Pierre-Louis, combined for about 11 boards per contest. And AJ Mitchell, 19.5 points on 39.5% 3-point shooting. And what's been outrageous for Santa Barbara is that they're giving them more than 7 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-shoot-to-court environment. I do think that they're going to be able to shape up a little bit with that regard. And for the Santa Barbara team, it has been rough for them with regards to their defense, but at the same time, you do have a CSUN team that they've been all over the place in terms of their offense as well. This squad has scored now 72 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 6 games. The last time these two teams played, Santa Barbara went on the road and they host them 97-69. I don't think that we're going to see a replay of this where CSUN went 3 of 19 from 3-point range and Santa Barbara went 15 of 29 from distance, but the star power is there for Santa Barbara. I do think that their defensive numbers are going to be able to improve a little bit at home, and I do think that Santa Barbara is going to start to get back to basics with regards to their defense. I did set my total at a 150.5. Here at 151.5, 152.5 looking under, and one to lay with Santa Barbara, 831, 832 on the betting board. Pacific plays us to San Diego. UC San Diego is a 5.5 to a 6-point underdog. Total on this game between 146.5 to 147. I did set Pacific as a 3-point underdog. I'm going to be willing to take the points for Pacific. This has been a very sorry team. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, but for San Diego, they've had all sorts of issues of their own. They're now clocking in well outside the top 150 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a San Diego team that they're okay with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage, and it's been able to travel relatively solidly. They shoot 36% from 3, both at home and in a roadside shoot-to-court environment, going up against a Pacific team that they've had all sorts of issues with regards to their defense. They don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5+ rebounds per game, but Steve Jamerson is really the only guy for San Diego that does a solid job down low. He's been able to get the team right around about 7 rebounds per game, but for the San Diego team, I do think that they're going to have a little bit of difficulty going up against the fact that for Pacific, you've been able to get right around about 10.5 points per contest, and you've been able to get some relatively good facilitation in general. Judson Martindale and Nick Blake, who comes in from Iona V, he's got a little bit of versatility as well. And when it comes to the San Diego team, they certainly are a team that is going to be willing to give it up from the inside as well. Their perimeter defense has been pretty solid. They're about a top 125 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. When it comes to that 2-point shooting defense, though, that's where Pacific has been able to do a little bit of a better job of, even though they don't necessarily do a tremendous job of being able to hit the glass. You've got a San Diego team that's 308th in the country with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, this Pacific bunch, they themselves, they're clocking in towards the bottom 50 in all of college basketball as well. You've got 2 teams that are really rough with their offense, 2 teams that are really rough with their defense. I do think the Pacific makes it competitive at home before San Diego takes it very late and in a little bit of a lower scoring slog. Semi-total 143, diving in on the under, and we'll take the 6 with Pacific set them as a 3-point dog. 833, 834 on the betting board. Utah State plays us Boise State. Boise State is a underdog of 4 to 4.5 points. So on this game is 146 with Boise State. I did set them as an underdog of 4 points. So here at the 4.5, I'm going to be willing to take those points. Boise State is a top 75 team in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And when it comes to this Boise State team, they're a top 50 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. So they've done a nice job holding up there. Meanwhile, this Utah State team is a top 50 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, despite the fact that Utah State 271st in the country in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and Boise State can be a little bit all over the place with their 3-point shooting. Chibuzo Egbo shoots through 40% from 3. He's been able to give you about 13 plus points per contest, but really past that, the 3-point shooting for Boise State has not necessarily been amazing. Boise State is is outside the top 125 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. And Utah State, not necessarily a great three-point shooting team as well. They only shoot about 32.5% from three, but Darius Brown has been very efficient. 7 assists to about 2 turnovers per game, supplying the team with about 11 points per contest. You've been able to have some nice go-to scores for the team, like Great Osabor, who's been able to give you 15 points, 9 rebounds per game. You should be able to win the battle down low by Tyson Dagenhart. The fact that he gives you 7+ rebounds per game. And Utah State is not going to get the second chances that they typically get, because Boise State, a top 20 team with regards to defensive rebound rate on the road. I do think that causes this game to be a little bit more nip and tuck, a little bit more defense-oriented. So I did set my total 142, looking at the under, and at north of 4, going to be taking the points with Boise State, 835, 836 on the betting board. BYU plays us at Kansas State. Kansas State, an 11-point underdog. Totals between 145.5 and 146.5. Set BYU is a 9.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Kansas State. Kansas State certainly has not been a great team with regards to their offense outside the top 150 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, with a turnover rate that's outside the top 325 in all of college basketball, but the defense of Kansas State has really been prevalent. They're a top 55 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They do a relatively solid job of being able to guard the three-point arc against a BYU team in which it just feels like everyone on the roster is able to shoot it from three-point range. And for BYU, this is a top 30 team with regards to both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, but it does feel built a little bit on sand. They played a very weak non-conference slate. Now you still have Noah Waterman, who's got good versatility, shoots it from three, is able to give you about 10 points, 6 boards per contest. And if you take a look at BYU, their top 5 scorers, you've got 4 of them able to shoot at least 36.4% from 3, and multiple facilitators on this team. Ali Khalifa, Lon Spencer Johnson, Dalen Hall, these 3 guys, they combine for about 12.5 assists per contest. They all give you at least 3.5 assists per game, and Ali Khalifa was out due to injury towards the beginning part of the season. Him being able to give you some versatility, that's been solid, but I do think that the physicality of Kansas State going to be able to take it to a finesse team in BYU. You've been able to have someone like an Arthur Kaluma give you 14 points, 7 boards, shoots about 35.5% from 3-point. Now, for BYU, this is a top 20 team in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rates. So they're going to have Kansas State a little bit outgunned with that regard. But Kansas State, they're still a relatively solid team at being able to haul in there the boards. They're about 85th with regards to their rebound rate. David Ngesson, Will McNair being able to give you 12 rebounds per game, I think is going to be very impactful. Kansas State, they do turn the ball over a ton, but this is a BYU team that they themselves feels like they're starting to wear out a little bit with their just overall, I guess you could call it, ability to be able to put the ball in the basket. Still a team that's been pretty solid with that regard, but I do think that Kansas State, with their defense, they're going to be able to hold in there. And what I think is going to be a little bit of a lower scoring slog. I set my line at 9.5. I'm going to be willing to take double figures here and set my total 143.5. Looking at the under, this is the last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we had a break in the extra games. 837, 838. Hawaii plays us to UC Davis. UC Davis, a 2-point underdog. $2 between 136 and 137. I say UC Davis as a 2-point favorite. We'll take them on the money line. Elijah Pepper is by far the best player in this game. 21 points, 5+ boards. He's been able to shoot it really well from 3-point range at a clip of about 38.5% from 3, 90% at the free throw line. And Ty Johnson has been a nice Robin. 3.5 boards, 3.5 assists, 1.7 steals, 16.5 points per game for a UC Davis team that's in the top 85 nationally with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And it's a defense that travels. They've actually, over the last 2 seasons, given up fewer points per possession when they've been away from home rather than when they have been at home. And UC Davis, they allow opponents in a roadside shoot square environment to shoot just 31.2% from 3-point range, while Hawaii has fallen outside the top 125 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And Hawaii, they just haven't been the same team at home this season. You still have guys like Bernardo da Silva that's able to give you 5 rebounds per game. Justin McCoy has been able to shoot in the high 30s from 3-point range, supplying the team with about 11 points per contest. But for Hawaii, they just haven't been able to find their offense. Old Coleman is able to give you 13.5 points per game. Team only turns the ball over about 12 times per contest, but as we know, they're not going to force a lot of steals. Mosek has been relatively solid down low, but this has just been a Hawaii team that has not been able to get the job done at home. It's a Hawaii team that now has given up at least 73 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a UC Davis team that comes in very pristine form with regards to their offense. UC Davis has won 5+ games in a row, and for UC Davis in regulation, they've now given up 67 points or fewer in each of their last 6 games. I do think that UC Davis is going to turn this into a lower scoring slog, and I think that they're going to be able to win with having the best player out there on the floor. I like UC Davis outright on the money line, set by 12-134, so looking at the under it, we're going to hit our first break and start up the extra game set. Right here on Clemson Seats with myself, Xavier Peterson, now a part of the VSiN Family Podcast. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Clemson Seats with myself, Xavier Peterson, now a part of the VSiN Family Podcast. All right, we've gotten through the games on the normal Las Vegas betting board. We're going to get you through the extra games. We're going to take a break in between while we do these extra games. I believe that we've got 35 in total. I'm recording this at 12:15 p.m. Pacific time. This needs to be up by midnight, so this is going to become the lightning round, but picks and analysis on every single extra game as we hit some bank shots in the bonus starts right about now.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
3 at 6-5-55, 3 at 6-5-56. Central Connecticut is going to be playing us to Fairleigh Dickinson. Fairleigh Dickinson hopes to be fairly priced. They are an underdog of 7.5 points on last game between 148 and 150, and I did set Fairleigh Dickinson as an underdog of 9 points. So it's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay with Central Connecticut. Central Connecticut does lack a lot down low, but at the same time, you've been able to get a little bit more out of Alan Jean Rose in terms of his overall versatility. 15 points, 5 boards. You've been able to also have Kellen Amos be able to chip in there about 5 boards per contest, and though they don't necessarily have a ton of rebounding, it's a Fairleigh Dickinson team that's one of the shortest teams in all of college basketball. Now, I will say for Fairleigh Dickinson, even though they don't necessarily have a lot of size, they know how to use it. As Sean Moore, Joel Emmanuel, along with Ansley Almoner, they've been able to combine for about, I would say, 19 rebounds per game. Almoner is your top scorer with 16.5 points per game, shooting 39% from three-point range. But for Fairleigh Dickinson, this is a defense that they are outside the top 275 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. It's an offense that is 257th in the country in terms of points for on a per possession basis. And Central Connecticut, though they're not amazing with their three-point shooting, and this is a Central Connecticut team that they themselves do have a little bit of difficulty in terms of being able to guard the arc. Central Connecticut, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, that's about 270th in all of college basketball, but Fairleigh Dickinson, 329th in the country with this regard, allowing opponents to shoot 36.6% from the outside, with Central Connecticut doing a solid job being able to take care of the ball, and Fairleigh Dickinson turning the ball over 12.5 times per contest, while Fairleigh Dickinson, they do generate a few turnovers with about 8.5 steals per game. I do think that Central Connecticut going to get it done in a rather up and down game. It's a total of 151. I'm going to be looking at the over and want to lay up to 8.5 with Central Connecticut. 306, 557, 306, 558. High point hopes to not be a low point. They are going to be playing on the road against Gardner-Webb, and Gardner-Webb is a home underdog of 3.5 points. So tonight's game is 154 to 155, and I did set High Point as a favorite of 5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. High Point has been a top 30 team all season long in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and Gardner-Webb, very uncharacteristically, this is not a great defense for them. Outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate as well. Now, Gardner-Webb has actually been able to do a little bit better when they've been at home, but still, Gardner-Webb 244th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, going up against a High Point team that's 9th, and High Point is only scoring about 3.5 points fewer per 100 possessions in a roadside shoot corner environment rather than at home. This team has traveled very well all season long. You've had Abdoulaye Theon be able to give you double figures, and then you've got a really nice backcourt duo as you've got Duke Miles along with Kiza Gifa, who have been able to combine for in that neighborhood about 35 points per contest, 38% three-point shooting, and they go up against a Gardner-Webb team that has had difficulty being able to guard the three-point arc at home, allowing opponents to shoot 38.5% from three-point range. High Point themselves, outside the top 200 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, they do allow opponents to shoot 37.2% from three-point range against them in a roadside shoot corner environment, but they should be able to control things down low. Kamani Hamilton, along with Jocelyn Bodu, they've been able to combine for about 16 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, Gardner-Webb, you've been able to have about 6 rebounds and about 14 points per contest out of Caleb Robinson, but it's a Gardner-Webb team that they shoot 64% on the free throw line. They don't do a great job of being able to hit the glass anymore. Julian Sawarmo, along DQ Nicholas, being able to give you 20.5 points per contest, that's relatively helpful, but I think that only helps the total, not so much aside. I did set my total at a 155. This High Point team, they've been able to get to at least 75 points in all but 2 out of their last 12 games, and this is a Gardner-Webb team that they themselves have allowed at least 70 in 4 of their last 5 games, while getting to at least 75 points themselves in each of the last 5 games. So set my total 155, look it over, and with High Point, want to lay up to 4.5 with them. 306, 559, 306, 560. UMBC plays us in Vermont. Vermont is a 10 to a 10.5 point favorite. Your total is between 150.5 and 151. I did set Vermont as a favorite of 9 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now, Vermont has actually been one of your top 100 teams in all of college basketball, back in the bottom 50 with regards to total possessions per game, and they're playing very slow, very under control. And this has been a Vermont team that has been a little bit better in terms of their defense, but I do think that this is going to be a higher scoring game just because you've got a UMBC team that has been absolutely awful in terms of their defense. UMBC, well outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis in UMBC, playing at warp speed. They're in the top 25 with regards to total possessions per game. UMBC actually scoring more points in a roadside shoot court environment rather than when they are at home as well. So that's a little bit of an issue for them. But this is a Vermont team that, even though they are playing super duper slowly and even though they have been hitting quite a few unders, not like they've necessarily been the world's greatest defense. They're about 67th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. That's relatively solid. They're not going to rip the ball away or anything like that. They're just going to do a nice job of executing, and they themselves don't turn the ball over. 9 turnovers per contest. You got TJ Long, Matt Ferrato combined shoot about 37.5% from 3, 24.5 points per contest between the two of them. Shamir Bogues has been a little bit out of the fold. He's the main guy that is able to generate turnovers, but has been able to return in recent games. He's back to being able to give the team some solid production, 9.5 points. He's really your main rebounder with about 5 boards per contest, and if UMBC is able to find a way to be able to hit the boards, they can hang in this game. But the problem for this UMBC team is that they themselves have had to rely upon Deion Brown for a little bit of everything, 18.5 points, 7.5 boards per contest for a UMBC team that's well outside the top 200 with regards to the rebound rate, but UMBC does shoot about 36.2% from three-point range, and this is a Vermont team that they're going to give it up a little bit from three-point range. Last time these two teams played, it was a 7-point differential. You saw UMBC be able to hold in there because they were able to sink a few threes, and I think the blueprint is going to be the same for them. This Vermont team, they're clocking in with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage right around about 112th in all of college basketball. UMBC, for all the deficiencies that they've got defensively, this has not been a terrible team at being able to guard the arc. They are about 137th with this regard, so it is a spot where I did set my line at 9. Here at north of 10, I'm going to be willing to take the points with UMBC, set my total 153. I think that there's potential for this to be close enough for late game felling, so looking at the over and looking at the points with UMBC. 306-561, 306-562. Army plays us a Navy. Navy's a 2.5-point underdog. Draw this game is 127.5, and I like Navy on the money line. I did set them as a 1.5-point favorite. Navy has been sinking a little bit with regards to their defense, but top 75 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Big key for Navy, being able to hold it down from three-point range. 190th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but even though Army has become a top 175 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they've guarded the arc very well at 108th in all of college basketball, Army actually allows you to shoot 34.5% from three-point range at home, more like 31% in a roadside shoot scoring environment, and Army is a bottom 50 team in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Navy is leaving quite a bit of something to be desired in terms of the offensive front as well, but they're about 294th in the country in terms of points scored. They've been able to get a little bit more recently, especially with the way that they've been able to have Justin Benjini be able to give you about 16 points per game. That has been big. He's going to be the top scorer in this game. You still have Charlie Peterson, great name on the flip side for the Army Black Knights, as he's been able to give you about 4.5 to 5 rebounds per game, but the man that's going to be able to control things down low, Donovan Draper. He's averaging 2 steals, 9 boards, 7 points per contest, doesn't shoot it well from 3. Navy as a whole, they shoot about 30% from the outside. Army as a whole, they shoot about 31.5% from 3-point range, but they also shoot 60% at the free throw line. Bottom 5 team in all of college basketball with regards to free throw shooting percentage. That could cost them in very much a nip and tuck game, which I figure that this is going to be. Josh Govins has been able to give you for this Army team right in the neighborhood about 12.5 points, 5.5 boards per contest, but I do think that for Army, they're just going to have a tough time being able to put points upon the board. That has been really the MO for them all season long, really both of these teams. As for Navy, they have scored 70 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games. This is an Army bunch that last time they were able to get past the 70-point plateau against a Division I team, because they have done so against a non-D1 team already this season, but you have to go back in terms of regulation because they played that overtime game against Stony Brook. You have to go all the way back to the beginning of the 2022-23 season. So it has been very brutal there. I do think that as a result, Navy going to get the job done in a very low-scoring slog. Semi-total 125.5. I'm willing to go under, and with Navy, I'm looking at them on the money line. Set them as a 1.5-point favorite. 306-563, 306-564. Holy Cross plays with American. American is a 5.5 to a 6-point favorite. Total is 134.5 with American. I did set them as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Holy Cross. Holy Cross has really looked like a different team ever since Bo Montgomery has gotten back to the fold. Holy Cross still outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but being able to get Montgomery back, he will Bachelor have been able to do a nice job. Combined shoot about 36% from 3-point range, mashing up for about 18 points per contest, and then Joe Octave might be the most versatile player out there at the guard spot. 14.5 points, 6 boards, only shoots about 29% from 3-point range, but for American, this team is outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but they themselves are executing quite well on offense. Matt Rogers stays right around about 6'8". He's been able to do a nice job, giving the team about 15.5 points, 6.5 boards, shooting from 3-point range, 6.5% from distance. As for the whole American, they shoot about 35.2% from 3-point range. It is an American team that, with regards to rebounding as well, they're going to be the far better team in this one. About 103rd in the country with regards to rebound rate. Holy Cross outside the top 250, though Caleb Kenny has now been able to give you 6 boards on the flip side for this Holy Cross team. When it comes to American, they're about 115th in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, only experiencing a drop-off of about 3.8 points fewer per 100 possessions when in a road/scoring environment rather than at home. And then for Holy Cross, this team has been about 279th in the country with regards to their points scored on a per possession basis. That said, this is an American team that it's been a little bit more grimy for them recently. They have scored fewer than 70 points in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Holy Cross team that they've been able to do a little bit better with regards to their defense, fewer than 68 points surrendered in 2 of their last 3 games. It's been a slog for this Holy Cross team as well. This team has scored 72 points or fewer in pretty much all but one of their games ever since the turn of the new year. But I do think that Holy Cross going to be a hold in there, set my line at 3. I'm going to be willing to take the 5 to 5.5. Did set my total at a 135.5 as well. So I'm going to be willing to take the 134.5 over. I think that this is close enough for late game filling to go along with the points with Holy Cross. 365-65, 365-66. It is Boston U hitting the road face off against Bucknell. Bucknell is a 3.5 to a 4-point favorite. Your total on this game, 131.5 with Bucknell. I did set them as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the 4 with Boston U. Boston U outside the top 320 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. You have only got one player, Miles Brewster, that gives you north of 9 points per contest, 10.5 points, 3.2 assists, 1.5 steals, shoots 41.5% from 3-point range. But when it comes to this Bucknell team, they're very top-heavy with 2 guys, Jack Forrest along with the 7-footer Noah Williamson, who've been able to combine for about 29.5 points per contest. Williamson now give you about 6.3 points per contest for a Bucknell team that they now shoot about 35.5% from 3-point range, but Bucknell, well outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, and it's a Bucknell team that they do get loose with the ball. They turn the ball over about 13 times per contest. They run into a Boston U team that's okay at being able to generate some turnovers. Both of these teams, they do have some pretty demonstrative home and road splits, and if you do take a look at this Bucknell team, they're shooting about 38.5% from 3-point range at home, more like 33.7% in a roadside shoot corner environment. But this Boston U team has been able to do a nice job of being able to knuckle up and be able to do a solid job on the road. They're a top 150 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they allow opponents to shoot just 32.9% when away from home compared to 36.3% from 3-point range when they are at home. Bucknell, they allow opponents to shoot 36.5% from 3-point range when they are at home, and I do think that Owen Landrum being able to give this Boston U team right around 6 boards per contest for a Boston U team that they are a little bit better with regards to rebound rate for than Bucknell is going to allow them to hold in there. Bucknell has really been able to step it up a little bit more in terms of their offense, but I do think the Boston U going to do a nice job of making this game just yucky, grimy, though I do think that this game comes down to late game felling. You've got a Boston U team that has now given up 70 plus points in each of their last 2 games and 69 plus in 3 of their last 4. For Bucknell, they've been able to pass the 66-point plateau in each of their last 5 games. So I did set my total 133 looking at the overhand with Boston U, set them as a 3-point dog, so looking at the 4, 306, 567, 306, 568. Binghamton plays us to Bryant. Bryant is a favorite of 2.5 points, and your total on this game is between 149 to 149.5. So Bryant is a 2.5-point favorite. Seeing some 2s out there, and at the 2, one to lay it with Bryant. Bryant is a top 20 team with regards to total possessions per game, but also a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Bryant has done a really nice job of being able to step it up with regards to 3-point shooting defense. Now Bryant is also well outside the top 250 with regards to their overall rebound rate, but they're bringing sexy back with Earl Timberlake being able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game. They go up against a Binghamton team that I do think is going to be able to cause some fits because you bring in Timo Chenery along with also Samir Torrance. Torrance is a transfer from Syracuse that does it all. 8.5 points, 7.3 assists, 6 boards, and a partridge in a pear tree for a Binghamton team that they're being bugaboo. They only shoot about 20.5% from 3 and 66% the free throw line. Hard to trust in a team in a nip-and-tuck game when they're shooting like that, but Timo Chenery has been able to shoot about 28% from 3-point range, 14.5 points, block and a half per contest, and then you need guys like Armada Reed to be able to step it up because this is a Binghamton team that they're not amazing with regards to their defense, but they've been able to do a relatively okay job in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This Binghamton team, they're clocking in 262nd, but they're a top 125 team with regards to rebound rate, so they're able to take advantage of Bryant with that regard, but Bryant has a clear advantage in the backcourt as you also have Sharif Gross-Bullock, 5.5 assists, right around about 19.5 points per contest. Earl Timberlake gives you 4.5 assists, Bullock more around 2.5 assists per contest, where Bullock does give you 5.5 boards, shoots 40% from 3, but for Bryant, they also shoot about 66.5% the free throw line, but they do a better job in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. And with this Bryant team, they've been pretty incredible with regards to their offense recently. They've been able to get past the 70-point plateau in each of their last 3 games. Meanwhile, it's a Binghamton team that's been stuck in the mud. Last time they were able to exceed the 70-point plateau in regulation against a team that's not named NJIT. It's NJIT has really been gashed. You have to go all the way back to January 13th. So it's a circumstance where I did set Bryant as the 2.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2 of them. Did set my total total at a 154.5. I think that with just the sheer amount of possessions and both teams being able to unearth each other's weaknesses on defense, that you get a lot of scoring. So looking at the over and 1 to lay up to 2 with Brian. 306.569, 306.570. North Florida plays us at Central Arkansas. Central Arkansas does find themselves as a 10.5 to an 11.5 point underdog. Your total on this game between 151 to 151.5. Set North Florida as a 12.5 point favorite. Going to be 1 to lay the number. Central Arkansas well outside the top 3 here in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for North Florida, this team certainly has had their liabilities on defense. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Good news is they go up against the Central Arkansas team that has been inconsistent with regards to the 3-point shooting all season long. You've been able to get some relatively good production, 14.5 points, 3.5 boards of Tucker Anderson, and he shoots in that pocket about 36.5% from 3-point range, but Central Arkansas as a whole, they shoot about 33.5% from the outside end. For Central Arkansas, you do have one guy down low in Obangbazi Itam, who's been able to give you about 8 rebounds per game. But for North Florida, by committee, the team has been able to do a little bit of a better job down low. Jake Vanderheijden, the 6'8" transfer from Bucknell, he's able to shoot it well from 3-point range. You go up against the Central Arkansas team that, while they do have Itam, who's been able to give you about, I would say, about 8 rebounds per game. The squad, in terms of their overall rebound rate, they're still clocking in about 314th in all of college basketball. It is a North Florida team that, while they do give up the arc quite a bit, they should be able to do a solid job of being able to block a few shots. They're about 318th themselves with regards to rebound rate, but Dorian James, Chaz Lanier, they've both been able to combine for about 10 rebounds per game, while Lanier going off for 19 points, shooting 47% from 3-point range. This is a Central Arkansas team that is outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. I do think that North Florida going to be able to do enough to be able to hold up defensively, to be able to really take it to a Central Arkansas team that has their, shall we say, vulnerabilities down low. So I did set my total at a 158.5. You've got a Central Arkansas team that is playing up tempo, and you've got a North Florida team that's in the top 50 in terms of most points rendered on a per possession basis. So I'm going to be taking a look at this total over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 12 with North Florida. 306.571, 306.572. Texas A&M Commerce is going to be playing us in New Orleans. New Orleans does find themselves as an underdog of 3.5 points. So on this game is 147. I did set my line at 2. I'm going to be willing to take the points with New Orleans. Texas A&M Commerce in the bottom 50 nationally with regards to overall rebound rate. And New Orleans, they're going to have by far the best scorer in this game. That'd be Jordan Johnson. Johnson has been able to give you about 21.5 points per contest. He's been able to shoot nearly 40% from 3-point range as well. Meanwhile, you've got yourself a Texas A&M Commerce team that they just haven't found a lot of rhyme or reason with regards to their offense. You've had Kalen Williams be able to give you about 14 points per contest. Jerome Brewer has been able to do a relatively solid job on that front as well. It's a relatively mid-tempo team, but I do think that for New Orleans, despite the fact that they've got one of the worst rebound rates in all of college basketball, the fact that they go up against an even worse rebounding team is going to be able to go very well for them. This New Orleans team, they are a team that has really been able to do a better job of being able to take care of the ball as well. 12.3 turnovers per game. Going up against Commerce team that their main forte is the fact that they're a top 75 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and because this Commerce team does gamble for turnovers, that leaves them very open to giving up 3-point shots. As at home, Texas A&M Commerce allows opponents to shoot 38.4% from 3-point range. This is a New Orleans team that they do give up the arc quite a bit as well. They are about 201st in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but with this Commerce team also turning the ball over just as many times as New Orleans, and with Texas A&M Commerce not necessarily having a lot of threats from the outside, that should allow New Orleans to hold in there and this game to be a relatively high-scoring one with both teams giving up the arc. Set my total 150, looking at the over, and I'm going to be one to take the points with New Orleans, set them as a 2-point dog. 306.573, 306.574. Longwood is going to be playing us Winthrop. Winthrop does find themselves as a 1-point underdog to a pick 'em. Total on this game 143. I did set Longwood as a favorite of 2.5 points. I'm going to be one to lay it. Longwood has certainly had their issues with regards to the offensive side of things, while outside the top 200 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. But this is a Longwood team that they do a nice job being able to bear down on defense. Now, to the credit of Winthrop, top 40 team in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but Longwood is 70th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And other than guard the arc, Winthrop doesn't do a lot amazing on defense. They're about 146th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 10.5 points more per 100 possessions in a roadside shoot-scoring environment rather than at home. Now, Winthrop, they've got more feature score on this team, and you've got a Winthrop team that they do a nice job of being able to rebound by committee. As out of your top 5 scorers, you've got 4 of them being able to supply nearly 3.5 plus rebounds per game, as you've got Colton Tolford, KJ Doucette combining for about 9.5 boards, 27 points per game, and Doucette shoots 39% from 3-point range, but Winthrop does turn the ball over 13 times per contest. This is a Longwood team that they're pretty solid at being able to generate turnovers. They get about 7 steals per game, while Napper along with Jonathan Massey combined for nearly 3 steals. Both of these guys do shoot outside of 30% from three-point range, but Napper has been able to give you 14 points per contest. Massey, about 11 points per contest. And with Massey, along with Michael Christmas, along with Simon Zapala, they've been able to combine for about 18.5 rebounds per game. Longwood is by far the better team in this spot with regards to their rebound rate. This is a Winthrop team that they have been having a tough time just being able to find some overall affordability with regards to that. 220th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, for Longwood, they are clocking in right around about 13th in the country. That should be able to allow them to control this game, especially with Longwood, despite the fact that they shoot just 66% at the charity stripe. They only do turn the ball over about 12.5 times per contest compared to Winthrop's 13. I do think that Longwood going to be able to do a good job of being able to just take this game outright. I did set my line at 2.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the 1. And with regards to total, set it at a 142.5. I do think that things get throttled downwards, so looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay the 1 with Longwood. 306.575, 306.576. Lemoyne is going to be on the road facing off against Merrimack. Merrimack is a favorite of 9 points on this game between 137.5 to 138. I did set Merrimack as a 12-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Lemoyne has been a really nice story coming up from the D2 level, and this team does a nice job protecting the ball with about 11.5 turnovers a game. Now they go up against a Merrimack team that is a top 20 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and I do think that having to go up against this tough Merrimack defense is going to take it out of the Lemoyne team that is very much undersized as well, because with Merrimack you're able to take advantage of them on the glass, but you don't have a lot of guys to be able to do so. You've got Cayman Cleary along with Osafer Owens, who've been able to combine for about 10 boards per contest, and Owens has been a little bit in and out of the fold due to injury. Now, I will say this about Lemoyne. They're just littered with guys that are able to bomb it from three-point range. Each of their top 5 scorers shoot at least 36% from three-point range. That does include Owens, who's been a little bit in and out of the fold, but that said, this is a Merrimack team that, unlike a lot of teams that they play that sort of that amoeba zone and they do a solid job of being able to generate a bunch of turnovers, this is a Merrimack team that they still do a pretty rock solid job of being able to guard the three-point arc. Meanwhile, this is a Lemoyne team that they do leave themselves open to giving up a lot of outside shots. Lemoyne 252nd in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, the old Merrymen, they're 70th in the country with this regard, with opponents at home shooting 22.2% from three-point range against them. With Merrimack, Jordan DeKaka has been able to give you about 2.5 steals. He chips in there north of 6 rebounds, 15 plus points per contest, so he's been able to do a nice job of being able to help this team out. Meanwhile, for Merrimack, while you don't necessarily have guys that are able to really launch from three-point range, they shoot outside of 30% from three-point range. You've been able to get right around about 3 steals, 11 points per contest out of Van Clark, while Devon Savage has been able to shoot about 34% from three-point range. I do think the Merrimack does a good job just forcing Lemoyne out of their game in general, forcing a bunch of turnovers. Last time these two teams played, Merrimack went on the road, got the job done 66-62 in a game where Lemoyne still went 9-21 from three-point range. I think that is going to bog down. I think that Merrimack takes the ball away and wins by double figures. I set my total at a 132, looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 11.5 with Merrimack. 306.577, 306.578. Jacksonville plays host to North Alabama. North Alabama, a 1-point road favorite. Your total on this game is 141 to 143. I did set North Alabama as a favorite of 2 points. It's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay the 1 with them. I do think that for North Alabama, big key for this team is just being able to have Damani Forrest be able to take things over down low with Forrest. He's been able to give you 8+ rebounds per game. And then you've also got KJ Johnson, who's been able to give you about 13 points per contest, while Will Sosi is more of your guy off the ball that gives you about 7 to 8 points per contest. Shoots nearly 50% from 3, going up against a Jacksonville team that is outside the top 250 with regards to both points allowed on a per possession basis and opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. Now, for North Alabama, they're another team that they allow you to shoot north of 35% from three-point range. North Alabama, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're clocking in 270th in all of college basketball, but you've been dealing with quite a few injuries when it comes to the Jacksonville team. I know that Bryce Workman has been in and out of the fold all season long. You've been able to have Robert McCray be your top scorer with 15 points per contest, while Marcus Iblack has been able to give you 3 assists, right around about 12.5 points per contest, but there's really been not a lot of rhyme or reason with regards to the Jacksonville team, and when it comes to Jacksonville, they've been able to get things launched a little bit more with their offense when they've been at home. If you look at Jacksonville, they're 260th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but averaging about 8.5 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a roadside stretch court environment. But we've got a North Alabama team that does rank in the top 125 with regards to fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. I do think that this is going to be very much an up and down game involving a North Alabama team that does rank in the top 100 with regards to total possessions per game. Yeah, Jacksonville team has fallen on some tough times with regards to their offense, but I do think that both of these teams are going to let it fly. Both of these teams are going going to be able to get a lot of points generated. As for North Alabama, they've gotten to at least 79 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Jacksonville team that they themselves have been really having a little bit of a rough time with it, scoring fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games. But I do think that the offense wins out. I'm going to be willing to take a look at the over, and with North Alabama, made them the 2-point favorite, so I want to lay the 1. 306.579, 306.580. Arkansas Pine Bluff plays those to Alcorn State, and Alcorn State is an underdog of 2 points. Total on this game is 159.5 to 160.5 with Alcorn State. I did make them a favorite of 2 points, so I'm going to be willing to back them outright on the money line for Arkansas Pine Bluff. This team is in the bottom 10 nationally with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, so I will say they themselves, they do shoot north of 38% from 3-point range. They've honestly been a little bit of a worse offense when they've been at home rather than in a roadside corner environment, but I mean, this is an Alcorn State team that they've been similarly been very putrid with regards to their defense. Alcorn State, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 361st in all of college basketball. Alcorn State is really giving it up from 3-point range as well. Alcorn State is outside the top 300 with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, but I do think that Alcorn State can have a little bit of success down low. Ishmael Platt for Arkansas Pine Bluff has been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, you've been able to have a pair of guys in Rashad Johnson along with Kylan Melton throwing their Joe French as well, so that trio has been able to give you about 15 points per contest, and along with those 50 points per game, they've been able to all shoot north of 36% from 3-point range, but Jeremiah Kendall should be able to own things down low. He's been able to give this Alcorn State team 16 points, 6.5 boards per contest, and for Alcorn State, they do a relatively solid job of being able to take care of the ball. Despite the fact that they're in the top 100 with regards to total possessions per game, they only turn the ball over about 11.9 times per contest, and for Pine Bluff, this team right now 359th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Alcorn State, not impressive, but still about 230th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. Jeremiah Gambrell, Byron Joshua, been able to combine for 23 points per contest, and with this Alcorn State team being able to have a lot of wide open opportunities at the arc, and with Alcorn State being a squad that they themselves have been giving up all sorts of points all season long, I do think that this turns into a super duper up tempo fun affair to say the least, and I'm going to be taking a look at the over in this spot. I did set my total 164, but with Alcorn State, I do think that they win from within. Made them a 2-point favorite, so looking at Alcorn State on the money line and the over. 306.581, 306.582. USC Upstate plays us to UNC Asheville. Asheville is a 4.5-point favorite, and your total on this game, 147.5 to 148. I did set Asheville as a favorite in this spot of 5 points, so 4.5 is maximum one to lay, but I'm going to be one to lay at Drew Pember. 19 points, 7 boards, multiple blocks. He's been absolutely amazing for this team, but I mean, you've got a really good Asheville team that in general does a nice job of being able to take care of the ball. They turn the ball over only about 12.5 times per contest. They've really slashed down on that from last season. They go up against a bunch in USC Upstate that, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, it's been one of the more grody teams in all of college basketball. With Upstate, they've been able to get a bit out of Trey Borneau, about 14 points per contest. He shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range, but I do think that for this UNC Asheville team, being a top 75 team with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, going up against an Upstate team that is well outside the top 250 with regards to their rebound rate, that is going to take this Upstate team well on their game. And take a look at this Upstate team and what they've been able to do defensively. They are 354th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You pair that up with the fact that for UNC Asheville, Nicholas McMillan has been able to do a solid job down low when you've been able to have Fletcher Abey play off the ball, being able to shoot about 42.5% from 3-point range, and then you've been able to get Josh Banks going for 13 points per contest. Just too many weapons for an Upstate team that you've only got one guy giving you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. That would be Amir Langlis, and you have to slow down an Asheville team that has been really lighting it up on offense, 73 plus points in 4 of the team's last 5 games. They themselves have given up at least 78 points in each of the last 3 games, but that said, this is an Upstate team that they've allowed 75 plus in 3 of their last 5 games. So I do think that you get a higher scoring affair with Asheville. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4.5 with them. Did set my total at 149, so also looking at the over. 306.583, 306.584. St. Francis of Pennsylvania plays host to Sonel. Sonel is a 3.5-point underdog. Total on this game, finding it at a 135 to 135.5. Did set Sonel as an underdog of 3.5 points. So here at the 3.5, it's a little bit more of a wait and see mode. We were seeing a little bit earlier a few threes out there, and if we can get back to a 3, I'd be willing to lay with St. Francis of Pennsylvania. Reason why I can't make St. Francis of Pennsylvania any bigger a favorite is that Cam Gregory has been dealing with a little bit of an injury, and that's been the top scorer for this team, as right now they're having to rely upon Eli Wilborn, who's the best rebounder in this game with 7.3 rebounds per game, to really take hold. As for St. Francis of Pennsylvania, to start out with, they're well outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate, but Still quite a bit better than Sonil, who does not have a single player that gives you really north of 4.7 boards per contest. Sonil, with regards to their rebound rate, 351st in all of college basketball. And for Sonil, this is a squad that they shoot just 31% from 3, 14 turnovers per contest. Max Zagorowski has had to do a little bit of everything with 12 points, 4.5 boards, shoots 34% from 3-point range. And while you get about 35% 3-point shooting out of Jackson Mangini, he has just returned into the fold for the team after he was missing throughout quite a bit of the month of January. So we shall see what he's able to offer moving forward. Tony Felder has been able to give you about 3 assists and a steal and a half per contest, but you've got a pair of teams that they have been all over the place with regards to their overall production. For Sonil, to their credit, they've given up 63 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games, but they have still lost 4 out of those last 5 because their offense is producing nothing. Meanwhile, for St. Francis, this team has given up at least 70 points in 4 out of their last 5 games against some very sorry competition. So, good old situation of something's got to give. Did some a total 135.5. I just think that with how brutal these defenses are and with how tight of a game this is going to be, I do think that you get some late game fouling to help out with that total. So, looking at the over. And with St. Francis, 1 to lay up to 3 with them, 4 more taking the points with Sonil. 36-585, 36-586. UMass Lowell is the road face off against NJIT. NJIT, a home underdog of 7.5 to 8 points total on this game between 145.5 and 146. And with NJIT, I did set them as an underdog of 11.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. UMass Lowell has been able to do a really good job with regards to rebounding, top 50 team in the country with regards to rebound rate. Now for UMass Lowell, they're about 155th in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, but they're actually averaging 8.3 points more per 100 possessions when they're in a roadside street corner environment rather than when they're at home. You're getting back Abdul Kareem Koulibaly as well. He was the top rebounder for the team a season ago, and without him in the fold, it's really been a lot of Max Brooks, who's been able to give you about 6.5 boards, was an all-AAC defender about 2 seasons ago before Koulibaly got into the fold. Meanwhile, for NJIT, it's been all about Tariq Francois along with Elijah Buchanan being able to slide the team with about 25 points per contest. These 2 guys combined for about 3.5 steals per contest, but in this NJIT team, they shoot 39.5% from the floor, 30.5% from 3-point ranges. Has been one of the most rough offenses in all of college basketball, and they pair that up with being outside the top 280 with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, 293rd overall with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. I will say for them, they are giving up about 18.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot court environment, but this team just absolutely stands no chance on the glass. NJIT, while outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate, I do think that UMass Lowell going to be able to win from within, and on top of that, you've got Ayinde Akeem and all the versatility that he provides. He's able to give you about 5 boards, 5 assists, does turn the ball over about 3.5 times per contest, but 15 points per game. NJIT does an okay job. I'll be able to generate some turnovers, so that should help out a little bit more to the under. I did set my total at a 143.5 to have an under, but with UMass Lowell, I think that they dominate with regards to their defense. One to lay the number with UMass Lowell and taking a look at the under. 306-587, 306-588. Northwestern State plays us to Southeast Louisiana. Southeast Louisiana is a 1 to a 2-point favorite. Your total on this game is 135.5. I did set my number at a 136 on the total. I'm going to be looking at the over. Northwestern State still outside the top 300 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. Things are looking up a little bit more for them. Meanwhile, for Southeast Louisiana State, this team is well outside the top 300 with regards to total possessions per game, but outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. But I'm going to be willing to back them because you do have the most versatile player in this game, Roger McFarland. 8 boards, 15 points, shoots about 35.5% from 3. And all in all, it's a Southeast Louisiana team that they do shoot about 34.5% from distance, going up against a Northwestern State team that is outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Northwestern State, not the world's worst 3-point shooting defense in all of college basketball, about 199th in the country with this regard. Southeast Louisiana, they do give it up from the arc, 278th in the country with opponents shooting about 35.8% from 3-point range in a roadside shoot court environment. But for Northwestern State, they just don't stand a chance down low. Their leader in rebounds has been out for quite some time, and Mr. Epps, as you've been able to get for Jameson Epps, about 6.6 boards per contest, but he's been out of the fold for nearly 2 months. So that means that Cliff Davis, who shoots 42.5% for 3, provides about 15 points per contest. He has to do a little bit of everything. Good news for this team is that reinforcements might be on the way, as they've been missing Ryan Forrest for quite some time. It sounds like he might be able to return relatively soon. Dwayne Posey, who's been in and out of the fold, he's been able to deliver a little bit more production recently as well, with 4+ boards in each of the team's last 4 games. That said, this is a Southeast Louisiana team that they should be able to do a nice job controlling things on the glass with Southeast Louisiana in terms of their rebound rate, about 178th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, with this Northwestern State team, you're finding them clocking in well outside the top 275 with that regard. As a matter of fact, 320th, and with them turning the ball over 13.5 times per contest and shooting less than 69% of the free throw line, along with the fact that you've got the best facilitator on the floor on the side of Southeast Louisiana with Roscoe Eastmont giving you 6 assists per contest. Southeast Louisiana should be able to take this one. I said Southeast Louisiana as a 2-point favorite, so going to be willing to take them on this tight, right around around about 1.5 point line, and I'm going to be taking a look at the 135.5 over. Set my total 136, 306.589, 306.590. South Carolina State play close to Chicago State. Chicago State, a 2.5 point favorite. Total this game, you're going to be getting it between 139 and 139.5. And with Chicago State, I did make them the favorite of 3.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the deuce with Chicago State. His team has actually been pretty solid with their defense. Top 75 team in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, going against a South Carolina State team that they don't have a single guy that gives you north of 10 points per contest. They really don't have a lot of facilitation. Mitchell Taylor is able to give you about 2.5 assists, 8.5 points per contest, but all in all, this is a South Carolina State team that's in the bottom 50 with regards to offensive efficiency, turning the ball over 14.5 times per contest. To the credit of South Carolina State, they haven't been the world's worst defense. They've been able to generate about 8.5 steals per game, and this is a Chicago State team that they do turn the ball over themselves about 13 times per contest. South Carolina State turns points allowed on a per possession basis, still though about in the bottom 125 with that regard. And for South Carolina State, the offensive efficiency, it's about 20.5 points greater when they're at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. But Chicago State has been playing road games all season long. They've been able to bear down quite a bit when they've been away from home. They're a top 190 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and they just have the best players out there on the floor. Wesley Cardet has been able to give you 18.5 points, 4.5 boards, shoots 36.5% from 3-point range. You've got Noble Crawford along with Brendan Davis, who've been able to combine for a little bit over 4 steals per contest, about 16 points per contest between the two of them. And then Jayshawn Corbett, him being able to supply 8 boards per contest. That should be able to win the battle down low against Davion Everett, who's been able to give you about 8.5 points, 7 boards per game. It is a Chicago State team that's outside the top 250 with regards to their rebound rate, but this is a South Carolina State team that they themselves, even though they are trying to pride themselves a little bit more down low, they're still a team that they're only about 119th in the country with regards to rebound rate. I do think that Chicago State is going to be able to do a solid job generating some turnovers on South Carolina State and being able to win this game at the free throw line as well. It's a South Carolina State team that, with regards to their free throw shooting percentage, it's one of the grodier marks in all of college basketball, 66.5%, and I do think that Chicago State gets it done here. Willing to lay up to 3 with Chicago State, set by total 139.5, so here at the 139, looking at the over South Carolina State top 50 team with regards to total possessions per game, 306, 591, 306, 592. Bethune-Cookman places to Prairie View. Prairie View is an underdog of 4 points. Your total on this game is 150.5. Both of these teams in the top 100 with regards to total possessions per game, but I did set my total at a 146.5. Diving in on the under, both of these teams are top 25 teams with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. So I think that you get a lot of sloppiness with both of these teams, as both of these teams also shoot it poorly from 3-point range. Bethune-Cookman just outside of 30%, 3-point shooting percentage. Prairie View right around about 30.8%. Charles Smith, the fourth, is going to be the best shooter in this game for Prairie View, 15 points, shoots about 38.5% from 3-point range, but you've got a little bit more depth when it comes to Bethune-Cookman, as you've got a guy in Damani McIntyre who gives you 3.2 points and 2.5 steals per contest, one of the more interesting splits I've ever seen. But you've got Deshaun Jason along with Zion Harmon, and then you're able to throw in there as well your top scorer in Jacoby Heady for this Bethune-Cookman team. Between the three of them, they've been able to give you about 45 points per contest, but really, other than Heady, nobody shoots above 30% from 3-point range. Derek Carter Hollinger has shot 46% from 3-point range, 9 points per contest as a 6'6", a little bit of a combo player, and I do think that sets Bethune-Cookman a little bit over the top in this one. I did set them as a 4.5 point favorite because out of both of these teams, Bethune-Cookman, they generate more live ball turnovers, and it is a Prairie View team that they don't have a ton down low themselves. Brian Miles has been able to give you about 8 boards per contest, but both of these teams are well outside the top 250 with regards to their rebound rate. As a matter of fact, Prairie View is a lesser team with regards to their rebound rate, and with having someone like Zion Harmon just being able to navigate Bethune-Cookman with north of 4 assists per contest from Prairie View, not having a single guy that gives you north of 2 assists per game in a game of similar styles, having that better floor general, I do think is at a premium. Set Bethune-Cookman as a 4.5 point favorite, going to be one to lay the 4, and did set by total 146.5, so also diving under 306, 593, 306, 594. Florida A&M is going to be playing against the Texas Southern. Texas Southern is a 5.5 point favorite. Total game is 137.5, seeing a 136.5 out there as well. And Florida A&M, I did set them as an underdog of 4 points. I'm going to be willing to take the 5+ here before A&M. Florida A&M has been dealing with injuries all season long, but now they finally are back in the fold. Really, their main guy, as they've been able to get about 19 points per contest out of Jalen Spear ever since he has returned to the fold. This team has been able to exceed the 70-point plateau in all but 4 of the games that he has played in. On the 10, you've also got a guy that's able to give you about 6 boards, 13 points per contest in Keith Lamar for a Florida A&M team that is in the bottom 10 nationally with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but Texas Southern, they're in the bottom 20 nationally in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, with the Texas Southern Southern team. They turned the ball over 13 times per contest. BJ Henry has been able to give you about 2.5 assists, 14.5 points per game, and Jonathan Cisse gives you 11 points, shoots 38.5% from three-point range, but he's the only guy in the Texas Southern roster that really shoots about 32.5% from three-point range, going against a Florida A&M team that the way to be able to catch them the best is by being able to launch it from three-point range. Florida A&M 354th in all of college basketball regards opponents' three-point shooting percentage. That balloons up to 39.8% when they are at home. Texas Southern typically prides themselves on being able to hit the glass very well. They're outside the top 225 with regards to the rebound rate. Florida A&M, they certainly are that as well. But Texas Southern, they themselves are going to leave themselves open to giving up some wide open three-point shooting opportunities as well. Texas Southern, they allow opponents to shoot about 33.5% from three-point range in a roadside stretch corner environment with both of these teams turning the ball over quite a bit, but Florida A&M being able to elevate with Spear now in the fold. I do think that Florida A&M is going to be able to hold in a game where I think it's going to be a little bit nip and tuck in. You've got a Texas Southern team that, to their credit, they've been able to get to at least 72 points in 3 of their last 5 games, so this is a total that I did set at a 140 here at the 137.5, looking at the over, and Florida A&M won't take anything north of 4 with them. 306.595, 306.596. You've got Houston Christian playing host Incarnate Word. Incarnate Word is a 2-point favorite, seeing 2.5 out there as well. Total is 150.5 with Incarnate Word. I did set them as a 2.5-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the deuce with them with Incarnate Word. It's been a lot of volatility with the team thus far this season, but now they've got their full allotment of guys out there on the floor. Sean Robinson, who comes in from Austin P, has been a double-figure scorer, and then you've had Sky Wicks do a little bit of everything with 15 points, 7 boards per contest. Houston Christian has actually been a top 100 team with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and you've got a pair of guys in Bonke Marang, along with Michael Imabajebi, hopefully I've said that correctly, giving you combined about 16 rebounds per game, but with Houston Christian, they're a top 50 team with regards to total possessions per game. They're in the bottom 20 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, and despite the fact that they block it down from three-point range, you're well outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They're in the ball over 16 times per contest, shooting 63% of the free throw line and 29.5% from three-point range. You've been able to get Michael Green going. He's been able to do a nice job being able to shoot about 41% from three-point range for Marcus Green, 14 points per contest, and then you've also been able to get 40% three-point shooting of Don Capriotti, who's been able to give about 6.5 points per contest. They are the only 2 guys on the Houston Christian roster with north of 10 points this season that have shot above 27.5% from three-point range. Meanwhile, Incarnate Word, the way that you really do want to hurt them is via the outside. As for Incarnate Word, they allow opponents to shoot from three-point range well north of 36% from distance. Meanwhile, with Incarnate Word, you do have a guy that came in mid-season from the SWAC being able to give you about 12 points per contest, and Alex Anderson, who's been able to make a nice impact for the team. Overall, Incarnate Word, they're in the bottom 50 with regards to ball security as well, but been able to get a little bit more out of Joshua Morgan, who's now shooting about 39% from three-point range, and with this Houston Christian team, their inability to be able to hit the glass, I do think that it's going to come back to bite them. As for Houston Christian, they themselves have allowed at least 79 points in each of their last 5 games, so I did set my total at a 154.5. I think that the lack of defense from Houston Christian pretty much loses out in this one, so want to lay the 2 points here with Incarnate Word. I set them as a 2.5-point favorite, and I'm going to be looking at the over, and I've got one more break to take, and I'm going to take that right now, and then I'm going to hit the rest of the extra games right here on Clemson with myself, Xavier, and now a part of the Decent Family Podcast. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Clemson with myself, Greg Peterson, now a part of the Decent Family Podcast. We're getting down to it. We've got less than 15 games remaining. Let's wrap up these bonus games and get you guys a few more winners.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-597, 306-598. Radford hits the road to face off against Presbyterian. Presbyterian is a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. Your total on this game is 137 to 137.5, and with Radford, I did set them as a favorite of 2 points. I'm going to be willing to take them outright on the money line as a Presbyterian team that they just don't do anything great, and for Radford, I recognize that the team has fallen outside the top 175 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but with Radford, you've been able to have Justin Archer be the best rebounder in this game. He's been able to give the team right around about 8 boards per contest. Chandler Turner has been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game as well, and then you just take a look at the flip side. You've got Samaje Teal when it comes to Presbyterian being able to shoot about 43.5% from three-point range, but despite that, this is a Presbyterian team that they've been very inefficient with their offense well outside the top 225 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. To their credit, they only turned the ball over about 11.3 times per contest, but they just can't develop some clean offense. Marcus Barnett has been able to give you about 14.5 points per game, and for this Radford team, they're a relatively pedestrian three-point shooting team, but they get a chance against a Presbyterian team that they've been allowing opponents to shoot right around about 34.2% from three-point range. That is 218th in all of college basketball. It's a Radford team that they themselves have been able to do a nice job locking it down from three-point range, 85th in all of college basketball, and going up against the Presbyterian team that they are well outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate, not having a single guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, having Brian Antoine being able to shoot 40% from three, giving you double figures, and then having DeQuan Smith along with Keenan Giles be able to combine for about 29 points, 2 steals, and DeQuan Smith shooting 35.5% from three should be able to win out for Radford. Set Radford is a 2-point favorite, taking them on the money line. Also made by total 8-138, so here at the 137.5, also looking over 306.599, 306.600. It is Stetson playing goes to Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky, a 2.5-point favorite. Your total on this game is 152.5, set by total 154.5. Looking at the over Eastern Kentucky in the bottom 10 in all of college basketball. The regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. And with Stetson, I made them the 2.5-point favorite. I'm taking them on the money line because Stetson is a team that they are one of the highest rated 3-point shooting teams in terms of percentage of shots that come from 3-point range in all of college basketball. They've got Jalen Blackman, who's been able to give you north of 20 points per contest, and seeing a big giant weakness like you've got with Eastern Kentucky, I think is very golden. Now, Eastern Kentucky is going to be able to win this game down low, as you've got Isaiah Kozar giving 10 boards, 15.5 points, leads the country in blocks with darn near 4 per contest, and Lolland Walker has been able to give you about 4.5 assists per game. He's been able to supply the team with about 15 points per contest, and for Eastern Kentucky, they themselves shoot about 35.5% for three, going up against a Stetson team that is outside the top 275 in terms of both points allowed on a per possession basis and opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. But Stephon Swenson being able to give out north of 6 assists per contest, keeping things very clean with 12.5 points per game, and Alec Oglesby shooting 41% from three. For a Stetson team that as a whole, they do shoot 37% from 3-point range. I do think that that's going to be able to win out in the spot. It's an Eastern Kentucky team that they've been able to launch their offense a little bit more as well. They're now about 147th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but with how much this team in Stetson just very much relies exclusively on the three ball to be able to generate their offense, and with them being a team that at home from 3-point range, they've been able to shoot well north of 37% from 3-point range. As a matter of fact, they shoot closer to 40% from 3-point range. I do think that Stetson going to be able to take down this Eastern Kentucky team that doesn't guard the arc, set by total 154.5. Look it over and look at Stetson on the money line, 306, 601, 306, 602. Colgate hits the road face-off against Loyola Maryland. Loyola finds themselves as an 11 to an 11.5 point underdog, totals between 131 and 131.5 with Loyola Maryland. I did set them as an underdog of 8.5 points, so you're at the 11. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Loyola Maryland. They're coming off of giving up just 43 points against American. Certainly, I don't think that Lightning is going to be striking twice, but this is not the same Colgate team that we've seen in past years. Colgate has been able to do a relatively solid job on defense, and for Colgate, they've got by far the better rebound rate in this team. Loyola Maryland, they are well outside the top 200 with this regard. Meanwhile, you've got Keegan Records along with Braden Smith combining for about 12 boards. Records at right around 6'10", gives you 10.5 points. He's able to pop a few threes, doesn't necessarily do so very well, and he's the only out of the top 5 scorers for Colgate that shoots about below 35% from 3-point range for Colgate. It's not what it has been in past years, but they're back up to shooting about 37.5% from 3-point range. They're accustomed to being a top 10 team in all of college basketball with regards to their 3-point shooting percent. Colgate, though, they're still a team that's 38th in the country, but that said, this is a Loyola Maryland team that I do think is going to be able to do an okay job with Deion Steins being able to do a relatively solid job, as you've been able to have D'Angelo Steins be able to give you combined about 25 points per contest. When it comes to this Loyola Maryland team, the biggest thing is cutting down on the turnovers, with 15 turnovers per contest, but they go up against Colgate team that's only forcing about 6.5 steals per game, so they should be able to keep it relatively clean there. It's a Loyola Maryland team that they do allow opponents to shoot about 39% from 3-point range when they're at home, but this is also a Colgate team that they do allow opponents to shoot north of 50% from 2-point range when they're in a roadside shoot scoring environment as well. I do think that with having down low Golden DK being able to give you about 7 boards and about 8 points per contest for Loyola Maryland, the interior game is going to allow them to hold in there. Last time these two teams faced off against one another, Colgate did hold Loyola Maryland to 55 points in that game. Loyola Maryland went 6 of 20 from 3-point range and 3 of 10 at the charity stripe. I do think that they're going to improve a little bit with that regard, and I do think that you get this Colgate team to be able to exceed 70 points once again, so I did set my total 134.5. Looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Loyola Maryland, made them an underdog of 8.5 points. 306-603, 306-604. McNeese is going to be playing against Texas A&M. Corpus Christi, an underdog of 10.5 to 11 points. The last game, it is 140. I did set my total at a 137.5. I'm going to be looking at the under. Both of these teams are top 125 teams in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Corpus Christi, it's a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They do go up against a Big D State team that is in the top 55 with regards to ball security, and they've got the best scorer in Shahad Wells, who's able to give you 18.5 points per contest, and Christian Schulmate certainly is going to be able to win the battle down low with Schulmate. He's given this team about 11 points, 9 rebounds per game, but for Corpus Christi, this team does a relatively solid job in their own right on the boards. They're about 43rd in all of college basketball in terms of their rebound rate. They've been able to have Gary Clark be able to give you about 8 boards, about 11 points per game. The one thing that Corpus Christi lacks is the fact that they just don't have any 3-point shooting. Meanwhile, McNeese, they are able to shoot in the high 30s from 3-point range, closer to 40% from 3-point range. Meanwhile, for Corpus Christi, they shoot about 29.5% from distance. But keep in mind, last time these two teams played, McNeese needed like that miracle tip-in to win by a count of 62-61. This is a Corpus Christi team that I do think that perhaps maybe they lent their best shot the first time out, but they very nearly won that game, shooting 17 of 27 at the free throw line, 4 of 22 from 3. I think that this game is going to be a little bit closer than expected. I do think that this is going to be another defensive slog. Semi-total 137.5, diving in on the under. I think in double figures, going to be taking the points with Corpus Christi. 306-605, 306-606. Lipscomb is playing us to Kennesaw State. We give our own to Lane Kiffin go Elves. Total on this game, 169-170, and Lipscomb is a 6-point favorite. With Lipscomb, I made them a favorite of 5 points. I'm going to be willing to take the 6 with Kennesaw State. You've got Simeon Cotto along with Tyler Burton in the backcourt who have been able to combine for about 32 points per contest. It's a Kennesaw State team that they got cash from 3-point range their last time out against Austin Peay, but this is still a defense that, for how quickly they play, it's not necessarily the world's worst defense. I do expect them to rebound from what we saw a few nights ago. Kennesaw State, they are 337th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but not like Lipscomb is doing a whole heck of a lot better at 316th in the country. I do think that this is going to be an up and down game, but I just don't know if you get enough possessions, despite the fact that Kennesaw State is the quickest team in all of college basketball to be able to get to 170. I said by total 165. We also have Denman Robinson down low for Kennesaw State, giving you about 6.5 rebounds per game, going up against the Lipscomb team as well outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. Kennesaw State, they should be able to win the battle on the glass. Second chance opportunities are just going to be few and far between in this game for a Lipscomb team that they only turn the ball for 10.5 times per contest. They shoot 37% for 3. Will Pruitt, Darren Boyd, these are your main two scorers with about 32 points per contest. Boyd is able to shoot 44.5% from the outside, but other than Pruitt, who stands right around 6'3", nobody else gives you north of 4.7 rebounds per game. And with Lipscomb's inability to be able to really generate turnovers, I do think that Kennesaw State, a team that's on a 5-game losing streak, they probably lose another one, but for Kennesaw State in this losing streak, all but one of their losses have been by 10 points or fewer, and they've been able to hold in there, and I do think that a Lipscomb team that they themselves have allowed 80-plus points to each other the last 4 games are going to be involved in a nip-and-tuck game set by total 165, looking at the under, and I'm willing to take the 6 with Kennesaw State, set them as a 5-point dog, 3 of 6-607, 3 of 6-608. We've got Grambling playing us to Alabama State. Alabama State is an underdog of 2.5 points, so on this game between 129 and 129.5 with Alabama State. I did set them as an underdog of 3 points. I'm going to be one to lay with Grambling. Grambling out of conference was outside the top 300 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but currently is very much bearing down against an Alabama State team that they themselves are within the top 200 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, really the best defense out there in the SWAC, but you're just not getting any offense of this Alabama State team. 68 points or fewer scored in their last 3 games. Meanwhile, for Grambling, they've now been able to get to at least 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games. It's still a team that is turning the ball for 13 times per contest, shoots only about 31% from 3-point range, but Contavious Dozier might be the best scorer in this game. 14 points on 33% 3-point shooting. TJ Madlock, he plays for his father Tony, has been able to give you 15.5 points per contest. He chips in there about 6 boards, 4+ assists per contest when he's really firing on all cylinders, along 2 steals per game, but Alabama State is a bottom 50 team with regards to points scored on a per possession basis because they shoot 38% from the floor, 29% from 3-point range. This Alabama State team has a little bit of a better rebound rate because Obeng Okan has been able to give you about 6.5 boards per contest while only giving the team right around about 3 points per contest. And while Alabama State does a little bit of a better job of taking care of the ball, I do like the current form of Grambling. They've really been able to find themselves offensively as well, giving up 67 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So I do think that this is going to be a game that is going to be a little bit more nip and tuck. I do think that the total has went a little bit too low with the way that Grambling has found themselves on offense and just are not the same team defensively this season as well. So somebody total 133, looking at the over and willing to lay up to 2.5 with Grambling, made them a 3-point favorite. 3-6-609, 3-6-610. Also, P plays those to Queens. Queens NC is an underdog of 3 points. So on this game, 155.5 with Queens. I did set them as an underdog of 6.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number now. Austin P right now dealing with an injury to DeMarcus Sharp. He leads the team in points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks. That said, without him in the fold, they were able to take down Kennesaw State. Go Owls a few nights ago, 85-69, because you've got a lot of 3-point shooters that are out there on the floor. Each of your top 3 scorers that are going to be active for this game that have made at least 1 3 shoot at least 34.8% from 3, including Javonte Black, who's able to give you 13 points, shoots 40% from 3-point range for an Austin P team that, well, they do rank outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They only turn the ball over 9 times per contest. That is, in terms of turnovers per possession, a top 25 mark in all of college basketball. Going up against the Queens team that they play at a top 50 mark with regards to total possessions per game, Austin P is going to look to slow them down, and we saw Austin P have success against the number 1 team in terms of tempo a few nights ago in Kennesaw State. No reason to think that they won't be able to do so against the Queens team that you do have AJ McKee along with Dayton Albury, who combined to give you about 35.5 points per contest, but it's a Queens team that they shoot about 33.5% from 3-point range. Queens doesn't necessarily do a great job of being able to generate a bunch of turnovers themselves, so that's going to allow Austin P P to really be able to tie things down on the offensive side of things as well and get into their sets. This is a Queens team that as well, when they're away from home, they allow opponents to shoot 36% from three-point range. That leaves Austin P very open to be able to knock down those looks. I did set my total at a 152.5 as a result. I do think that for Austin P, they're going to be able to slow down this game, get their style much like they did a couple nights ago, and be able to dominate this matchup. We'll lay up to 6 with Austin P. I'm looking at the under 3 at 6-6-11, 3 at 6-6-12. Southern plays us at Alabama A&M. A&M is an 11.5 point underdog. Total on this game between 139.5 and 140.5 with Alabama A&M. I did set them as a underdog in this ordeal of 15 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. I know that Southern does not have really any sort of rebounding whatsoever, but Alabama A&M, other than Dalen Smith, who's been able to give you about 14 points per contest, you don't have anything on this team, and you don't have a single guy for Alabama A&M that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. So the kryptonite of Southern, of them being 349th in the country with regards to their rebound rate, that is really able to be hidden in this one, and it's an Alabama A&M team that is 353rd in the country with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, Tayron Joseph being able to give you north of 20 points per contest for Southern, he is going to be by far the best scorer in this game. Now, for this Alabama A&M team, getting back Cameron Tucker, who's been able to give you about 4 assists per contest, that's been a nice little boost for this team, but not having anything down low whatsoever. This team still turning the ball over north of 15 times per contest, going up against the Southern team that they've been able to do a nice job generating north of 10 steals per contest in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Top 40 team in all of college basketball. I think that they're going to be able to dominate this one, along with having a nice point guard in Dijon Day, Diomasi, who's been able to give you 9 points, 5 assists per contest. Sometimes does get a little bit loose with the ball, but with the Southern team, just being able to find ways to be able to generate offense and being able to get to the rim as well. 70 plus points scored in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, they have surrendered 70 points or fewer in each of their last 4. They're in relatively good form against a Alabama A&M team that, with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, has been one of the most grody marks in all of college basketball. They're not doing a great job of being able to generate offense. They're also, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 315th in the country. So I did think the Southern going to be able to dominate this one. Set them as a 15-point favorite. One to lay it. Also set my total at a 145. I do think that Southern tears up this Alabama A&M defense. So also looking at the over 3 at 6-6-13, 3 at 6-6-14. Lamar plays us to Nichols. Nichols is an underdog of 5.5 points. Total on this game is 149.5. With Nichols, I did set them as an underdog 6.5 points. So you're at the 5.5 to 6. I'm going to be willing to lay with Lamar. Lamar just has such good balance with regards to their offense. You've got so many guys like a BB Knight that are able to give you about 12 to 13 points per contest. As a matter of fact, each of your top 4 scores for Lamar average between 11.2 and 12.1 points per contest. And you've got a pair of guys in Adam Hamilton and Scary Terry Anderson. They combine for about 13 rebounds per game. BB Knight, along with also Kelvin Pryor, they are combining to shoot about 40.5% from three-point range. Lamar does turn the ball for 13.5 times per contest, but unlike in past years, Nichols, they're not generating the same amount of turnovers outside the top 200 with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and it's a very top-heavy Nichols team. You've got 2 very nice players in Deontay Smith along with Jamal West. Both of these guys stand right around about 6'5", 6'6". They combine for about 31.5 points, 14 boards, 6 assists, and Smith is able to shoot 39% from 3, but it's a Nichols team that's outside the top 250 with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. You're not generating turnovers the way that they did a season ago, and this is a Nichols team that just in general, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they haven't been able to hold up at the point of attack. It's a Nichols team that has actually been halfway respectable with regards to their rebound rate, but that said, it is not translated into great defensive success. 249th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Lamar right around 202nd, and Lamar giving up 12.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than on the road. So did somebody total at 148.5 at the 149.5 going under. I like the way that Lamar is playing at home with their defense, at 1 to lay up to 6 with Lamar. 3 at 6-6-15, 3 at 6-6-16. You've got New Hampshire playing us to Maine. Maine hopes to not get Maine. They are an underdog of 4 points total on this game. It's 142.5 with New Hampshire. I did set them as a favorite of 5.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Clarence Daniels should be the best player on the floor. 18 points, 7 plus rebounds per game, and he's been able to get quite a bit of help from a lot of his friends, as you've got Jackson Baker, who's been able to give you about 6 boards per contest. And for New Hampshire, this is a top 50 team in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, going against a Maine team that they do a nice job generating turnovers. Top 75 team in the country with regards to steals forced on a per possession basis. Kellen Tynes led all of college basketball last year in terms of steals on a per possession basis. 2.5 steals, 3.5 assists, 13 points per contest this season, with Peter Filipowski also giving you about 7.5 rebounds per game. But Filipowski is the only guy on the roster that's able to give you north of 4.2 rebounds per game. And in terms of overall rebound rate, New Hampshire certainly has that battle won, as Maine, they are getting Maine on the glass. They're 282nd in the country with regards to their rebound rate. Meanwhile, New Hampshire, they're more on 266th, and typically New Hampshire is outgunned there, but with them being able to win that battle along with Ahmad Robinson being able to give you 15.5 points, 5 assists and being able to dole out some nice offense, while he, Baker, and Daniels combined for about 4 steals per contest. They're going to be able to beat Maine at their own game. New Hampshire, one of the better teams at being able to take care of the ball in all of college basketball, despite being in the top 50 with regards to total possessions per game. And this is a New Hampshire team that they themselves have gotten to at least 79 points in 3 of their last 4 games, going up against the Maine team that they've been slipping with their defense, giving up north of 70 points in 3 out of their last 4 contests. So I did set this line at 5.5. I'm going to be one layup with New Hampshire. I do think that there's going to be a lot of turnovers that turn things sloppy, but I think that this is close enough for Lake Game Felling. Set my total 143.5. So also looking over to go along with New Hampshire. 3 of 6-6-17, 3 of 6-6-18. For the Gulf Coast is going to be playing against Bellarmine. Bellarmine is an 11.5 point underdog. Total this game was 137.5 with Bellarmine. I did set them as an underdog of 8 points. So here at the 11.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Bellarmine. It's been rough for them. They're outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis for Florida Gulf Coast. Outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and while Florida Gulf Coast is a top 135 team with regards to rebound rate. They have been missing quite a few pieces throughout the season. Isaiah Thompson has just come back. He's been a nice double-figure scorer for the team, but for Bellarmine, they get back Bash Weiland. He should be able to help out this offense as well. Weiland, along with Ben Johnson, combined for about 26.5 points, 9 boards, and Johnson shoots 37% from 3 for a Bellarmine team that they don't get out of sorts. They only turn the ball over 10 times per contest. They shoot 77.5% of the free throw line, so they do the little things well. Florida Gulf Coast, meanwhile, they've got Zach Anderson, who's able to pair up with Keyshawn Kellman to be able to give you about a combined 12 boards, 25.5 points per game. And Anderson, he stands right around 6'7". He's shooting 49.5% from 3. I expect a little bit of regression there. It's a Florida Gulf Coast team that they've been all over the place because they knock off Florida Atlantic in the non-conference, and currently they sit at 4-6 within the conference. It's just very hard to decipher what you're going to be able to get out of them. Meanwhile, it's a Bellarmine team that, while they have been giving up quite a few points recently, 84 plus in each of their last 3 games, the offense has come to life as well. They've now been able to get to at least 75 points each of their last 3 games, despite being one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, you've got a Florida Gulf Coast team that in their last 5 games, they have given up 98, 67, 59, 70, and 90 points. I do think that this is going to be a relatively mid-tempo game. I do think that things are going to be a little bit more calmed in this one, set by total 136. Both of these teams outside the top 275 with regards to total possessions per game. So diving under and taking double figures with Bellarmine, set them as an 8-point dog. 3 of 6-6-19, 3 of 6-6-20. Mississippi Valley State plays us to Jackson State. Jackson State, a 12.5 to a 13-point favorite. Totals between 137 and 138. So by total 134.5, diving under. Mississippi Valley State still dead last in all of college basketball with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. And you do have Raekwon Brown doing a solid job giving the team 16.5 points, 6.5 boards, but needs a little bit of help. Donovan Sanders has been able to give you about 2.5 assists per contest. But for Mississippi Valley State, they lead the country in terms of most turnovers on a per possession basis. They shoot 25.5% from 3, 64.5% in the free throw line. And for how bad they are on offense, they're almost equally as bad on defense. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this Mississippi Valley State team, out of your 362 D1 teams, they are 362nd, going up against the Jackson State team that has Chase Adams, give you 4.5 assists to right around 2 turnovers per contest. Zeke Cook should be able to get things cooking with about 7.5 boards per contest. Johnny O'Neal, Ken Evans, they've been able to combine for 30.5 points and shoot about 38% from 3-point range. Just no contest here. Jackson State should be able to go on the road, completely dominate Mississippi Valley State. A Mississippi Valley State team that they were able to get past 70 when they played against Arkansas Pine Bluff. Past that, I think that they have exceeded the 70-point plateau in regulation just once all season long. I think that Jackson State is going to be able to take it to them defensively. Sub by total 134.5, diving under, 1 to lay up to 14 with Jackson State. 3 of 6-6-21, 3 of 6-6-22. Lehigh plays us to Lafayette. Lafayette, an underdog of 2 to 2.5 points. Total this game is 132.5. Lafayette did not win a single game against a D1 foe outside the conference, and yet here they are towards the top of the Patriot League. I do think that this is going to tucker out a little bit, though. I did set Lehigh as a favorite of 4 points. I'm going to be one to lay the number. This Lehigh team, they've been dealing with a few injuries along the front line. They've had Don Perlin be a little bit in and out of the fold, and most notably recently, it's been Tyler Whitney Sidney having to pick up the load for the injured Keith Higgins, who's been out of the fold for the last 9 games, but Whitney Sidney doing an admirable job, 14.5 points, shooting in the low 30s from 3-point range. As a whole, they're shooting just 30.7% from 3-point range, but they go against a Lafayette team that's outside the top 260 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. Lafayette outside the top 250 with regards to their rebound rate, as well as they've been having Justin Vanderbond, 7-footer that comes in from Boston College, give the team 9.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and they really don't have a good single guy that gives you north of 5 boards and 9.5 points per game. You've had Eric Soderlund be able to shoot in the high 30s from 3-point range, but this Lafayette team has been very much a big giant mystery. They just feel like they've been sort of doing this smoke and mirrors recently, and I do think that that's going to die out even against the Lehigh team that's 345th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Are a little bit more stout down low. And for Lafayette, to their credit, they're about 195th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. But I do think that for Lehigh, they're going to be able to do a little bit better job on the inside. Lehigh 186th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a Lafayette team that they've been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to guard things in general, and they're actually giving up fewer points per possession in a roadside shoot-to-guard environment rather than at home. They've been able to ascend in the top 100 with that regard. So very interesting spot here. I did set Lehigh as a 4-point favorite. I do think that they find a way to be able to get it done, and Lehigh, a top 75 team in terms of total possessions per game, speeds this game up just a touch. Semi-total 134. Look it over and looking to lay it with Lehigh, and we wrap things up with 306-623, 306-624. Long Island plays close to Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart is a 6.5-point favorite. Total on this game 151. I set my total at a 153.5, looking at the over. Long Island well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against the Sacred Heart team that should be able to completely dominate on the glass. Sacred Heart, a top 200 team with regards to rebound rate. Long Island, they're outside the top 300 with this regard. The one thing about Long Island does, they take away the three-point arc. They're a top 100 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but they themselves are outside the top 310 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis because they shoot below 31% from three-point range. With Sacred Heart, Nico Galletti gives you 14 points, 6+ boards per contest. Meanwhile, Alex Sobel has been able to give you right around 7 to 7.5 rebounds per game, so he's been really your top rebound guy. Meanwhile, Aiden Carpenter, who comes in from Siena, he's been able to give you mid-30s three-point shooting with about 9.5 points per contest, while this Long Island team, they turn the ball over 14+ times per contest and have been getting tattooed on defense. 80+ points to render in 3 out of their last 4 games, one of those to Merrimack. Meanwhile, for Sacred Heart, they themselves have now given up at least 72 points in each of their last 5 games, but the offense has gotten to at least 70 in every one of those games as well. It is a Sacred Heart team that they do a much better job of being able to take care of the ball. They turn the ball over about 11.8 times per contest. Meanwhile, you've got the Stricklands with Rod Strickland being the coach, and then Ty and Terrell Strickland being the guys really running the offense for this Long Island team. Terrell is able to give you about 3 assists, steal and a half per contest. Meanwhile, Ty, he's your top scorer with 15 points per contest, but Terrell shoots 36% from 3. Ty shoots 25.5% from distance. Just a little bit of a dysfunctional team at this point. I did set Sacred Heart as a 7.5-point favorite, so want to lay the 6.5 and looking at the over, and that will wrap things up for the Saturday edition of Coast to Coast Hoops, now part of the VSiN family podcast. If you do like hearing from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Hoops, you're able to subscribe wherever your podcast, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, whatever you for this podcast, you have one of 2 ways we offer those in. First one is my Twitter /X timeline at @JN_41. Keep in mind, letters they mean does not matter. As per usual, please do send these into the timeline. Other ways, find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, very much appreciate it. From there, you're able to find out whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via the 5-star review. Coming at you guys every single day throughout the college basketball season. So I'll be coming at you once again tomorrow. Thanks so much for tuning in.
It's the Smucker's Uncrustables podcast with your host, Uncrustables. Okay, today's guest is rough around the edges. Please welcome Crust.
Thanks for having me.
Today's topic, he's round with soft, pillowy bread.
Hey.
Filled with delicious PB&J.
Are you talking about yourself?
And you can take him anywhere.
Why'd you invite?
And we are out of time.
Are you really cutting me off?
Uncrustables are the best part of the sandwich. Sorry, Crust.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, outdoor and home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through May 14th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
The new McCrispy Strip is here. Dip approved by ketchup, tangy barbecue, honey mustard, Sprite, McFlurry, Big Mac sauce, double dipped in buffalo and ranch, more ranch, and creamy chili McCrispy Strip Dip. Now at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.